Good morning, good morning, good morning, amazing Leonard. It's good to see you back in court. It's day 8. I know. It's Wednesday. It's December 10th. It's day 8 of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe. And maybe the Commonwealth is resting today, but before court began, they were at the side of the bench. Sidebar. It's a sidebar. They were at the sidebar. They were at the sidebar for like 30 minutes before they even went on the record with anything. Maybe we'll know more of what that's about. Maybe we won't. But today we are supposed to have that voir dire of Jem, and they have pronounced his name Mutlu, and I don't know. But the non-Mutlu witnesses are done, and the Mutlu witness, it is time. So apparently we're getting to the Mutlu of it all today with the voir dire. Remember, the voir dire is outside the presence of the jury, and it gives the attorneys the opportunity to question in an area that they're not sure if it's going to come in yet in front of the jury. So we've seen this in the Karen Reed case with the experts. Can you lay the foundation to get into this area? Is this area appropriate? Does this witness have knowledge of that area? Because for them to have knowledge, well, you have to find out if they do. And sometimes when you say it in front of the jury, what do I always say? Yeah, it's too late once the shit's out of the horse, right? So they do the voir dires outside the presence of the jury to examine in a topic area that they don't want to hear for the first time in front of the jury. So the rules of evidence are a bit looser because it's meant to explore an area that may or may not be appropriate for the jury. And then one of the things I've seen a lot of questions about over the last few days is about Brian Walshe's guilty pleas. Remember, right before jury trial started, he pled open to the court. And when you look at how the prosecution's setting forward their case, we need to keep in mind that part of the prosecution strategy here is that up until like the literal 11th hour, Brian Walshe seemed to still be saying, I mean, I guess through saying nothing, that Anna Walshe was missing. And even when I covered his mother's lawsuit with the landlord on this week's Emily Show podcast that drops on Mondays, she was saying that no murder happened, that no death happened. They were still talking about maybe Anna Walshe is missing. And then he pled to 2 counts in the indictment, which are essentially, and I'm saying that because I am not quoting verbatim the code section, but essentially improper disposal of a body, the disposal without a license. You can't just bury people. It's more than that, but you can't just like bury people. And beyond the improper disposal of a body, lying to police. But in the factual basis, meaning in the statement that the prosecution gave, when they were talking about what they would prove at trial, the prosecution specifically said with regard to the disposal that the defendant had taken the remains and body of Anna Walshe and placed it in dumpsters around their area of Massachusetts. And he stated multiple times that she had been placed in dumpsters around their area in Massachusetts. When the court asked, "Are you admitting these things?" he said yes. So when we talk about whether or not he pled to disposing of and dismembering her, he admitted to the factual basis that included her being placed in multiple locations. Are the words in that section, in that code, dismemberment? No, they're not. The words in the code section relate to the disposal. But the factual basis involves multiple locations, which does not happen with intact remains. So yes, for me, he admitted that he had removed Anna Walshe removed Anna Walshe from the home and placed her remains in multiple locations. He was never charged with a charge that would correlate specifically to dismemberment. But the dismemberment is coming in through the way that the prosecution has presented the case. So That's how I see it. If you want to go take a look, we will, of course, link his plea down below. Listen to what the prosecution says in their factual basis that he is asked to admit to and say yes to. We'll see if he takes the stand. I'm going to put on my reading glasses. We're going to go to court. Law nerds, are you ready? I had to go to the bigger cup today. I needed more. We just needed more. We'll see how that goes, but we needed the bigger cup today. We're going to roll the intro. We're going to get to court. And we're going to go into a voir dire. So, law nerds, let's ride. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. Well, that's not court. I thought it would be court when I pulled up my screen. It was not. Some days yes, some days no court. So let me refresh that real quick and make sure that works, because what we do need is our court feed. It would be really difficult to watch court without it. It's happened once or twice. I'm getting much better at it not happening, but again, I'll take a few little hiccups of the technology because I think overall, since we have switched software, our streams have been so much better. The streams have, let's be real, I'm the same. The quality of video is better. I don't know if that's better or not. I feel like you can see me more HD. I don't know if that's good every single day. Some days you can acutely tell how much sleep Emily has gotten, and count the gray hairs on my head that I embrace and love. But I think the sound and the video have gotten clearer, so I am happy for it, because it makes a huge difference. And on a behind the scenes note, it makes a big difference for Team Baker because they can start working on the case briefs while I'm still streaming, which makes a world of difference in the trial experience on the Team Baker side. Stephanie asked, can we get our miles? We have been flying to Massachusetts. They're just all sitting there, so we're going to zoom.
Thank you, Ron.
The second I zoom.
We can have Mr. Mutlu in.
We have been flying to Massachusetts
Mr. Jem Mutlu.
after the initial intro, and generally when or after we do the hear-yees, and since the jury's not in yet, we have not done that yet, but we will. Don't worry. We'll get there. I'm very curious about this voir dire. I think we answered all the questions about the voir dire, hopefully, but I am just super curious about how this is going to go. Because voir dire, man, it's been a minute. It has been a minute. Also, this morning when you see me eating my croissant, I left it in the oven a little bit too long. That was on me. I'm completely time blind, even when it comes to cooking breakfast.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Excellent. We can hear you. I'm just going to ask if you can keep that microphone
Sir, your
close
gray
to you,
is
sir.
freaking
Can you
rocking.
please spell your first and last name for the record?
Dig it.
Sure. It's officially spelled C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And can you state your name for us, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
And
Because we can't, I say it is hard when it is spelled C-E-M for most people to look at it and pronounce it Gem. I get that. Sir, I feel you. He's like, no, I'll spell it with a gem so you guys get it, even though it's spelled C-E-M. And yes, I am with Sean Connery with all of you. I hear you.
sir, right now I'd like to just focus on asking you some questions about a conversation you had with Anna Walshe on December 29th of 2022.
This might be one of the areas they wanted to voir dire about. What did the victim say? And will the victim's statements be allowed in?
Why did you call her that day? Why did you two talk that day?
I called her to congratulate her on her closing.
And how
they
long
did buy
was
a
the
new property.
conversation?
I believe it was about 45 minutes.
And besides congratulating her on the closing, what else did the two of you talk about?
We caught up as friends. We talked about
He was her
plans
former boss.
and also her life at the time, how she was feeling.
I want to know all about that.
Yeah, we caught up on a number of things.
Okay, so what did she tell you about her life at the time?
That
This has to be heavy for him.
what I got from it was that there were some issues, marital issues included. And and that I told her, I said, I don't want you to be too strong. Have you considered therapy? And she said yes.
Okay.
That's good advice.
What is your memory of what she said as far as marital issues? And not your feeling, but what you remember the conversation to be, sir.
Sure. Part of it was that she was going back and forth from DC, which was taking a toll on her. And the fact that that Brian had not been able to leave Massachusetts, so the
Yeah.
children were here. And that was a huge burden on her psyche.
Of course.
And that, there were other issues. I don't recall with precision as to what they were. I do recall clearly making a mental note to say, this is going to be a much longer conversation, face to face, together. And a conversation, obviously, we never had an opportunity to have.
Okay, so within that conversation, when she had discussions with you about marital issues, it was, I want to make sure that we've got this right. The difficulty of
he looks
traveling,
incredibly sad to me,
was that
too.
one of them for work?
The fact that she was not seeing the children
Okay,
frequently.
all right,
Yeah,
so that's more accurate. And I don't want to misstate what you're saying, sir.
that's correct.
Not seeing the children, and was also another part of it that Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts.
That's correct.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir. I want to make sure that I'm getting your memory of the conversation. Is that what your memory of the conversation is?
Well, my memory of the conversation is that they had marital issues and that she was seeking counseling for all the difficulties in her life, including marital issues.
Okay.
And I
Since we are
encouraged her
doing
to
the
do
voir
the
dire and we have not,
same because she
I didn't want to pause you rudely, sir. Since we are doing voir dire and we did not do a full background for those of you just coming in today, brief recap. This is her former boss, but also friend. He also introduced her to her realtor in Washington, D.C., who ended up being her lover as well. And he was at the house with Anna and Brian on New Year's Eve. So that is who this witness is. So don't worry. That is the refresh from what we've gathered over the trial. They have jumped, because they're doing a voir dire without the jury, they have jumped right into the areas that may come in, may not. So they are asking him about things that the victim said because there are some hearsay exceptions that can allow that in.
she's a very strong person. And
Yes.
yet I specifically remember telling her, I don't want you to be too strong.
Okay. And within the marital issues, did she say specifically what the marital issues were?
I don't recall going into detail during that conversation. There was
Okay.
another conversation we had in the summer. I remember that the parts of that conversation, that was almost a 2-hour-long conversation. I was in Puerto Rico at the time, and she and I had a lengthy
I mean, love
conversation.
Puerto
At
Rico.
that time, she said that that Brian's art fraud case was taking its toll, that attorney fees were piling up, and that
As it does.
there was a lot of strain financially, a lot of difficulty, and
Okay. But more to the point of December 29th, I'm going to ask you again.
Yeah.
Did she say anything in the December?
Closer in time can go to state of mind. Further away in time gets harder to come in under hearsay exceptions. Angela said, EDB, I wonder what I don't want you to be too strong means. He said, I want you to go to therapy. I think it's his way of acknowledging that she might want to handle everything personally and privately, and that it's okay to ask for help. So that's how I interpret it. But we'll see what he means as we'll hear this again, because he's going to have to do this in front of the jury again. And I think he was trying to lend support.
December 29th conversation with you about Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts.
I don't recall with precision. I recall the feeling of it. I do
Okay.
not recall with precision as to whether those words in particular were spoken.
Certainly. And did
I get the
you
sense that
have
he's trying
any
to be
memory
quite precise.
of when she discussed marital problems with you on December 29th, any issues of not seeing the children, of her stating that?
Again, I do not recall with precision what words were spoken.
Okay.
That was the gist of a lot of her problems.
Okay. So when you say that's the gist, is that the gist from the December 29th conversation?
He's going to make me cry.
Or is that your understanding of her?
Oh, sir. When we talk about witnesses on the stand, this case and others, there are times when you can feel the emotion from the witness. And there are times when even when the witness is trying to sell an emotion, you do not feel it. And it is just very cold. He is not trying to sell an emotion. He is trying to rein it all in and hold it in. But I can feel his heaviness. I can feel his sadness. I can feel his regret. And I can also feel the struggle that he has, because think about what he is trying to do on the witness stand. He is trying to accurately remember the conversations he had without filtering them through what he now knows has happened, and to give an accurate and honest presentation of the conversations without trying to change it. And you can see him trying to parse through his feelings and what he knows now versus his memory of what happened then. And it is just heartbreaking to watch. So I'm leaving this at one point. I'm leaving this at normal speed as we go through this voir dire. It's going to be harder when he has to do this a second time in front of the jury, or maybe it'll be easier. But he was at their house hours before Anna Walshe was killed or died of natural causes, as the defendant is going to say. And he's sitting in the room with the people who used to be his friends, or the person who used to be his friend. It's just a lot of pain from this witness. And more that we've heard in his voice than from Brian Walshe in any of those police interviews, in my opinion.
Overall problems.
I believe it's both.
Okay. All right. So now I want to ask you about New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, did you see Anna texting at all?
I did.
And from what you know of New Year's Eve, not from what people told you afterwards, do you know who she was texting to?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they sent a picture.
That I recall, I believe she was texting Abdullah. I believe she was texting Will Fastow. And I believe she may have been texting Emily, a mutual friend.
Not it. Not
And,
not this one.
And other people were texting her. It was New Year's Eve, so there was a lot of back and forth texting.
And how
Sonia,
do
good
you
luck.
know this from New Year's Eve? What did you experience, see, or what did you experience on New Year's Eve that lets you know?
For those of you that are like, wait, Fastow, yes, William Fastow, the real estate turned lover. That is one of the people she was texting. And it made sense that she sent a picture of her and Jem to William Fastow because Jem was the mutual that connected them.
I was sitting right next to her at the kitchen table.
And did she ever say, now the three of, did you ever
Kitchen
take
counter.
kitchen counter?
Yeah.
Did you ever,
Stools on the counter there?
Yes, there were stools on the counter.
And were you and Anna seated on
On the same side, on the
Okay.
same side. I was seated here and she was to my left,
directly side by side?
directly side by side.
Did she ever show you her phone that night? When she was sitting with you there?
She had her phone with her. She took a picture
And that's
of us.
the judge asking questions.
All right, go ahead.
thank you. With the picture, do you remember who she sent it to that night? Not, and this is what I'm really going to focus you, sir, is that night, not what people told you afterwards. Do you have a memory of who she may have sent the picture you took with her that night?
I believe that she said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fastow.
And
Which makes
Sir,
sense.
Out loud?
Like with human behavior, this makes sense, right? If you're with a mutual, I mean, every time I am with a mutual, it is like, oh my God, we've got to send a picture to so-and-so. Or we got to send a little video to so-and-so and be like, oh my God, we're here. I did this at BravoCon when I found law nerds or other content creators that we have mutual friends with. It's one of the first things we did. It was like, oh my God, wait, you guys love Mandy Matney? I love Mandy Matney. We have to send her a photo of us together and be like, oh my God, look who I found at BravoCon. It's just 100%. Like 100% this behavior makes sense. It gets a little muddy with the fact that Anna was having an intimate relationship. That gets a little more complicated, but 100%. We got to take a picture. Yeah, that makes sense. Because what Brian Walshe is going to try to say is, as far as he knew, this was Anna's former boss who connected him with their realtor in DC. That's what Brian's going to try to say he knew. Maybe Brian was trying to portray that that's what he knew to Anna, but I think there's something else happening.
She said that?
I believe so. I believe she said that to me that night. Let's take a picture out loud. Yes, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fastow. Again, I do not remember it with precision, but I do remember the picture being taken. Yeah.
And sir, is it fair to say that along the lines of that statement, you told that to me yesterday at lunch? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you told me that before, to your memory?
I do not recall.
Okay. And on New Year's Eve, did you have any conversations with Anna about
What kind of
marital
sandwiches were there at
problems?
lunch?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Brian about marital problems?
No.
And I think that covers the subject matter of the Voir deal. So I have no further questions at this point in time.
Thank you.
And the defense is they're
You just
immediately
mentioned,
on cross for the voir dire outside the presence of the jury. They are asking questions to see what may come in front of the jury and what this witness remembers being said to him, where the hearsay exceptions may be, where there's foundation. And I imagine the defense, this is one of the witnesses, the defense is going to try to limit what is happening a lot.
a conversation that you had with Ms. Walsh on the 29th of December.
Yes.
If I could just have you lean into that mic so we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, we could hear him just fine
In that conversation is
with the last
told us that she
attorney.
mentioned, I think it was difficult to be away from her
The
kids.
blazer and the turtleneck
I
is
believe so. Yes.
such a fucking vibe.
I think you said at one point that it was difficult to travel back and forth.
I believe so. I mean, those are things that I knew about her anyway. We were very close friends.
So let me just stop you. When you say those were things you knew about her anyways,
Yes.
what we're trying to do is focus you on things that she told you herself conversation. So as you sit here.
And you can see where this is hard, right? Because if you tried to, I'm trying to pause him politely. If you talk to somebody regularly and for an hour here, an hour there, and you are very close friends with them, the difficulty of parsing out, did they tell me this in these words this day? Or was it a continued conversation with knowledge I already have? So I was building on what they said with knowledge, and I knew what they meant because I already have the knowledge of that the previous conversations, and trying to parse out the difference between what you know to be true, so how you interpret what's said to you, versus the literal words that are said. It becomes incredibly complex, I would think, in this situation to try to parse, Anna saying it's still really hard might be the literal words, and this is a complete hypothetical, but he knows what she means. Because if they had been having conversations about selling real estate, then he knows that maybe she's talking about closing a house. But if they had just been having conversations about the kids not being in DC and her commuting back and forth, then he knows it's about that. So you need the interpretation of the past knowledge to understand what was said to you. But he's not allowed to interpret what the victim was saying. He's only allowed to tell the jury what the victim said, literal words, not vibes, which is tough.
Do you have a memory of specifically what she told you herself on that 12/29 phone?
And the defense is saying, because the prosecution wants to get into what the victim's words were and state of mind, the defense is trying to minimize that because, remember, the testimony we have so far is Brian Walshe saying to law enforcement, everything was great in the marriage except we didn't see each other enough. So the defense is asking, away from the microphone, did she say to you, what were her words that she said? What was the conversation she had? Not the vibes. What was the conversation she had?
I do not remember everything that was said during a 45-minute conversation with Anna that night.
So let me just jump in here for a second.
And this is the judge.
You had a conversation with Anna Walshe on December 29th of 2022.
I did.
And you remember the conversation was about 45 minutes long.
That's correct.
So what I want you to distinguish between, sir, is you don't have to remember the exact words that she used these years later, but you have to have
The defense wants it
memory
too.
that she actually said what you're discussing, as opposed to this feeling, this gist. You have a memory that she, even if you don't remember the exact words, that she did discuss with you, for instance, what counsel just said, this idea of being troubled by not seeing the children.
So, again,
I think he is working very hard to be precise. And I think perhaps maybe overthinking and trying to be precise. I think he is really, really trying to be precise and not editorialize. But this is years later, and he now knows what happened. So you also have a really traumatic event and a recent traumatic event, because up until Thanksgiving week, or right before the Thursday before Thanksgiving week, Brian Walshe was saying Anna could still be missing. And so it wasn't until then that Brian Walshe actually admitted that he disposed of her in multiple dumpsters where they lived. So there is also a recent event that is difficult.
shortly after, I discussed, I explained over a 2.5 hour statement to Detective Harrison what I remembered, because it was all fresh. And that testimony you do have. What I do not
I
remember.
assume you reviewed that.
What I said at the grand jury, that's what I meant. Sir, just read it again and just refresh your memory.
In connection with your testimony here today.
I'm sorry,
Have you reviewed your prior statements to the
I have
police?
not. No, I have not. I have not. So it's been 3 years, and that's why.
Let the man
some
review
of
his grand jury testimony.
The very words that were spoken, I do not remember. I do remember very specific.
Sir, law students everywhere and the law nerds, thank you. That is a perfect example of what refreshing one's recollection means, vis-a-vis yesterday's example of you can't refresh a recollection that you never had. This is a perfect example of refreshing recollection. I imagine that the prosecutors did not want to have him review that before he came in for the voir dire, because they wanted him to give the defense the opportunity to question what he remembers now. And so if he is allowed to review his testimony, then they can do it in real time and they'll let him review it. But I think that the Commonwealth wanted him to come in with his memory as it was today. He will have time to review his transcript. But that's what refreshing your recollection means. What I said closer in time is accurate. I don't remember exactly what this is now. He's been very transparent.
Having made a mental note to say, she has told me that there are marital issues, that she is seeking counseling, that it's been hard on her, and that this gets to be a much longer conversation. So I made that note, and I was going to reach out to her after the New Year's Eve event to schedule a time in person to speak about those issues.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You used the term marital issues. When you first started talking to us this morning, you stated what I got from the conversation. And you had told us that, you were close with Anna, right?
Yes, very close.
So when you say that you got from her, was it just your feeling?
Counsel, I love your hair. But for the love of everything, we just shimmy over a little closer to the microphone?
That during this conversation that she was having marriage?
Oh, no, I know that the judge gave the Commonwealth a look. I think the Commonwealth had a reason for doing it. Yeah, the court said, did you not review it? I think the Commonwealth had a reason.
Marital issues, or she specifically said the words marital issues?
I do not recall her using the words marital issues. I recall her talking about problems with Brian.
And when you say problems with Brian, the two that you have specified were being away from the children and going back and forth from work.
And the money and
I'll
his
take a minute
case.
to try and remember if there was anything else that was that I can remember right now.
Well, and you previously testified today that Brian not being able to come to DC.
And money.
So the feeling that you got was that she was having marital issues, but it wasn't a statement that she said to you.
No, it was
She did not use the word marital issues. She said problems with Brian.
She did mention problems. She did mention issues. I just don't recall her using the words marital issues.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is the end of the voir dire. I paused quite a lot through that. He's going to testify today. He, I think, has done a fantastic job of composure, and I think he has been incredibly and shown himself to be incredibly conscientious as a witness. I have just, it's really heartbreaking, and you can feel it on him. So the question of the voir dire here, let me summarize real quick. The question of the voir dire seems to be what Anna Walshe said to Jem Mutlu. I think he said Mutlu. They've pronounced it like 4 times, and I don't want to mispronounce it. But what Anna said to him, not just what he took away from the conversation. So what her words were are hearsay. But the conversation they had on December 29th, 31st, those conversations can be state of mind, which is an exception to the hearsay rule. And as Anna is telling him what's going on in her marriage. He characterized it as they were having marital issues. And the defense really wants to narrow down. Did Anna tell you I'm having marital issues? And he said, well, no. She's saying that she was telling me about what the marital issues were, but marital issues weren't her words, which also tracks with the way people talk, that she's not going to call up and be like, I'm having marital issues, because they talked quite frequently. She was telling him that the strain of the kids being in Boston and her being in DC was a lot, that the pending art fraud case and the amount of money they were paying for lawyers' fees was a lot, that Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts was a lot, that there was a lot of struggle happening. And he remembers telling her, you don't have to be so strong. You need to go to counseling. You need support. You need help. You can't do it all, which is good friend advice. You can't do it all. And we will see the argument from the lawyers about what comes in and what doesn't. And then I imagine we'll see his grand jury testimony provided to him so he can refresh it, because he did say to the court, what I said when I testified closer in time, the statements he gave to police. This is why law enforcement should audio record at a minimum and make notes of what they said, because people's memories are fresher closer in time. Shocking. For me, you got to grab me same day. And even then, it's a crapshoot. It just really depends on how interested my brain is in the tidbit of information, if I remember it forever, like all of the lyrics to Baby Got Back, or if I don't remember it at all, like things that people told me yesterday. So it really just depends on how the memory works. But I think this is probably one of the key witnesses for the prosecution, because it is the only way we really hear from Anna Walshe that there was more going on for her and in the marriage beyond the things we already know, that there was more going on for her in the marriage than what Brian Walshe represented to law enforcement. Shocking. We know that this is what's true, right? We know there was more going on. In the chat, Fern's mom asked, why did he have to do a voir dire? Because there is contention between the lawyers over whether or not he can testify to what the victim said. And you can't explore that area of conversation in front of the jury, because once the jury hears it, it can't be retracted. The bell can't be unrung. Toothpaste doesn't go back in the tube, and the shit does not go back in the horse. So that's why it was done as a voir dire. And now they're going to argue to the court over the statements. And the court is going to be like, counsel, do you not have grand jury transcripts for this man? Seriously?
For the sidebar,
Open
I'm happy to
court.
say, Your Honor, I think that,
Hold on.
Let
Now you may
Mr.
speak.
thank you, I apologize.
The court was letting Mr. Mutlu leave the courtroom.
I don't have eyes back here. So
You are unmuted.
witness stated she told me there are marital issues. And then when asked about the term marital issues, he stated that there were problems in the marriage, being away from the children and traveling back and forth from work. I would suggest that those come from that conversation, and that is absent of a feeling or a gist and would be admissible. And I would ask, and I would actually even lead on that just to make sure that we're going to the right portion. And I'm not
The court's face. He's like, I would lead on that to make sure that we get the right answer. And look at the court's face. Counsel, go give your witness his grand jury transcript. Look at her face. This judge is a vibe.
I would suggest that those come from that conversation, and that is absent of a feeling or a gist and would be admissible. And I would ask, and I would actually even lead on that just to make sure that we're going to the right portion and I'm not misstating what he said.
Well, I'll hear from the defense both with regard to the initial.
Oh, Your Honor. Your Honor, your face was your body language was subtitled. That was a judicial. We'll see about that, counsel.
Argument, and also what's your position if I do let What's your position with regard to leading?
I would object. I don't think it's appropriate or necessary. He's a grown man. If there's an objection, I will make it. I don't think this is appropriate to lead this particular witness where they
I
want
agree.
him to go. With respect to the testimony, I don't think he should be able to use the term marital issue or marital problems. He was consistently pressed about what Anna told him. It's clear that this was his feeling, his characterization of that conversation. The purpose of this hearsay exception is to admit specific statements of a witness to show state of mind or motive. It is not a chance for this witness to pontificate about his feelings and responses to that witness. So I think he should be limited to just what she said. And I would object if he starts talking about marital problems or marital issues, because I believe that was his characterization.
He
All right.
said problems.
So, as I said to him, he doesn't have to remember the exact words that she used. What he needs to remember is that she actually said it to him. It seems to me there are at least 3 things that he recalls her saying to him, maybe not the exact words, but they, as you just went through, that the back and forth was taking a toll on her, not seeing the children. I don't know if you put those 2 as one, that Brian hadn't been able to leave Massachusetts. And that was a huge burden on her psyche, I think is what he said. I think those are fair statements that he can bring in. I don't think he's had the benefit now of this voir dire in which he's gotten a little bit of legal instruction. I don't know how it's going to play out real time with regard to that word marital problem, marital issues. But I suspect we'll take that as it comes. He may stay away from that just because he's just been cautioned and just been sort of made aware of the distinction of that he doesn't recall her using those words. So I suspect he won't bring that out. If he does, we'll either clarify it by saying, do you have any memory of her actually using those words? And I will.
She was having problems in her marriage. There, I fixed it. Also, the prosecution should just let him review what he previously said. And then the prosecution can remind the witness before he comes back in to testify, hey, you need to testify about what Anna said to you, not about how you felt about it.
Entertain a motion to strike. But I think the general gist of he remembers enough of that conversation that some of it's going to come in.
So it's coming in.
The 3 parts that I have indicated. Because it came up, I'd rather get out in front of this issue than being in the
That's why they did the voir
backside of it.
dire.
Is the Commonwealth intending to bring up during his examination the Puerto Rico conversation?
No, Your Honor, that is the first.
It's
I
too
heard
far
of it.
in time.
I wouldn't do that.
All right. And then the other
I mean, I would love to have a
information-
conversation about Puerto Rico. Puerto
that
Rico's lovely,
he-
but the Puerto Rico conversation's too far in time. The reason they did the voir dire, just for those of you just popping in, outside the presence of the jury, is to explore areas that may or may not be legally proper to get into, may not fall within a hearsay exception. And the witness is allowed to testify. All of you saying hi from Puerto Rico in the chat. Hello, glorious Puerto Ricanos. My brain has just run a different direction to talk about Puerto Rico. Emily, tell Puerto Rico stories later. My brain is fighting with me, but ADHD. The point is that the witness can talk about what Anna Walshe told him close in time to go to her state of mind, the stresses that she was under. But he cannot say, Anna Walshe said to me, I'll see you Thursday, and I interpreted that to mean she was leaving her husband. He can't testify about vibes. Vibes, Your Honor, vibes. He can't testify about vibes. He can testify about what was said. He is going to testify. They are going to get into that area of conversation because he was with them. And he's going to get into more of it. But what did Anna tell him on the phone on the 29th versus what they talked about when he was at their home on the 31st? And I think the prosecution should probably just give the transcript to Mr. Mutlu from his grand jury and let him review it.
Provided, I guess, to the Commonwealth yesterday.
All right, we're moving into a different area. The court's looking at something, but we're moving into a different area. For those of you that are like, Emily, Puerto Rico, I played water polo in college. A number of members from our water polo team were from Puerto Rico. And then a bunch of us were from Southern California. We all went to UMass Amherst. So when it came to being a full like fish out of water in Massachusetts winter, it was the Californians, the Puerto Ricans, in an alliance of also the strangest hybrided Spanish that you have ever seen, and not having any idea how to deal with the snow. We also had a team member from Guam. We had no idea. We were all just like, what? And then team members from Michigan who were like, ha, 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 I laugh at you. And the rest of us going, where do you buy a jacket?
All right.
Those are stories
And
for
then
later.
the other information that he provided, I guess, to the Commonwealth yesterday. That Anna said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fastow. I assume the defendant isn't objecting to that.
We're not, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else we need to cross?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
What time is it? Oh, they're already here. Great. We can bring them in and then we'll get to it.
What time is it?
Have that
Showtime, showtime.
talk to the witness.
Me. I'm just going to stay on the bench and take some notes.
It's Massachusetts. The Massachusetts
that.
Minutemen are the UMass Amherst mascot.
Step out for a moment as well.
You may.
Thank you.
This judge is a delight. It's really nice to see a court running smoothly and in just a fairly normal course of business. Okay, we are going to zoom and catch back up. The defense is working. The prosecution is working. And I am going, Jules is like, why would they call them the Minutemen? Because Massachusetts. But while we are working, I saw a number of you in the comments yesterday thank us for the fact that we are incredibly restrained on especially our trial coverage when it comes to inserting mid-roll ads so that when you guys are listening in the background, you're not constantly fumbling for a device to fast forward them. And the reason we can do that is because we have a bunch of great sponsors. Also, we know that we don't want to have to, I don't love having to change my language to accommodate the internet when we are talking about cases. I would rather be able to talk about it the way we can talk about it in court, and then also the way that we would talk about it in our brains or with our friends. And our sponsors let us do that. So while I am zooming us to our jury coming in and our hear ye's, we're going to take a moment to thank our sponsor. And I fear that in a lot of the cases we cover, we have to restrain ourselves from trying to guess about what happens. But in June's Journey, you can solve the mysteries all you want. All you want. So, thank you to today's sponsor, June's Journey. Leonard, sometimes the cases we cover here are really heavy, and I always say we have to wait and see what happens in court. It's not up to us to solve it. Well, that's what I love about today's sponsor, June's Journey, is now it is up to us to solve it. June's Journey lets you lean into all of your detective tendencies with a really fun casual mobile game where not only are you trying to decorate your property, which is very fun, but you also get to solve the crime. And within that hidden mystery game, June's Journey is set in the 1920s with a diverse cast of characters, and each new scene takes you further through the thrilling mystery story that sets June Parker in a quest to solve the murder of her sister and uncover her family's many secrets. But also there are special in-game events and special limited in-game rewards. So whether you want to decorate your island or you just want to test yourself against the clock in this hidden object game, it's time to check out June's Journey. I know tons of you are already playing June's Journey because I see you in the chat telling me that's what you're doing while we're streaming trial. But if you haven't checked it out yet, now's the time to download June's Journey for free from the link in the description, or just scan the QR code. It's available on iOS and Android mobile devices and on PC. Again, thank you to June's Journey for sponsoring this stream. Let's get back to it. And I love when you guys are playing mobile games while you're listening, because that's exactly what you should be doing when you are listening. It is exactly what you should be doing. You guys are better at me than June's Journey. And I will say there are times when I am just like, I have to find the little object, but then I have to take off the reading glasses and like zoom in. Blech. The Great Alpaca, does the game cost something? No, it does not. It does not cost anything. Your time. You must invest time into playing. That is what the cost is, your time. But no, it does not. All right. Let's see if we can get right to the hear ye's. Don't worry, we'll fly to Massachusetts soon. The jury is coming in, and what we have learned about this particular bailiff is once the jury is in, then we get the announcements. Wait, Emily, you had it muted. Fail, Emily, fail. I had it queued up to the right place, but still on mute. You guys, every day. It's every day. It really just... All right, let's get to the hear ye's. To the hear ye's.
Harry. All persons have anything to do with the Honorable Judge Frenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, leave attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth. May be seated.
That was the most want hear ye's I have ever heard. Hear ye, all those appearing before the Honorable Judge Frenier in the County of Norfolk Court of Dedham, draw near and ye shall be heard. Court is now in session. That was a new bailiff. They didn't give him the whole script. That was not the hear ye's I'm used to. That was not the hear ye's. Daniel, good to see you in the chat, friend.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, welcome back to the courtroom. We'll start today, as we do every day.
They're going to have to give
Conversation about
him the transcript. I've sped the court up while we're doing
My
this.
order that you not do any research about this case.
I appreciate that the court waited for the sirens to be gone. I know they were new hear ye's. The bailiff does not know how much the internet waits for the hear ye's.
Social media or go on any news media.
There was a judge that I worked with, one of my favorites, and I don't say that just to get my way. It's because this judge was truly one of my favorites.
4 questions for the record.
And he did not have everybody has a gavel, but he didn't use a gavel or gong. He had a chime. So very much like a yoga chime, but he had a chime to call court to order, and it was just so zen. I just adore him.
Call Jim Mutlu.
All right. Megalina, will you just message all of our friends in the Law Nerd app and let them know that Mr. Mutlu is taking the stand, which is great. Nishay, I definitely know a lot of you do arts and crafts while listening, and I love it. I love seeing your art.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you give?
Oh.
Hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but.
Boston girl. Oh. Sorry, chat. I have been aware of UMass Amherst for so long. My brain didn't even go to 13 with the with the Minutemen. That makes sense. And yes, scrambled eggs, it was the judge in the Durst case, Judge Wyndham. I love Judge Wyndham. Just a fantastic jurist and a good human.
This way, sir.
I'm going to try to,
And just watch your step.
I believe I put this back at normal speed. It doesn't sound normal. I'm going to try to increase the volume just a little bit
Keep your voice up when you speak. Thank you.
because it's already gotten hard to hear this morning.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
Sure. It's CEM, last name MUTLU. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And could you tell us your name, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
Sir, what do you do for work?
I'm a realtor,
How long have you been a realtor?
about 25 years.
And what geographic area do you sell?
Boston, suburbs, and eastern Massachusetts.
Commercial or residential?
Residential.
And sir, are you familiar with Brian Walsh?
I am.
Can you tell us how you're familiar with Brian Walsh?
We met at a leadership program back in 2020.
Can you tell us the name of the leadership program?
Boston Breakthrough Academy.
And so how long did the program go on for?
It was the length of a semester, practically. Started at the beginning of the year and ended about the summer.
And so you met Mr. Walsh at this leadership program. What was your relationship with him during this program?
In the program, there was a buddy system. Everyone partnered with someone, and Brian asked to be my partner. And
Oh, sir, I'm sorry. I mean, I would have asked to be this man's partner too. He's a full fucking vibe, but oof.
that's how we got to know each other.
And so did you maintain a relationship with him after the leadership program?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Brian's wife, Anna Walsh?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with Anna?
I met her through Brian. She came to one of the graduations, and then I was introduced and knew about her interest in real estate. We had a mutual friend, so it was inevitable that we would meet.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can pull that microphone closer to you. I think that'll help out.
Sure.
Okay, much better, sir. So, sir, did Anna Walsh ever work for you?
Yes, she did.
When did you hire Anna Walsh to start working for you?
It was the summer of 2020.
And what was her role for you?
She was our director of operations for my team.
And your team, how large was your team at this point in time?
When she started, there were a few of us, but eventually we had 3 operators and I believe 5 or 6 agents and part-time marketing directors, et cetera.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
We became very close as friends.
And when did she stop working for you?
It was the spring of 2022.
Why did she stop working for you?
In the fall of 2021, she told me that she was offered a stellar job opportunity in DC. And she asked for my blessings for it.
Now, sir, when the two of you work together, how often would the two of you communicate?
Practically every day, multiple times a day.
Oh, sir.
And after
He
she
is trying
stopped working for
so
you, how
hard.
often would you communicate?
Not as frequently.
What was your relationship like with her family?
I'm trying to, sir. My eyes are going to be puffy. I appreciate
Brian
you trying
and
not
her
to cry,
children?
but I'm
Yes, sir.
totally going to cry.
I saw them as my own.
Now, did you ever have, or your team is probably the better way to put this, did your
I talked over them talking about the Walsh children. And no, chat, he was not. Some of you asked if he was yawning. He was not yawning. He is trying to regulate so he does not just start bawling on the stand, which is very hard to do.
Brian and her children.
Yes, sir.
I saw them as my own.
Now, did you ever have, or your team is probably the better way to put this, did your team ever have the opportunity to sell any properties for Anna Walsh?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us what properties your team sold for Anna Walsh?
We sold a property in Marblehead where they were living when I met them. And then we moved them to a property in Cohasset, and then we sold that property as well. for them.
Were there
I wonder
any
if that-
investment properties that your team was?
I wonder if some of those sales, because Brian Walsh's mother rented the house they were living at in Cohasset. I wonder if some of those, or that most recent sale, was to deal with legal fees, which would be common to deal with Brian Walsh's defense fees, or if it was because she was moving to DC, or a combination of the two.
Able to sell for Anna Walsh?
Yes,
Where was that property?
in Revere.
And do you remember when that sale occurred?
Well, that sale would have closed on December 29th or just a day or so before, because I called her on the 29th, a couple days before New Year's, to congratulate her.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about December 29th now, sir.
Yes.
When you called
Revere-
her, how long do you think that call was?
It was about
Like
40,
Paul-
45 minutes.
I'm guessing.
And why did you call her?
I called to congratulate her on the closing. And I had found out that she was
Excuse me, Brian Walsh. It's not giving, everything was great financially when you are selling off your real estate, I'm imagining, to deal with the legal fees. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do. But him saying everything's great, never been better, isn't tracking with selling their real estate portfolio. It tracks a lot more with we are trying to stay afloat with all of this.
going to
It's definitely not giving
reinvest that property,
time to buy a Porsche.
And when you say reinvest that property,
rather reinvest the proceeds from the sale of the property.
and sir, are you familiar with what's called a 1031 exchange?
I am,
Could you just tell us what a 1031 exchange is?
sure. It's a federal
I love that the DA has given him a minute to switch into work mode. I wonder if it was strategic. I would do this strategically with witnesses that were going to have emotional testimony. I would try to leave the most difficult parts of the testimony for the end so that they had time to get out everything else they needed to say before the hardest parts. And switching into work mode might help break up some of the emotional tension for him. And I think it's very conscientious if the prosecutor chose to do that. If not, it's very good luck.
I am,
Could you just tell us what a 1031 exchange is?
sure. It's a federal like-kind tax-deferred exchange program where after a specific closing, a buyer,
I'm going to interrupt you because of the noise outside.
sure,
And then once that passes,
of course,
it's kind of tough to compete with that.
of course.
I mean, the
All
sirens
right,
are fucking
now,
loud.
sir, I think that's passed. You said that there's a certain period of time for this exchange. Can you tell us again?
Correct. Typically, buyers have 45 days to declare 1, 2, or 3 properties. It has to be of equal or greater value, and they would have 6 months, 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of those properties to equal again or be greater than the value of the proceeds of the sale.
And so your understanding at this point in time was that Anna Walsh was going to use these funds for a 1031 exchange.
That's correct. I was happy for her that she would actually reinvest and that her, that she would grow financially.
Now, during this conversation, what plans were made for New Year's Eve?
She specifically told me, she said, I know you. You're not going to go anywhere for New Year's Eve. You're just going to stay at home.
I mean, fair.
Please come and spend New Year's with us.
Did you agree to?
I did.
Now, during the conversation, what did she tell you? What did she, well, let me ask you this. When you had this conversation, did she have any problems?
Yes.
What did she tell you about these problems?
She had,
So let me, jurors, give you a little midstream instruction with regard to.
It's fair for the court to break up the instruction now because the jury is going to be getting hearsay, but the hearsay is within an exception. and the court is going to remind them of the hearsay exception before he starts to talk about what his conversations with Anna were. Because yes, his conversations with Anna are hearsay. Hearsay is any, out of court statement. There are many exceptions to how hearsay comes in. The state of mind of the victim is one of them. We'll see this again in the Corey Richins case because we're going to see some text messages, I think, in that case, with the victim telling things to his friends that are part state of mind and part spontaneous utterances or spontaneous statements. So we'll talk more about it. But with hearsay, there are many ways something can come in. But just because Anna is the victim here does not itself mean there's a hearsay exception. But she does fall within unavailable witness. So for everyone studying, there we go. So the court's going to read them an instruction.
The expected testimony. I expect now that Mr. Mutlu is going to provide some testimony regarding statements that were made by Anna Walsh during this conversation on December 29, 2022. The statements made by Anna Walsh are being admitted only for the limited purpose of establishing her state of mind, cannot be considered as proof of the criminal acts charged. You may proceed.
Thank you. So, sir, what did she tell you as far as problems she was having in this conversation on December 29th?
While I don't remember the specific words that were spoken after 3 years,
Yes, sir.
I will tell you that she did say that at the
To the
time
prosecutor.
that they were having marital problems.
Objection, Your Honor. Characterization.
All right. I'll strike the characterization. Why don't you approach it a different way?
I will. What did she tell you as far as traveling back and forth?
That it was taking a toll on her, that she wasn't, that obviously as a mother, not seeing her children.
Your Honor, objection. Move to strike. May we be seen at sidebar?
You may be.
Ah! All right. I thought we were going to roll along a little bit smoother than this. I was incorrect. I'm going to zoom. This witness is sitting on the stand, not looking at Brian Walsh, trying to compose himself. He is allowed to testify to what was said to him. They are at sidebar talking about exactly what they talked about at the voir dire. To be fair, it does appear that Brian Walsh is also not staring down Mr. Mutlu, which a lot of defendants will just stare at the witnesses in a deeply uncomfortable way. I do appreciate that, at least from what we can see now, that Brian Walsh is not looking at him. I also think that that probably has to go to the fact that Brian Walsh does not want to see what Jem is thinking of him at the moment.
What did she say about
Probably more about himself than it is about compassion for this witness.
Sir? What did she say about not seeing the children?
That's what he
That
just
it was
asked.
difficult for her.
And what did she say about Brian Walsh not being able to leave Massachusetts?
Again, I don't recall specifically the words that were spoken.
Okay.
I do not recall.
Yes, chat, all of you are quite astute, and you are saying, but Emily, why can't, at this point when he said, I don't recall, why can't the prosecutor say, did you give a previous statement in this case closer in time? Would it refresh your recollection if you reviewed that statement that you gave closer in time? Yes, they could. I don't know why they're not. We'll see if they do at some point. I don't know.
Recall exactly every single word that was spoken during that conversation.
Understood. It's been 3 years, sir.
It has.
Okay.
I did give Detective Harrison.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
All right, we'll strike that last portion.
It's okay. And
We'll have
sir,
another
again,
question.
Sure.
The man would like to see what he said to law enforcement. Just give him the report and let him refresh his recollection. Also, the jury is going to know that he gave a statement to law enforcement. Do you think this jury's sitting here after 8 days going, "Oh, I wonder if police actually interviewed him"? He was with them that night. Of course, police interviewed him. But there was no question pending, and him giving a statement to police is why the defense objected. But remember, with the defense in this case, you can always tell what's important to them. It's real clear what's important to them. They're going to Streisand affect this witness if they're not careful.
Thank you.
I understand.
Now, sir, moving past December 29th. Okay.
Why are you moving on, counsel?
When was the next time you got to see Anna Walsh?
On December
They talked for like an hour on the 29th. Let's not move on.
31st,
Where did you get to see Anna Walsh?
at their rental house in Cohasset.
Okay. So that night when you went to the rental house, did you bring anything with you?
I did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought
Bottle of champagne?
fruit and chocolate for the children, and yeah,
And about what time do you think you got to their home that night?
about 8:30.
Was anyone with you when you went to the home?
Yes. I mean, not with me, no. There were people in the home.
Well, we're going to get to that. So, but with you, there was no one else with you in your car.
There was
anyway.
no one else with me, no.
Counsel, Jem is frustrated with you. So we are frustrated with you. Like we are Jem at this moment. So counsel, don't try to joke with, we'll get to that. The man is distressed. You are not helping. Now's not the time to be like, we'll get to that. Do not let this witness be distressed. Stop it.
Okay. And so tell us what happened when you got there at the Walsh house.
Anna came running out of the house to greet me. Yeah, that's what happened.
And when she greeted you, where'd you go, sir?
Excuse me.
Where did you go? When she greeted you, where were you when she greeted you?
I was still pulling up into the driveway. She came running out of the house with no coat on. It was freezing.
And what happened when she greeted you?
What is it?
What happened when she greeted you? What did she do?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
What
hear.
did she do, sir?
What did she
Then
do?
what happened? That's all.
Well,
Then
I
what
opened the
happened?
door. We hugged each other, and then she ushered me in.
Now, when you got inside, who was home?
Brian was there.
And where were the
I will just note, look at how normal it is to note when somebody's not wearing a coat in the cold January. That's what one would expect. One would expect the notation of she did not have a coat and it was freezing out. You would think that that would be something that would be noted. So
children at this point in time?
I was told they were sleeping.
And so when you got inside, where did the three of you kind of socialize or congregate?
Sure. It was in the kitchen countertops. There was a large island.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3? Sir, can you see that screen?
I felt that, sir.
Showing, for the record,
Yes.
Exhibit 3 is on the screen. You were nodding your head. Can you see it?
I can see it.
Is that where the three of you socialized that night?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, what was Anna Walsh's demeanor that night when you were in their kitchen?
Festive. Very
What-
happy to see me. And yeah,
And I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
that's it.
What was Brian Walsh's demeanor like while the three of you were together?
He seemed fine. He seemed happy.
And so when we were looking at Exhibit 3, where were you seated as far as being around in the kitchen?
We were
My Kleenex
Anna
is
and
at
I
the
were
other
seated
side.
on the stools
Okay.
at the kitchen. And Brian was on the other side preparing the meal.
He was
and
making
serving
dinner.
us drinks and food.
Okay. Now, that night, did anyone join the three of you?
Yes,
Who joined the three of you?
their oldest son.
And
Yeah.
what happened when he joined the three of you?
Oh, sir.
He ran to me.
It's such a stark difference from what we saw in any of Brian Walsh's interviews or videos. The contrast could not be more stark between how Jem is experiencing this event vis-a-vis how Brian Walsh experienced this event. And if you see me reaching, it's not because I'm stretching like the defense, it's because my Kleenex are on the other fucking side of my desk.
And he said, Jem, I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you. And he hugged me.
Now,
Yeah, my heart
did you
breaks for
take
those
any
kids,
photos
too.
with the oldest child that night?
Yes, Anna took a photo.
And that night, Anna took the photo. What did she use to take the photo?
Her phone.
I believe it was her cell phone that she used.
And so that night with her cell phone, could you see her doing anything with her cell phone?
She was texting folks.
And do you know who she was texting?
Well, I do know that she had either received a text message or was texting back with Abdullah. And I believe she said, let's take a photo for Will and send it to Will Fastow. And I believe she was texting with Emily, and it would have been maybe a bunch of other friends, yeah, who were texting her. It was New Year's Eve. A lot of messages back and forth.
How long was their oldest child with you that night?
I'm going to say a half hour, maybe a little more.
And that night, what did the three of you have to drink?
Mostly wine and champagne. I don't recall having had
Champs.
hard liquor.
And did you do anything with the champagne box that night?
Yes,
What did the three of you do with the champagne box?
we all signed it.
Your Honor, we have previously marked as exhibits.
Oh, gosh.
257, 258,
That's going to make him sad.
pictures of the champagne box. Almost the same colors.
You may.
Thank you for the joke, Kay Davis. Kay Davis said, but was
So
it
the previously
2003
marked
Dom Perignon?
Exhibits 257, 58, and 59 are identified
lightening
for
the
the record
mood.
now as three photos. 257
It was
is the
not.
side of the
Not a
bottle that
2003
Anna
Dom
Walsh
Perignon.
signed. 258 is the side of the box that Brian Walsh signed. 259 is the side of the box that Mr. Mutlu signed. You may proceed.
For all of you in the chat that are asking, Emily 2003 Dom Perignon, Real Housewives of Salt Lake. It's a Real Housewives of Salt Lake City reference.
File number SLD 7221, which has now been marked as exhibit 257. Mr. Mutlu, is this the box the three of you signed?
Yes.
And
This is closer up than I think we've seen the box. And I'm going to see if they zoom in a little more and then I'll read this.
are you able to read the right?
I can read the writing. It says, wow, 2022, ellipses. What a year. And yet we are still here and together. Let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are, the authors of our lives. I think it says courage, love, passionate, I think compassion and joy. Love, Anna.
On the box in Exhibit 257.
Yes,
Could you read it out loud for us, sir?
sure. Wow.
Oh, perseverance, not
2022,
compassion.
what a year. And yet we are still here and together. Let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our lives. Courage, love, perseverance, compassion, and joy. Love, Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could we now have Exhibit 258, which is file number 7222?
He's reading the box because he witnessed Anna writing on the box. Also, there are so few times in any homicide trial that the words of the victim are actually in court. So the DA is trying to let that be heard because this is what was happening on New Year's Eve while he was there. Even though it's heartbreaking.
Sir, does this look like the side that Brian signed?
Yes,
Could you read in this portion if it's possible?
yes. Jem, Anna, Brian, New Year's Eve 2023, to the best triumvirate ever. Love, Brian, and then the date.
Brian really liked the word
31st,
triumvirate.
2022.
And finally, Ms. Gilman, could we have file number 7224, which has now been admitted as Exhibit 259? Sir, do you recognize this side of the box?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
And can you read what you wrote on the box?
Yes. No place I'd rather be but here, New Year's Eve 2022. Jen.
That night, did the oldest child give you anything?
Yes, he did.
What did he give you?
He gave me a necklace.
Now,
That was me. That's just
that night,
heartbreaking.
did you see any injuries on Anna?
No,
Did you have any concerns about her health?
physical health?
Yes.
No.
And that night, do you remember what Brian Walsh told you he had for income that year in 2022?
Yes. The gist of it was that he had, it was $50,000 or $60,000 that I remember.
And that night, did he tell you about Anna's compensation that she now had at Tishman Speyer?
Yes, and I believe he said that it was $240,000 plus with bonus, it would add up to roughly $300,000.
What problems did you see between the two of them that night?
None. Nothing that was visible. It was a festive night.
And that night, what did Mr. Walsh tell you about his cell phone?
At some point, he said that he had misplaced his phone, and I remember this vividly, that he said that it actually felt refreshing to be away from the phone for a little while.
Did he tell you what time he normally goes to bed?
Yes, because I asked him, because it was getting late and I didn't want to overstay my welcome. And I believe he said around 9:30 because they were waking up early for the kids.
And so after hearing this, what did you decide to do?
I said, I better go.
About what time was it when you left the home that night?
I'm going to say it was probably around 1:30. And I don't
helpful
recall with
timeline.
precision, but it was probably around that time.
And now, when you left, did you go right home?
No, I actually stopped at a big shopping mall nearby because I wanted to pick the music home, and I did not want to be driving and picking the music home that night. So I stopped there. And
Sir,
it was,
you're a
there
very
was-
mindful
to my
driver based on
recollection, there was
everything else
nobody
we've seen.
there. Lots of lights around. Yeah.
Before you left that evening, was there any conversation about a work emergency for Anna?
No,
Now, when was it the next time?
I also love setting the mood in the car. Sometimes you just need the right music. I feel you, sir. I'm still not sure what I think about Brian Walsh's missing phone.
You
Truly.
tried to contact Brian or Anna?
it was the following day.
And how'd you try to contact them?
I sent them a text message.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what's been marked as Exhibit 166?
He is trying so hard to stay together to testify.
Sir, showing you what's been marked as 166, do you see the blue bubble where it says, "I love my necklace"?
I do.
Was that your text
has more
to Brian
context.
Walsh?
Yes, I believe I had sent it to both of them, both Brian and Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll all the way up to the top of that document?
Yeah.
So, sir, you see where it says participants?
Yeah.
And so do you believe you sent it to those two,
Yes.
those two other people?
To both Brian and Anna, yes.
And Ms. Gilman,
We've
could you
seen
scroll
these
down
come
to
in.
the top of page 2?
To evidence before, but this helps give context.
Now, I'm sorry, can you scroll down to the top of page 3? There we are. Sir, showing you the top of page 3 from Exhibit 166, there's a green bubble. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see it says, "Thomas just found my phone"?
I do.
Before January 2nd, had you had any conversations or with Brian Walsh via cell phone?
Before January
Second?
2nd,
Yes.
any conversations?
Calls.
No.
And if we could close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Now, when is the next time you spoke to Brian Walsh on the phone?
It was a Wednesday morning.
And what happened Wednesday morning?
It was mid-morning. I remember being on the beach in Nahant and taking a walk, and I received a call from Brian, and he said, "Have you heard from Anna?"
What did you say?
And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, Anna's been missing." And I said, "How could she be missing?" And he said that she left that morning after I had left. She left a few hours later. I think he said around 6:30, that she got in an Uber and left.
And did he say why she left?
Yes, he said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said,
A number of you in the chat asked when this call was. He simply said Wednesday after New Year's. So a few days after New Year's. Obi and Vader said, are we going to get Uber records? We already did. Uber has already testified there are no records of any Uber ride. So some of you were saying this Wednesday was the 4th. So this seems to be leading up to Brian preparing to call her work. It seems like on the 4th, we saw video of Brian Walsh. This was a rude pause. I'm sorry, sir.
Incredulous.
We saw, I want to hear his testimony smoothly, but we saw a video of Brian Walsh at Home Goods on the 4th, early, leading up to Brian making all of these calls, then telling people that Anna was missing.
She had a work emergency.
Now,
So it
hearing
tracks
this,
that
did
this is
you
on the 4th.
ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I was incredulous. I said, what
What the
work
fuck?
emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
That's an interesting way to respond. That's an interesting way to respond, Brian. Huh.
It was commercial property. What could it be?
I'm backing
I said,
that up. I wanted to
listen,
hear again.
Did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response
course.
was, no, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock. So, I said, you've got to call the police, and we've got to alert everybody. We've got to let our community know, and we got to find her.
Now, what was his tone or like in this conversation? His demeanor?
Did we ever hear Brian Walsh say, we've got to find her? Tell everyone? Your wife is missing. You call one of her close friends and say she's missing. And he says, work emergency doesn't track. Did you guys have a fight? Did it look like we had a fight? You were there. Or was it, did it look like we had a fight? I mean, you were there. Did it look like we were fighting? Are you going to tell the police that we were fighting? Did it look like we were fighting? Okay.
I remember the tone to be way more even keeled or way more toned down for somebody who's
Move to strike.
All right, not a characterization, but what do you remember of his tone?
That's what he said. Even keeled, toned down, calm.
his tone was not panicked.
Now, after that call, how often were you speaking to him over the phone the next few days?
We would have spoken a few times. We actually had some group calls with the community, a lot of friends from the leadership program that we had gotten to know well and love.
And
Yeah.
sir, did you have any text conversations with him as well?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, sir, since you left the home on New Year's Day of 2023, have you seen Anna Walsh?
No,
Have you heard from her?
no.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And we're on to cross-examination. Oh, sir, you have done a very conscientious job with a very, very difficult testimony. And into cross-examination. I imagine what we'll see from this cross is a lot of, you saw Brian with the kids. He was great with the kids, right? You didn't see Brian and Anna fighting. A lot about Brian, as I imagine what is going to be asked. But we'll see.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the Boston Breakthrough Academy you've spoken about.
Sure.
You said that it was a semester, like about a semester long.
Mhm.
And this Breakthrough Academy, was this for professionals? Was it for anyone?
It was for anyone. It was the premise was to become better human beings and improve on emotional intelligence. And so it was set up in 3 parts: discovery, breakthrough, and leadership. And leadership was by invitation.
Okay. And you had taken this, I think, did you start in January of 2020?
Yeah,
And Mr. Walsh was in the group with you.
that's correct.
And Anna Walsh had taken this very same program the semester before.
The semester before, correct.
You told us that during this program, Mr. Walsh was your buddy.
That's correct.
And when you say buddy, is this something that the program kind of establishes where they match you up?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had told you that Mr. Walsh sought you out.
That's correct.
And he sought you out because his wife was like, hey, this guy, Jem, this is who you should buddy with.
Objection.
It's hearsay. He said he met Anna
I
through
was just saying
Brian.
that when Mr. Walsh came up to you that day, it was because Anna said, hey, Jem, go, I want you to buddy with Jem.
That's what she told me afterwards.
Oh,
And
so
at
you
that
knew her
point,
first.
You hadn't met Mr. Walsh before.
Oh, I had. We were in the same program. We were in the same class.
Oh,
The buddy system is introduced during the class after maybe hours or days or thereabouts. I can't remember exactly when it was introduced, but we had interactions. People spoke at times, and yeah,
Okay.
we were in the same room.
okay. Let me take a step back. You hadn't met his wife at that point.
I had not met Anna at that time. No,
And when you were in this group in January of 2020, you had been in
Then
real
she couldn't
estate
have
for quite
said,
some time.
that's
Go
correct.
buddy
And
with
you
Brian.
told us that that's something that Anna was interested in.
I found out later that she was, yes.
And Mr. Walsh also was interested in investing property.
I think Mr. Walsh is interested in money.
We talked about investments mostly with Anna.
Okay, when you said we, you meant Mr. Walsh. and yourself.
Anna and I talked about investments mostly with her. She mostly about property investments came from her rather than from Brian.
And she was the one that told Brian to buddy up with you, a realtor, at this program.
That's correct, but that wasn't related to investments.
Okay.
Yeah.
You told us a little bit already, but at some point you did meet Anna.
I did.
And you met Anna through Mr. Walsh from being in that group with him.
That's correct.
Okay. And your experience with Brian in the group was that you became friends with him during that
That's
process.
correct.
And this is someone that you respected as a colleague.
Did.
A colleague?
Mhm.
In what manner? Brian was not a colleague of mine.
Well, you became
He was a
friends with him.
peer.
That's correct.
And during this program, to you, he was an impactful person.
During the program,
Counsel, your client has certainly had an impact. I don't know if these are the questions that you want to be asking this particular witness, because the deep sorrow and grief is going to turn into something else if you push too hard. And I think the jury is going to be on his side and not yours. Because yesterday, they watched this man walking around using Anna Walsh's return credits at TJ Maxx and Marshall's to buy new bath mats and towels at Home Goods after they heard a lot of evidence about how everything that was recovered from the trash was absolutely soaked in her blood. So he was replacing the things that were drenched in her blood using her own return credits at Home Goods. And you're going to sit here and ask this man if Brian Walshe is impactful? Counsel, yesterday they heard about her blood being on the hatchet and the hacksaw. Today is not the day for impactful. And trying to talk about what a pillar of the community Brian Walshe was isn't going to get very far. But I would love to see her do that because I think it's going to backfire spectacularly. So go for it, counsel.
And thereafter?
Let us
Yes,
watch.
absolutely.
And when you say impactful person,
Rage is more fun than grief anyway, counsel. Let's go. Just bring the rage.
He was not a colleague of mine.
well, you became friends with him.
That's correct.
And during this program, to you, he was an impactful person.
During the program and thereafter? Yes, absolutely.
And when you say impactful person, can you tell us what you mean by that?
You asked. What do you
well,
mean?
First of all, we got very close during the program. I got to meet his family and Anna, the children. And
He's a fraud guy, counsel. What do we know about fraud guys? Without reaching for the DSM, they are charismatic, even when it is not factually correct.
and we got close. We were very good friends. We became very good friends.
Okay. I guess what I don't understand is when you say someone's impactful, does that mean they're
Your words.
a powerful person, a loving person?
They were your words, counsel. He was an impactful person. Sure. Well, what do you mean by that? I'm just answering your fucking question, ma'am. What do you mean by that? He sure has had an impact. Look at the ripples of grief. But this witness can't say that.
That they look out for you.
Jackson.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Yeah, counsel, you're putting words in his mouth. And if I was the prosecutor, I appreciate the objection. If I was a prosecutor, I would sit back and be like, open that door. Open that door. Go ahead. Go for it, counsel. Walk right into it. But it's starting to get into character evidence of the defendant. So, starting to get into character evidence of the defendant. I don't know what the defendant thinks he's reading at the table, but not looking at this witness is also going to be noticed by the jury.
I just want to return to your impressions of Mr. Walshe when you got to know him through
So into character, yes? This redirect better be fire.
that leadership program. You had told us that he became a good friend.
That's correct.
And then can you tell us more about your experience with him in that program where you had described him as an impactful person?
Sure. It was clear that he was making an effort to show up, and it was the time of COVID, and we all had to pick, collectively, we had to pick as part of the program, a community service project, and Brian pushed hard for us to select everyone chipped in and made a case for different organizations, and this was a nonprofit organization out of Brookline called Loving Spoonfuls. And we ended up raising, well, about, I think, $80,000, and Brian somehow also was able to, I believe, match those funds. So it ended up becoming $160,000, $170,000 that I recall.
Did he match the funds out of his own money? My snark aside, when law enforcement went to interview Brian Walshe about his wife being missing, he was bragging about his community service work. So,
And we were told that, hundreds of thousands of people were fed as a result. And he was the top fundraiser.
of course he was. He wanted the
At some point,
recognition
you
for
had
being the
told
top
us that you
fundraiser.
did meet Brian's wife, Anna.
Brian
That's
very much
correct.
cares about
Where
how
did
he's
you
perceived.
first meet her?
I recall having seen her at one of the graduations, mini graduations. It was, again, Discovery Breakthrough. I can't recall which one, but I was hearing about her because we had a mutual friend.
And as you got to know her more, I assume that the three of you would have dinners together, meet for drinks. Tell me a little bit about how your relationship with all three of them would progress.
The three of us, meaning Anna, Brian, and myself.
Yes.
Yes, not the three of you, meaning you, Anna, and Will.
Well, initially, again, after Anna started working for me, I remember spending at least one other New Year's with them in those 3 years. So that would have been 2 New Year's spent in 3 years with them. And we've met at their house, Marblehead and Cohasset, and we've socialized in many other ways. But Anna and I spoke practically every day. When she worked for me, she would sometimes come to my house in the South End and bring pastries, and we would strategize and talk. And we also had a team. We would meet with other team members, and sometimes, again, we were very close.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you described, Brian's family as, I think the words you used were you saw them as your own.
I did.
Okay. You had told us just now a time where you were living in the South End.
I was.
And at this time when Anna started working for you, were you married, unmarried?
Unmarried.
And you had told us that Anna, you were
Law nerds, I'm just going to lovingly remind you that we do not dox in the chat. So if you were going to try to find Jim and start sending him marriage proposals, law nerds, I'm just saying, today is not the day. Today is not the day. I don't know why it matters. I'm teasing with you. I'm just being facetious. I don't know why it matters whether he is married or unmarried. But I see a lot of you law nerds, married, unmarried, or otherwise engaged, that are just like me. I got you. I'm here. Also, Jem, the law nerds will all adopt you as family friends. I mean, the ones that aren't going to send you marriage proposals, we'll all just adopt you as family friends. I imagine New Year's Eve is now not as delightful, but yes, I get it. I get it. But yeah, do you see the look on his face?
talking every day, right?
That's correct.
And you were talking at night and on the weekends as well?
As the job required, or as our friendship.
And Anna would
Required.
come to your home and bring food and spend time with you there?
That's correct.
And was that nighttime, weekends, days, whenever it warranted?
Days usually.
And when Anna was working for you, that you just described, he never complained to you about how much time you were spending with his wife?
Brian? No.
He never complained that you were texting her a lot or spending time with her?
No.
He supported her.
The defense is trying to insinuate that Brian was not jealous, that Brian is not the type of person who would see a text message between Anna and Will and murder his wife. That is what they are trying to get to. Brian was all good with Anna's working relationships, and that is not a problem. However, it seems to me that the relationship with Anna and Jem was friendly, and he saw them as his own. And I wonder if he also saw Anna as someone he was mentoring, and I wonder if she felt the same way, which is a very different relationship than her relationship with Will, who we now know that when Will and Anna were out to dinner, Brian's phone randomly called them, and then he was like, oh, it was one of the kids. It is a different type of relationship. Also, what do we know about Brian Walshe? I think there's a lot of things I could say, but I think we well know that Brian Walshe did care about perception and money. And I mean, he told the police every name of every label of every brand she had. It wasn't she had a purse. It was, oh, there was a Prada purse and an Hermes watch. And it was not a duffel bag. It was a Louis Vuitton duffel bag. It was labels and labels and labels and labels. And during a lot of this time, this was her employer. So yeah, I imagine that Brian's going to be like, do what you need to do. It's work.
Career with you.
He did.
He was proud of her.
To my recollection, yes, he was.
Am I correct that you and Anna hit it off quickly? It wasn't a slow burn. You really became instant friends with each other.
Not the
That's correct. She was.
not the slow burn, counsel. Not context, counsel, context. I had to back it up because that's not what we mean.
Am I correct that you and Anna hit it off quickly? It wasn't a slow burn. You really became instant friends with each other.
That's correct.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe counsel did mean to insinuate it that way. Maybe it wasn't just a poor choice. Maybe it was a very intentional choice. I hate it if that's the case.
Am I correct that you and Anna hit it off quickly? It wasn't a slow burn. You really became instant friends with each other.
That's correct. She was very easy to warm up to.
Okay. And part of the reason is that you had similar backgrounds?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you had already started telling us that at some point she started to work for you.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in the summer of 2020?
That's correct.
And the director of operations is basically she became your right hand.
She did.
So a director
Everybody
of
needs
operations might
operations.
be taking care of your social media to arranging. I mean, tell me, I guess, a little bit more. What was she doing for you on a
Ops running social? No. He's already shaking his head no.
regular basis?
There was.
Okay, all of you that are listening in the background, come back and just look at how incredulous this witness is. Ooh, he is in disbelief at the way this is being described. Disbelief.
She became your right hand.
She did.
So a director of operations might be taking care of your social media to arranging. I mean, tell me, I guess, a little bit more. What was she doing for you on a regular basis?
Wow.
Well, there was, I mean, she did everything. She did. A director of operations is truly the right hand of someone who runs a business, and she did everything. She would bring me coffee. She took pride in bringing me coffee. A couple of times she dropped off my dry cleaners, which were tasks that were obviously not necessarily in her job description, but I do remember asking her, is there anything you wouldn't do? She came from hospitality and she took pride. I mean, that's the way she was at our open houses. She would rush to open doors for people. She would give them real glass champagne. She would serve the glass. The way she came out, as I just explained moments ago, the way she came out of the house that night on December 31st to open the door for me. And she was an exceptional employee and friend.
And you,
All I can hear is Dorinda saying, I make it nice. It sounds like, and I appreciate that defense is actually asking some of these questions, though it pisses me off at the same time because you get to hear a bit more about Anna. And I think, this is a rude pause, sir, I'm sorry. I think what we heard from her
She was
conversation at the nail salon is that
an exceptional
Anna enjoyed people. She came from hospitality because she liked being around people and liked to make it nice. And it doesn't surprise me that she found work in a way that suited her. And I think that's lovely to get to hear a little bit about Anna Moore, in addition to all the things we heard much earlier in the trial from those at her workout classes at Bar Method, those that interacted with her at the nail salon.
employee and friend.
and you valued her employee. She was valuable to you as a friend and an employee.
Very much so.
You relied on her.
Absolutely.
She never said no to you. She did what the job required.
That is not true.
Okay, so tell me about a time she
Sometimes
said no
ops
to you or
require saying
disagreed with
no.
you.
Well, we did have a disagreement in the fall of 2021. And there were times that she responded to me a couple of times with what I perceived to be passive aggression. And yeah, I actually reached out to a mutual friend and then another friend in leadership to seek some opinions as to how I could handle this.
And did you end up handling it by suspending her for a period of time that fall of 2021?
I told her that she should take a rest, she should stay at home, and that I would continue to pay her for as long as it took, but that she should take some time off because she was also working exceptionally hard, and that was taking a toll on her. She wanted to prove herself. She's like that. So I remember a client of ours
So
actually.
I'm just going to stop you.
Yes.
I wonder how much the federal case was taking a toll. Also, sir, that sounds a wee bit like burnout, and it says a lot about Jem, to say, I think you need to take a minute. I think you need a minute because you're not you and you just need a minute. The federal case started in 2018. So, yeah, Chem recognized that his friend and employee was in distress, is what it sounds like to me. No wonder his advice to her later on was, you don't have to be so strong. You don't have to just, keep calm and carry on. It's time to ask for help. I will pay you. Take a break. Chem, if you don't have the marriage proposal, your email is going to be flooded with people asking if you need any help.
When you, as you say, suspended or had her take some time off, you still loved her at that point as a friend.
Very much so.
You were still close with her.
Very much so.
It didn't end the personal relationship.
No, not at all. And it
And-
didn't end the professional relationship either.
And during that time, I think you talked about seeking
Humans
counsel.
are complicated.
You actually reached out to Mr. Walsh to talk to him about it specifically.
That's correct.
Because this was, obviously, Anna was important to you professionally
And as a friend, yes.
and
Both.
personally.
Yes, absolutely.
And Brian was a close friend of yours,
That is correct.
and you wanted to talk to him and get counsel about how to best move past this.
Yes, we did. We met in the North End. We had a meal and talked about it.
At some point in November of 2021, just about 2 months after the incident you just described, Anna told you that she was thinking about taking a job somewhere else.
That's correct.
And your first response was that you were disappointed.
Yes,
You were sad about this.
I was.
Of course.
Because in your mind, you guys were really going to partner up and continue to grow together.
Was the idea, yes.
And because you were upset and sad, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh actually had you over to their home to talk about this further,
That is correct.
to let you know that they cared about you and loved you,
That's correct.
and that this is what was best for Anna
That's correct.
and what was best for the family.
That's correct.
And
Right.
during this conversation,
Because at that time, they were drowning in legal bills and selling off properties. Yeah, it seems to me that her taking a job that paid substantially more was truly just business. Because sometimes, no matter how much I'm sure Anna wanted to keep working for him, I imagine that he was not in a position to pay as much as a massive company. I'm sure that was sad for him.
when Anna was telling, or they were both telling you about her new job, and you were sad about it, Brian said to you, buddy, you got to support her, right?
The prosecution could object because the defense is introducing statements of their own client. They don't seem to be. I'm interested to see where they go with redirect, but they could.
I do remember that. Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the job that she ended up taking. Am I correct that it was at Tishman Spire in Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And this was a big job.
That's correct.
I think you already told us how much she was making, but this was a big salary job, a big step for her.
That's correct.
And this was an opportunity for her, a growth.
Oh, a lot of you are asking what Brian said. I'll back up. I'll back up. I think he was telling Brian, you've got to support her.
Best for Anna
That's correct.
and what was best for the family.
That's correct.
And during this conversation, when Anna was telling, or they were both telling you about her new job, and you were sad about it, Brian said to you, buddy, you got to support her, right?
Brian said to you, buddy, you've got to support her. That's what the defense said.
I do remember that. Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the job that she ended up taking. Am I correct that it was at Tishman Spire in Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And this was a big job.
That's correct.
I think you already told us how much she was making, but this was a big salary job, a big step for her.
That's correct.
And this was an opportunity for her, a growth opportunity.
Yes.
And that is something that you and her had talked about, growth and opportunity, right?
That's correct.
It was something important to you,
Absolutely.
and it was something important to Anna.
Absolutely.
And through your time in becoming friends with Mr. Walsh, it was important to him as well.
That's correct.
And they had small children.
That's correct.
And part of this transition was the family eventually moving to Washington, D.C.
That was the idea.
And this transition was not only for Anna's job, but Mr. Walsh's uncle was also moving to the DC, Virginia area
What?
at the time. So there'd be more
Objection.
family down there.
What?
That's what I was told. And that his mother would also move.
So his mother, again, you just said it was also interested in moving to that area.
Yeah.
And Anna was going to go down first, and the plan was obviously to start establishing
Hearsay.
not just professional contacts, but personal contacts,
That's correct.
because they were going to bring their boys down there.
That's correct.
And you had told us that Anna was also interested in investing in real estate.
That's correct.
I'm not surprised for 1 second that Brian Walsh's mom was going to move to DC with them. Not at all.
And at this point, am I correct that it is the fall into the winter, fall of 2021, winter of 2022?
That's right.
Okay. And at this point, you had learned that Mr. Walsh had a pending federal case going on.
Oh,
I had. Yes.
And I want to talk to you just a little bit about your experience with the the federal case, okay?
Okay.
Because you had become close to both Mr. and Mrs. Walsh, you actually attended one or two of the hearings.
Did.
And you went to support Brian,
I did.
and you went also to support Anna,
That's correct.
because this was difficult for both of them.
It was.
And Mr. Walsh's mother was there,
That's correct.
and I believe there were other.
For those of you that are just peeking into this case today, no, Brian wasn't going with them to DC because of the federal case that we are starting to talk about in Massachusetts. He couldn't leave the state. He definitely couldn't move to DC.
They're friends of Anna and
Yes.
Brian who had gone.
That is correct.
All right. And one of the hearings that you were going to, you were standing next to Anna,
I was sitting next to Anna.
and Anna's your friend, you told us, right?
That's correct.
She was your right hand at your business for a while.
That's
Where are
correct.
you going with this?
You're in federal court with her for her husband's case.
That's correct.
And
Counsel's wandered very far away from the mic and is saying you went to hearings in the federal case with Anna and sat next to her. You were supporting her. You were there for her. She was your friend.
out of support, you reach over and you grab her hand to hold it
That's correct.
because she's your friend and you love her.
Yes.
Does the defense know this detail from Brian or from this witness's prior statements? Because I bet it's from Brian. Well, you were there with Anna. You held her hand while she was in court. And
For her husband's case.
That's correct.
And out of support, you reach over and you grab her hand to hold it
That's correct.
because she's your friend and you love her.
Yes, that's correct.
And she clutched your hand back.
Yes, that's correct.
And
It was a very tense moment just before the judge's declaration, or
okay.
Yeah.
And so you were being a good friend.
I believe so.
Okay. And let me just switch gears for a moment. I think you've already kind of said it, but Mr. Walsh was never jealous of your relationship with Anna.
that's
I
the
don't believe so.
question.
Well, you say I don't believe so. Anna never told you that Brian was uncomfortable or jealous of your relationship with her?
She never said that, no.
And Brian never came to you and complained about the long hours of the friendship with her?
She did not.
I'll see you at the side.
They're getting into a lot of statements that Brian Walsh made. I'm not surprised that we heard a prosecutor objection with things that Brian was saying. The defense can't bring in Brian's own statements through this witness, but if the prosecution doesn't object, you know, you get away with the fouls that don't get called out. So I wanted to hear the question again, so I backed it up a little.
She never said that, no.
And Brian never came to you and complained about the long hours of the friendship with her?
Oh, Brian never complained about long hours or your friendship with her.
She did not.
And that was objection.
See you at the side of the bench.
All right. Then they're going to go to sidebar. The prosecution could have objected a lot more during this cross. They didn't. Some of it's not going to matter. And some of it's repetitive of what we heard Brian Walsh say in his police interviews. So one of the things as the lawyer in court is you look at how the jury's responding and you make the tactical call. Does it matter that I object now, or do I let the defense continue digging whatever hole they are digging with the jury? And sometimes one of the hardest strategic calls is the restraint. So we'll see where the cross goes after this as they come back from that sidebar. I forgot to put the back on my earring, so one of them is trying to wiggle away from me. Saw the defense attorneys talking a little bit as they were coming back to the bench. Emily, you're in full sportscaster mode. Sometimes. They were talking as they were coming back from the bench.
When you were there to support your friends, I was asking you about when you were sitting there holding Anna's hand. And you had told us that Brian's mother, Diana, was there at the same time.
That's correct.
And was she sitting with you?
So mom could have also observed these things.
She was sitting, that I recall, at the end of that row near the aisle.
Okay. And
Hmm.
you had a conversation with Anna about Diana's observations of you holding her hand that day at her husband's hearing.
That's correct.
The defense attorney just said Anna spoke to you about the mother's observations of you holding her hand. Oh, Diana Walsh.
Near the aisle.
Okay. And you had a conversation with Anna about Diana's observations of you holding her hand that day at her husband's hearing.
That's correct.
And Anna informed you that Diana was upset that you were holding her hand.
That's correct.
Sustained. The answer stricken.
Law nerds, try to strike that answer from your mind about whether Anna told this witness that Diana Walsh, Brian's mother, was upset that she was sitting there holding hands with her friend. Just try to put it out of your mind. No, you're not in the jury. You don't have to. Your opinions of Diana Walsh are allowed to remain within the rules of the chat.
Throughout the time, the 2020 through 2022, you had a chance again to spend a lot of time with Mr. and Mrs. Walsh.
That's correct.
And you talked to Anna a lot about her relationship and her marriage and being a mother.
Yeah.
And during those conversations and your observations, Anna told you that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
That's correct.
And at some point,
Counsel, you fought real hard to keep the prosecutors from getting into marital problems. I think the prosecution's going to have a little bit more leeway if they want to explore this area on redirect.
while Anna was working for you, she confessed that she had a crush on you.
What?
She said that, yeah, maybe. I don't recall specifically those words coming out. But
With
yeah.
looking at a copy
And did you tell her that that might be a misplaced crush, sir? Sir? Oh, boy. What do we mean by crush? Are we talking about just like you're my girl crush? Like, what are we talking about? Because that word can be used in a lot of different ways.
of your
I mean, chat, can we be real honest here? Who doesn't kind of have a crush on Jem at the moment? Like, I stand this man right now. So, are we shocked?
while Anna was working for you, she confessed that she had a crush on you.
And did she tell her husband about that?
She said that, yeah, maybe. I don't recall specifically those words coming out. But
Would
yeah.
looking at a copy of your interview from January of 2023 help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Because I can
Your Honor, may I
imagine
approach?
that
You
she
may.
adored him. But counsel, I think the defense is
Page 53.
trying to get to Brian Walsh is not the jealous type, because we don't know how Anna Walsh died. The jury's here to decide that, but we don't know the cause and manner of death. And I imagine the prosecution is going to argue that Brian Walsh was aware of what was going on with her and Will, and they had a fight and it escalated. to, well, we'll see what the prosecution says. But I think the defense knows that the prosecution is going to go that direction, is trying to negate it and say, look, Brian didn't care. Brian didn't care that she was, or didn't think that she was doing anything with Will. And in fact, she told her husband that she had a crush on her boss. And he wasn't jealous. However, saying, oh my God, I adore this man is different than what was going on with her and Will. So, the prosecution said, counsel, can you show that to me? She's trying to refresh his recollection. Yeah. So I have transposed adore and crush, but
Glad to hear it.
the court muted when the prosecution and defense was looking at where he said that. That looks like a very densely typed police report.
Is it fair to say that that's your name on that front page?
Yes.
So this is to refresh his recollection.
Look at that first page to yourself, just to recognize it's the beginning of your statement.
That's correct. Yeah.
And I'm just going to refer you, and you can just read to yourself and take as much time as you need.
Sure.
And just look up at me when you're done.
For sure. Yeah. From the top
From the top
top of the page.
until the bottom, until
Sure. So we actually started.
just,
Read to
just
yourself.
read to yourself and look up when you're done.
Oh, I see.
Oh, sir, I love you so much. Everyone in that courtroom just went, read to yourself. Read to yourself. He was just like, I'm sorry. They have flustered Mr. Mutlu.
So we actually started.
Just,
Read
just
to yourself.
read to yourself and look up when you're done.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
Oh, Mr. Mutlu, how we adore you. It's so hard, sir. Testifying's weird as fuck. You're doing a great job. You have been delightful. I am so sorry. It is very hard. Ugh. Yeah, just read the whole thing. Take your time. You wanted them to show you your report earlier, so now you've got it. It's going to be much easier on redirect. So just take your time and read the whole thing. The jury does not get the police reports. Police reports are hearsay. You have to bring in the witnesses. So I'm just letting this roll as he reads this to himself. You can see the defense has this tabbed into, into their whole cross-examination, all the different tabs.
That's it.
Okay. Just going to come take that back.
Do you see all the tabs? Mm-hmm.
Does reviewing that portion of your statement refresh your memory as to whether Anna had told you that she had a crush on you?
I object to this line of questioning, Your Honor.
You can answer it. If it refreshes his memory, it does. If it
I
doesn't,
don't
it doesn't.
recall Anna telling me that she had a crush on me.
Okay.
When you were working,
Law nerds, tell me. There are at least some members of the jury who are sitting there being like, sir, I have a crush on you. You're a delight. But I don't think anyone on the jury is sitting there wondering if this relationship turned romantic. Do you? Because I don't think that's the vibe at all.
together and Anna was there, you had mentioned that you had other people working with you and for you.
That's correct.
And at some point you developed a close relationship with another female coworker.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming it became romantic.
Objection.
Sustained.
So you don't have any memory of Anna Walsh telling you that at some point she was a little jealous of that coworker and had a crush on you.
Objection.
Sustained.
She developed feelings for you.
Objection.
Sustained.
Ooh, the judge's sustains are
Anna
getting a little
Walsh told
sharper.
you that she told her husband that she had a crush
I'll
on
see you at
you.
the side of the bench.
Oh boy. How you feeling about this line of questioning, chat? I'm curious. If we need a refresher on what sua sponte means, that was the court sua sponte pulling everybody to the side of the bench to tell counsel to knock it off. Because there was not another objection. The court was just like, into the office. You're getting called to the office now. All right, we're going to continue to look. Counsel can explore if Brian Walsh had shown indication of jealousy. She's getting into a bit of character, which is going to let the prosecution ask some other things. But getting into this line of questioning about the victim, the defense seems to be fighting pretty hard for. And I think it's because they are trying to distance the fact that Anna was texting with William on New Year's Eve. And remember, the jury's going to be able to read all those texts. Apparently, some of them are indicating that they were in an intimate relationship, her and Fastow. And those weren't read in court. They were admitted into evidence in a packet and the jury can read them. So we will see what happens. But this is different. I don't think it's beyond their job. Oh, she closed the report. I don't think it's beyond their job. But it's going to be interesting to see where this goes. And whether or not she moves on.
You had mentioned that when Anna stopped working for you,
And she moved on.
you guys still stayed in touch.
That's correct.
So it wasn't an everyday type of thing, but you would still talk and text.
That's correct.
And she started working in DC for Tishman Speyer in February or March of 2022.
Thereabouts, but there was some overlap when she was still taking care of business for me, because
Okay.
that's the kind of human being and employee she was.
And during the time that she was working both jobs, was she living in DC or was she still in Boston when she was doing that?
He's mad too.
I believe she was coming and going from DC at that time.
Okay. And after she left and you would speak, would it be fair that she would also consult you about professional decisions, strategies, what to do?
We would talk about that. We would talk about things. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And you would also ask her for her advice?
Sure.
And this is a person that you would consider a confidant? A confidant?
A confidant. Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Absolutely.
And obviously, she was one of yours and you were one of hers.
That's correct. Often I've called her the sister I never had.
Okay.
One of the sisters I never had.
The defense, by their line of questioning, has kind of opened the door for this witness to explain, and this witness is going to explain. Because the witness, I think, didn't like the insinuations that the defense was making either. And he is in his answers doing what he can to shut it down within the scope of the answer. He had been answering very linearly yes and no and yes and no. And then the defense just stepped into it. And he's like, look, this is a sister I never had. And I don't fault him for explaining. Sometimes I get real frustrated with witnesses for trying to shoehorn shit into their answers. Nah. Nope. The defense kind of
That's correct. Often I've called her
created
the
this
sister I never
situation.
had.
Okay.
One of the sisters I never had.
Okay.
Yeah. She was an exceptional human being.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had told us a little bit about a conversation on the 29th that you had with her.
Yes,
And you had said that being apart and going back and forth was hard on the family. It was hard on her.
that's what I recall.
Okay. And you had told us that in the winter of 2022, that Anna was making about $300,000 at her new job.
With bonus, that's what I was told. I didn't know about it at the time, but it came up in conversation that night
Okay.
on December 31st.
Okay. And you also told us Mr. Walsh was making about 50 or 60 grand a year.
That's what I was told. That's what I remember.
And he also was interested in participating in investing in small businesses.
Correct.
Like art dealerships? By investing in small businesses, what does he mean by that?
On the phone call on the 29th, you had said that Anna invited you over for New Year's.
That's correct.
And I think you said that she knew you, that you would probably just be at home, not doing anything.
That is correct.
And on that phone call, she didn't say, let me check with Brian first.
I don't recall.
All right. Was Brian on the phone with her?
No.
Did she say,
Well,
I'll
I
call
don't
you
know.
back and
No,
confirm?
no, Brian was not on the phone with her. No,
And
absolutely.
this was to come to her home and spend time with her husband and their 3 children.
That's correct.
And I think you had said earlier today that you had spent another New Year's Eve with them.
That is correct.
Was that the one right preceding this one or another one?
I think it was 2 New Year's.
Oh, you guys, you're right. He did say sports memorabilia in his police interviews. Collectibles, perhaps? Like O.J. Simpson? Or is O.J. only interested in his own sports memorabilia? You will have to remind me.
Before. So
Okay.
I think there was one in between where I did not spend the New Year's with them.
And that prior New Year's, was that out somewhere or was that at their
It was
home?
out. It was out at a restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you had said that during this call, she was upbeat. Well, let me back up. You would call to
didn't say
tell
that.
her that she had just sold a property, right?
No, that's not what he
That's
said.
correct. The purpose of my call was to congratulate her on the fact that she was going to do this 1031 exchange program and reinvest and grow financially,
Okay.
but also to catch up with her, also to hear her voice and see how she's doing.
Okay. So let me just talk to you a little bit about the tax 1030 that you just described.
1031 exchange?
She had owned a property in Revere
That's correct.
and you helped sell her. You helped sell it.
Well, yes, it technically, yes, my team did, but I wasn't directly involved in the sale. My teammate handled it all.
Okay.
So I wasn't privy to the day-to-day of the sale.
Okay.
And that's actually why I called her at the end. I said, well, geez, we accomplished something here.
Okay.
And
So let me just ask
Happy
you a
for
little
you.
bit more.
Yeah.
You explained that with this process, instead of taking the proceeds, you can just roll it right into another property.
that's correct.
What were the proceeds on the sale from this Revere house?
I do not remember.
Was it over 50? Was it $1 million roughly?
No, it was a smaller condo. It certainly
Okay.
wouldn't have been $1 million. No, it wasn't. It was several $100,000. Yeah.
Okay. And so instead of taking those proceeds on December 29th of 2022, the decision was made to roll it into another property.
That's correct. And she would have had 45 days to declare another property or another 2 or 3 properties, up to 3 properties, and would have 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of them
Okay.
to satisfy the requirements of the program.
Okay.
So you don't get taxed on it.
You mentioned a name on direct examination I'd like to talk to you a little bit about. You used the name Will or William Fastow.
That's correct.
Oh,
And-
boy.
In 2022, you had known Will for about 20 years,
Thereabouts, yes.
and
Correct.
you guys were both in real estate, and that's
Is the defense going to ask if he knew about the affair? Because I feel like they're sure gonna. Oh boy.
That's how you met him?
That's correct. He was in real estate in Boston first and then DC.
Okay. And when Brian and Anna were looking to relocate to Washington, D.C. for her job, they wanted to buy a family home down there.
That's correct.
And you hooked both of them up with Will, the realtor.
That is correct.
And would it also be fair that it would be nice for Anna to have a personal and a friend down there going down to DC with no one else at the time?
That's correct.
And again, you had told us that she was looking into investing in more real estate as investment properties.
That's correct.
And during this process, Brian Walshe and Will Fastow really just had a professional relationship, no friendship.
He doesn't know. Calls for speculation.
I don't know what kind of relationship they had. I'm not privy to the details of their relationship.
Okay. But through your conversation.
You're talking about Brian Walshe, correct?
Yes.
Brian Walshe and Will Fastow.
Yes.
I'm not privy to the conversations they had.
Are you privy
Okay.
to the other?
But you knew that you had introduced both Mr. Walshe and Anna to Will for the purpose of finding a family home.
As far as I'm concerned, I had introduced the family, the Walshe family,
Thank you.
to Will Fastow.
Okay.
Oh, so he
And
at least
at some
knows
point,
now.
Anna told you that she had become good friends with Will Fastow.
That's correct.
And
Okay.
I think you told us a little bit about a phone call you had with her on December 29th.
That's correct.
Anna Walshe never told you that she was romantically involved with Will Fastow.
No.
She never told you that
Well, the question was asked. And I think the reason the defense is asking it is because the defense wants to say, look, Anna wasn't just talking about this. He didn't know about this. The defense wants to close the door on any possibility that Brian Walshe knew what was going on with William and Anna, because him finding out that that was going on New Year's Eve could be something that the prosecution wants to argue, or something in the jury's minds of what the fuck happened. And that might be one of those things. So him knowing or not knowing is incredibly relevant. A number of you are asking, are these leading questions? They are. It's cross-examination. Cross-examination is the time for leading questions. So yes.
she was going to leave Mr. Walshe for Will Fastow.
No.
And she never told you that she had more than platonic feelings for Mr. Fastow.
Not particularly, but she was, I mean, emotions are complex. I knew they had gotten close,
Okay.
Emotions
but
are
she
complex.
never told me that she had a relationship with Will Fastow.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to return to her relationship
That I
with.
can recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to return to Anna and Brian's relationship for a few minutes.
Sure.
You had told us that you spent time with them both together as a family,
That's correct.
and you also spent time with them individually without the other one.
That is correct.
And when you spent time with them together, you never really saw them argue.
I don't recall having seen them argue.
And they were a couple that you've described as in sync with each other.
I would say so. That I always thought that there was a lot of love between them, and that she was very much in love with Brian. Yeah.
Sometimes each one would come to you individually if they had any disagreements with each other, though. You were their friend collectively and independently.
That's correct.
And sometimes Anna would confide in you,
That's correct.
and sometimes Brian would confide in you.
That's correct.
And you obviously would keep their confidences because you were their friend individually and collectively.
That is correct.
And as you told us that you introduced the family to Will Fastow, Yes?
Yes,
That's
So-
what he said.
Mr. Walsh knew that you were friends with Will Fastow.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at no time did Brian Walsh ever pepper you with questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
I don't know,
I
Chad,
want
if we
to
can make
talk to you a little bit
plutonic the
more
word of the
about
day.
New Year's Eve.
I don't think we can.
Earlier that day, did you exchange some text messages with Anna Walsh to confirm that you were coming over that night?
I did,
And you were looking forward to spending time over there,
very much so.
looking forward to hopefully seeing the kids,
Yes,
looking forward to seeing Anna,
yes,
and looking forward to seeing Brian.
that's correct.
And I think you told us that when you first arrived, that even as you're pulling in the driveway, Anna is running towards you, no coat on, and just throws herself in your arms.
That's correct.
And you were excited to see her.
Yes,
And she was obviously excited to see you.
yes,
Did you squee?
Pulled out.
Did you
Yes.
go?
And you guys were laughing as she's running towards you.
yes,
And then you walk in the house together.
that's correct.
And are you walking hand in hand and talking because you haven't seen each other in a while? Well, you said she ushered you into the house.
They talked on the phone for like an hour plus a day or so prior, ma'am. It's not like they hadn't talked in a while. That's why
correct.
he looks
She was
confused.
Receiving a guest into the house.
Okay. But was she excited to see you? Was she holding on to your arm?
She was very excited to see me. We gave each other a hug,
Okay.
and then we walked into the house.
And when you walked into the house, you went into the kitchen and Mr. Walsh was there.
That's correct.
And he embraced.
I don't remember whether Brian was at the door, was in the kitchen. He was there. Yeah.
Okay.
Here's what I think, for what it's worth. I think because we saw that Anna and Brian had been fighting over Christmas, we saw that there was tension building. We've heard that there was tension building. I think Anna was probably thrilled to have him over at the house on New Year's Eve so that they could have a nice evening with a friend. Not talk about Christmas, not talk about the things that were going on, but a buffer, because I am sure things were all good when they were around other people. I'm not surprised she was happy he was coming over so they could spend a nice evening together. We know, and we heard in Brian's police interviews, that he was frustrated about her work and her travel. And I think that that comes across given how thrilled she was to have her friend there and get to spend the time, the three of them, and have a nice evening. Instead of, well, possibly the two of them, Anna and Brian, continuing to go round and round and round about work and her job and being gone and flying out and the rest of it. So that seems consistent with everything we've seen in this case so far.
And when you saw him, he embraced you in the house.
Absolutely.
And it was just the three of you.
Initially, yes.
Could I trouble you to please bring up exhibit number 3?
I mean,
And is this correct, as I'm showing everyone exhibit number 3, that this was the Walsh family kitchen in Cohasset on December 31st?
breaking
Yes.
his heart.
And we
It's really hard to find a case, except maybe the Sarah Boone case, that involves a relationship or a marital relationship where things didn't seem good publicly until they weren't. It is the more unusual circumstance the other way around.
see some stools at the kitchen table. You and Anna were sitting next to each other.
That's correct.
And am I correct that Mr. Walsh was cooking for everyone?
That's correct.
And so the stove and oven is to the right there of the table?
Yes,
Okay. And when you first got there, the kids were asleep?
that's correct.
Okay. And when you first got there, Mr. Walsh is cooking food?
Yes. Preparing, yeah, cooking, yeah.
No, I don't want to cut you off.
Sure, preparing, cooking. Yeah,
She doesn't want to cut you off until she
Anna
does.
and Brian are getting you some champagne,
that's correct.
and everyone's toasting to the new year.
Yes,
Okay. And I think you've already said this, but the atmosphere was jovial.
that's correct.
Hope for the upcoming year.
That's true.
There were discussions how 2022 had been a little difficult for all three of you.
We are now
true.
repatriating the same
And
ground.
it was great to be together because you made it. And now you're looking into a new year with new hope and new possibilities.
That's correct.
Ma'am, if you start singing Eminem in court, I don't know really how I'll react, but how Jem was feeling about going into the new year with new hope and new possibilities doesn't seem relevant when you were trying to shut down him perceiving there to be marital problems. But alas,
The champagne bottle that all three of you signed, that was the spirit that new year, so happy to be together, aren't we lucky?
Yes,
And as you're sitting at that kitchen table, you're having conversations about investment properties.
repastinating,
You're having
repastorating.
conversations about book.
I've now pasteurized it. Thank you, Lyndon, because I keep forgetting. So I appreciate it. The retreading of the same ground, repastinating. It's double pasteurized at this point.
Reviews and what books everyone should read.
yes,
And you told us that Anna is texting people. You said it's New Year's Eve, so she's getting texts, she's sending texts.
yes,
And as you're sitting at that table, she's snapping pictures with just the two of you.
meaning just the two of us, meaning Anna and I.
He's trying to remember, it looks like.
I do recall, I have received a photo of the three of us with Anna and their oldest son,
Okay, but
a cell.
And I think that that's the photo that was sent to Will, was Anna, Jem, and the oldest child. I think that's the one that was sent to Will because Will testified to it, and that would have been the one that he was sent because Anna's phone was never recovered. And I don't know if it was syncing to iCloud, but we've not heard of Anna's iCloud being recovered. So that's the one that was sent, and he would have gotten that from Will's phone.
Yeah,
sure, no, I don't mean to cut you off, but during that night, she has her phone out, she's taking pictures of just the two of you, just Anna and Jem to memorialize the night. It's a celebration.
oh, it's the two, oh, I see. Well, the two of us and Brian,
All three of you together.
all three of us together, correct.
Okay. And in that picture, you're smiling, you're embracing each other.
Yes,
So no, she didn't take pictures of just the two of
Brian's
them.
preparing food and he's serving you all the food he's making, the different dishes, right?
yes,
And he's serving it to his wife, Anna.
yes,
And they're talking to each other during the night.
yes, they are.
And they're laughing with each other during the night.
Yes,
Francis,
And
day
they're
one of
making
trial
wishes
was
with each other during the night.
defendant's interviews.
I don't know if they were taking pictures with each other during the night. I don't recall.
But there was the picture of the three of you embracing and smiling.
That's the three of us with Brian?
I'm
Was that what you're asking? Was there a picture of Anna, Brian, and myself that night? I don't recall. I recall one picture, and that's with Anna and their oldest son.
Because he's
That was
seen it
Tom,
since.
correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversations that you were having that night.
Sure.
At some point, Anna showed you a new ring that she had. It was a diamond ring,
That is correct.
and it was quite large.
They said it was a valuable ring. Yeah.
And I believe
His face, he's just like, and it was quite large. His face is so funny. And then they said, they said it was a quite valuable ring. Okay.
Anna told you that it was worth several $100,000.
Objection.
Nurse, I think it'd be a nice time for you to take your morning break.
Objection, time for lunch. Objection, morning break.
Speakers exiting, all rise. Sirs, please leave your notebooks in the chairs. Watch your step. Stand up, please, sir.
Sure.
Oh boy. I want to see if they put anything on the record when the jury is out. I am not surprised this is a longer cross-examination. The defense really has focused on the things that they think are damaging to their case, and it's real stark what they think is a problem. So we'll see if they put anything on the record before the break, and then we'll zoom past the break.
You may step down.
Actually, I might run to the
Go right
restroom.
back outside.
That would probably make sense.
You may be seated, everyone else.
Oh, court's not done yet. Court's not done yet. You may take a seat. I am not done. Let's see what the court has to say. I'm going to try to gain this up just a little bit more because the court does step away from the microphone on the bench when she is talking. So let's make sure we can hear her honor. Does she lead with how much more of this, counsel?
Yes. He's gone.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not seeing the relevance of going down this road.
An answer for her, for counsel, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the government has represented to this jury that one of the motives was financial.
Right.
The court said fine. Sit down.
How much longer will this witness you expect?
Myself?
Yes.
I can't imagine it goes more than 15 minutes.
All right. I won't hold you to it.
Okay.
Keepers next? Or probation officer? All right. Have a good break.
Thank you.
Brian Walsh's probation officer is up next. It is a very stately clock. It's not the only fan, but it is a very stately clock. So Brian Walsh's probation officer is going to be up next after Mr. Mutlu. I imagine that the jury has some of the same questions y'all do. Wasn't he on house arrest? How was he just here, there, and everywhere? And I imagine his probation officer coming in to talk about how that process works will be quite interesting. But we are not done with the testimony of Mr. Mutlu. It's been one of the longer cross-examinations from this entire trial. I'm not surprised. The defense has gotten into some areas that I was actually surprised how long it took the prosecution to object. And I'm curious to see how redirect goes now that the defense has opened or has tread more into the relationship between Brian and Anna, things that Brian told Mr. Mutlu, which the prosecution could have kept out entirely, and what Anna was saying to him at different points. It will be interesting to see. So the court is at their morning recess. I think it's time for me to take a very quick restroom break. So 5-ish minutes or less, and then we will resume with this testimony. And then maybe we can zoom through lunch a little bit faster. So if you have the Lawnerd app, you will get a notification when we are back live. If you are in the chat and hanging, you will hear this when I am coming back in live, and we will put on our little court break music. But for me, restroom coffee. Don't forget to hydrate. Let us know what you're going to do over the break, Lawnerds. Don't forget to move your laundry. Empty the dishwasher, do the things. I will see you in just a few minutes. It's not going to be a very long break for me. So let's go to break, and I will see you in just a minute. All right, law nerds, it is time to get back to court. I hope you all got to take a stretch break, hydration break, do the things you needed. Yes, I totally made myself another coffee. Why? Because, well, coffee is life. Later it'll be tea. We just need warm drinks. It is getting I don't know about how it is for you, but it is chilly for me. So, law nerds, let's go back to court. I'm excited to see what probation has to say. I'm curious about the prosecution's redirect. And since they have gone to the very stately clock and not the only fan, I didn't zoom all the way because I was a little intrigued by the clock of it all because we don't really get to see it all that up close. So let's go back to court. The jury's coming in. The defendant is standing up. We're going to resume. We got about, 15 minutes left to cross-examination. And then we're going to be moving on to, I think redirect. I can't imagine them not doing redirect. Like I can't. Joshua in the chat said, Emily, is the probation
Witness back on the
officer
stand?
former Trooper Proctor? No, this is the federal probation officer from his federal case who would be monitoring his house arrest. So, yeah, that. No.
Watch your step. Sure.
I agree.
Just remind you, keep your
Necro in
voice
the
up
chat
for me, please. Thank
said,
you.
Yes, thank you.
defense counsel's remind me of Professor Umbridge. Same with the okays. Yeah, a little bit.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Just going to pick up a little bit where we left off. During the night that
Great.
you were describing, at one point, Anna was showing you her,
Yes,
and she was happy about it.
that's
And
correct.
she was telling you that
Counsel said Anna was showing you her ring and was happy about it. It's in a number of her Instagram photos. You can see it in the way she's holding her hand in her Instagram photos. So yes, you can see her ring. Okay.
Brian had got her this ring,
That's correct.
and he was smiling.
Yes,
And you told us that during the night, because it's New Year's Eve, Anna's texting people and she's getting text messages while you guys are in that kitchen.
that's correct.
Could I please have Exhibit 3 again? Thank you. And
I hope they show us the photo. We've seen it. It's been a couple days, but it's the countertop with the counter height. Dare I say high top, but the counter height stools in the kitchen.
during the time that you were there, am I correct that it was about 5 hours you spent that night? I think you said 8:30 to 1:30.
Roughly 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't drunk, right?
No.
They weren't drunk?
No.
The champagne was free flowing, so to speak, but everyone was just happy and tipsy.
I don't think if they were not drinking a lot, free flowing is how you would describe the evening. You had some champagne. Free flowing. Counsel, huh?
And during the night, there are, you had mentioned there was food being served, conversations about the future, and Anna was getting text messages from people, and she was sending text messages to people.
That's correct.
And while you're sitting in that kitchen, the three of you, at some point, she says, let's send a picture to Will.
I believe that's what she said. I'm not 100% sure. I believe that's what she said. Yeah. Yeah.
And after that, you stayed for quite a bit after that.
Oh,
Again, I don't remember at what part.
I think defense counsel, and I'm going to just refresh the closed caption because it was doubling up. I think defense is going to go to distancing the time between the let's text Will and when he left. However, those Google searches started at like 2. He said he left around between 1 and 1:30. I'm gonna have to go back and look at the time of the Google searches, but she's trying to distance the time when that photo was sent to Will and the time when he left. So some of you in the chat are saying, like just Raina said, more time for it to fester. They are going to try to say, see, he wasn't bothered. That's what they're going to argue.
Of the evening that, oh, actually, I do, because I would have, because this would have been exactly when their oldest son, was awake. So it would have been towards the beginning. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you stayed for several hours after that, right?
That's correct.
And during the night, everyone continued to be jovial, I believe you described,
That's correct.
drinking champagne,
That's right.
laughing with each other.
That's correct.
I mean, it seems like they had a bottle of
You had told
champagne.
us on direct that at some point, Brian had told you that he had lost his phone,
That he had misplaced his phone.
misplaced his phone. And I think you had said that he told you it was liberating not to have it.
That's correct.
And he was kind of laughing about how free it felt not to be on a cell phone.
That was the gist of it. Correct.
The man is not working and is on house arrest. What does he feel liberated from with his phone?
At some point on January 4th, you had a conversation with Brian over the phone?
Was that a Wednesday? If
I
it
don't
is-
have a calendar out, but I think you had said, I appreciate everyone quickly moving.
So the first was a Sunday.
2, 3, 4.
Because
So-
yes, on Wednesday I did. Yes. Yes, I received a call from Brian.
And on that call, you had just seen them at about 1:30 on New Year's Eve, so about not even 4 days before.
That's correct.
And he had told you that he hadn't spoken to her in several days and that she was missing.
That's correct.
And I think you told us on direct that you were in shock. It didn't make sense to you,
That's correct.
that you were just with them.
That's correct.
And you said to Brian, did you guys have an argument? Did you have a disagreement, right?
I did.
And you asked him that repeatedly.
I don't know if I asked him that repeatedly. I did ask him that question.
And he said to you, no. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
That's correct.
Because it
Well played, counsel. Do you hear what she just did? I love lawyer tactics. Do you see the play on the field? Counsel is characterizing what Brian Walsh said through her inflection, trying to maybe mitigate a little bit of the oddness of Brian's statement, because counsel's inflection was not, no, why? Did it look like we had a fight? No. Why? Did it look like we had a fight? I'm going to back up so you can listen again, because it is cross-examination. And cross-examination is your opportunity where the questions often matter more than the answers. And she's walked away from the mic, so it's a little hard to hear.
on direct that you were in shock. It didn't make sense to you
That's correct.
that you were just with them.
That's correct.
And you said to Brian, did you guys have an argument? Did you have a disagreement, right?
I did.
And you asked him that repeatedly.
I don't know if I asked him that repeatedly. I did ask him that question.
And he said to you, no. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
That's correct.
Because it didn't make sense to you that they hadn't spoken in days, right?
That's correct. And it also didn't make sense to me that she would leave shortly after I left. There was, yeah.
And so given that, it didn't make sense to you. You were there until 1:30. They weren't arguing.
They weren't arguing. No,
You said the night was joyful.
that's correct.
They were happy.
That's correct.
And from everything you saw and what you've told us, they were in love.
Well, they were happy is a loaded statement, I
Well,
think.
let me-
I mean, they seemed happy that night, but people are complex. So I want to make sure that I answer that question truthfully.
No, I appreciate that.
So-
Let me ask you
Ding,
this.
ding.
I did know a couple days in advance that
So let me
she,
just stop you
yeah.
for a minute.
thank you, sure.
You've
Notice she didn't say, I don't want to cut you off there. Let me just stop you for a moment.
been a realtor for 23 years,
25 years now.
25 years. So you're a salesperson, right? In a sense, one of the aspects of your job is to sell properties, right?
He blinks
That's
quite a
correct.
lot in
And
that.
would you say that one of your greatest assets is to be able to read people?
That's true.
Understand
To listen,
people?
to understand, yes,
I think you just said people are complex.
that's correct.
And so you in your professional job, part of it is to kind of be able to understand those complexities,
Yes,
to see if someone is maybe putting on a brave face or holding back, right?
sure.
And you had known Anna and Brian Walsh as a married couple for almost 3 years at that point, right?
That's correct.
And you have spent time with them together.
Mhm.
You said that their family was like your family, right?
Sure.
And you had
Counsel, they saw the hacksaw yesterday and the hatchet yesterday. So as much as counsel wants to move the ball towards they were a happy couple, happy people just don't kill their husband, in this case, wife. Happy people just don't kill their spouse. The thing is, though, all the things that they have seen indicate that facades can happen and that humans are complex, as this witness said. Because I don't think this is going to land the same way. But she is going to try to distance Brian Walsh seeing, not seeing, or the prosecution arguing that he saw any texts with Will Fastow. And she's going to try to say, this is a person who wasn't thinking about murdering their spouse the moment that this individual left, because they are trying to make this not a first degree murder, but they are trying to show the jury where was he thinking about this? And I'm sure I'll have more thoughts about that as we get further on in this case.
spent time with Brian by himself.
I hadn't seen Brian in months at that point.
But
And
you-
I hadn't also only seen Anna physically. I hadn't seen Anna physically in months.
Okay, but in the past, in those times that you have described them as family, as close friends, you would spend time with Brian Walsh, just one-on-one.
Yes, I had.
You would spend time with Anna, just one-on-one.
That's correct.
She worked for you, and you described that you would be in touch all day, every day when she was working for you, right?
I can't say it was every single day, but
Okay,
it
well, she
was,
brought pastries to your home in the South End,
sure,
right?
sure. Yeah.
And you told us that she was your confidant and you were hers, right?
That's correct.
You went through an intense program with Mr. Walsh, right?
That's correct.
And you spent 5 hours with him on New Year's Eve on December 31st of 2022, right?
That's correct.
And you described the night as joyful,
Jovial.
jovial, as full of hope.
But-
And on your
I'm not
words
sure.
earlier before the break, that everyone was hopeful and looking towards the new year.
Those were your words, counsel, not his.
I'm not sure that I would describe it as hopeful for the new year specifically. If you had to ask me specifically as to what the mood was, whether she was, because I had heard a couple days
I'm
prior.
going to stop you.
Sure.
You all signed
The man is going to say redirect on his own. Redirect. Because I had heard a few days prior. I'm going to stop you. The prosecutor is going to get up and say, sir, you were trying to say that you heard a few days prior. Can you tell us what you were trying to say before counsel stopped you? Immediately.
champagne bottle, right?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And that's where the complexity comes into play. I cannot know what was going on in their hearts and minds. Yeah,
100%.
of course. Thank you.
I understand
course,
that I'm
yeah.
talking about those complexities.
Sure.
You said that every
He's done. Did you see? He's done. He's just done. Counsel's like, it was loving, it was jovial, it was hopeful. He's like, people are complex. Actually, what I heard earlier, well, I can't know what's in anyone's hearts or minds. He's done just agreeing with her questions and saying, yeah, I would characterize it that way. She, maybe a few questions too far, counsel, because this witness is like, no. And on redirect, he's allowed to explain himself.
Everyone was laughing that night together, right?
Yeah, there was a good mood that night.
Good mood that
Yeah.
night. You never saw them argue, right?
I did not.
You said at one point that you saw them talking and laughing with each other, right?
Sure.
Did you see Brian Walshe making dinner with any knives? What kind of knives? Like this one? Did you see him making dinner with this knife? You said he was making dinner, right? Did you see him making dinner with this knife? Did it look like that night? Why have we not asked those questions?
Yes, I did.
And at one point, Thomas came downstairs and they didn't shoo him back up to bed. It was happy to have their son together with you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And when Brian was cooking for you, he was even putting a Turkish flair on some of the foods to
That's-
specifically for you, right?
That's correct. I remember him saying that. Yeah.
And at 1:30 when you left, they weren't even telling you to leave. You just realized it was late and you should go.
That is also correct.
What she said was when Brian Walshe was cooking, he even told you he had put some Turkish flair on some of the dishes just for you. So everyone in the chat that was saying that his name seemed particularly Turkish and was asking, the question has been answered in court, but I am not surprised that in person this evening, Brian Walshe was being charming, hospitable, and a lovely host. None of that surprises me. Sure.
And so when you heard that Brian was telling you that he hadn't spoken to his wife in 3 days, that did not make sense to you.
It did not.
Because when you left at 1:30 in the morning, it was a joyful, happy occasion. I'm using your words. It was a joyful,
Evening.
happy occasion on New Year's Eve of January 31st, 2022.
I didn't understand how Anna could be missing and how we did not know about this since the first of the year. It had been 3 days.
So when you
Who the fuck doesn't call and ask? Who waits 3 days? That's what he's getting at.
31st, 2022.
I didn't understand how Anna could be missing and how we did not know about this since the first of the year. It had been 3 days.
So when you
And our community had not been correct. We had not known about this for 3 days. I did not understand.
Okay.
And the tone of voice was not panicked.
So let me just ask you my question again.
Yes,
Let me
thank you.
know if I'm not.
The more and more counsel pushes, the more and more he is going to give his answers, isn't it? I didn't understand how we didn't know that she was missing for 3 days and he didn't sound panicked. That's what didn't make sense.
Phrasing it right.
Please.
When you left the house
Yes.
of your good friends
Yes.
on January 1st now at 1:30 in the morning,
Yes.
the mood was joyful and happy.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect?
Redirect.
I think I'll be brief here.
You shouldn't be too brief, counsel.
Sir, you said you had heard a couple days prior.
Yeah, let him answer that question. I told you this was going to be the first question on redirect because, of course, it's going to be the first question on redirect. Sir, you kept trying to answer what you had heard a few days prior and counsel kept cutting you off. Can you tell us? First question.
Had you heard from Anna a couple days prior? When you were saying about people being complex.
Your Honor, I apologize. I could be just losing my hearing. I can't hear Mr. Connor.
And I'm talking into my shoulder, so that's my fault.
Mr. Connor was saying that the defense kept cutting you off and you were saying that Anna had said a few days prior. Can you elaborate?
Sir, when you were saying people are complex and you had heard a couple days prior, are you referring to your conversation with Anna a couple days prior?
Yes, I was. I
What
am.
were you referring
What
to?
is it that you heard in your conversation a couple days prior that makes you say that people are complex?
That they had marital problems.
Objection, move to strike the characterization.
All right, and I'm going to remind you, sir,
This is not this witness's fault. Counsel went on and on and on and on in cross to try to characterize the evening. And then he was saying, right, but I knew that there was more underneath the surface. I knew that there was more underlying it. And what I knew is that she and Brian were having problems. And I knew that because we were talking about the problems they were having. So I knew that even though the surface was smooth, that there was an undercurrent in this marriage. She asked, the prosecutor needs to back up and say, what did she tell you about problems with Brian? She told me she was having problems with Brian. And the prosecutor, I think, can ask those questions a little bit more.
I'm going to strike the marital problems of characterization, but you can, without characterizing,
What did she say?
you can discuss what you recall her saying, even if you don't remember the exact
Sure.
words.
I
Why don't
recall.
we state the question again?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Understanding what Her Honor said as far as what Anna was saying,
Sure.
what is it that you heard in that conversation that you just said that people are complex?
Well, if I may I explain?
Yes.
I think you can't, sir. I think you have to stay with just what Anna said to you.
What did
Sure.
she tell you?
And you state what Anna said to you. If you can't, that's okay. But if you can state what Anna said to you.
No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay, counsel. Stop giving up. If he needs to refresh his recollection, give him his report. No, it's not okay. What was Anna telling you that was in your mind on New Year's? What did she tell you?
That's my question.
On the 29th,
Yes.
when we had that phone conversation,
Yes, sir.
What was she talking
she
to you
told
about?
me that there were cracks in the relationships. And I don't know which words. She may have used precisely those words. She may have used other words.
Please seen sidebar objection, and I'm going to move to strike that testimony.
I'll hear you at the sidebar before I make any ruling on that.
He is allowed to summarize what Anna said to him. He does not have to remember verbatim. He is allowed to say, Anna was telling me about problems she was having with Brian. He is not allowed to then characterize that into his opinion. And the defense is arguing that it's his characterization or his
That's my opinion!
that they were having marital problems, when the words that Anna were saying to him was that she was having problems with Brian. But I think the defense is highlighting that they are displeased with this testimony. And I think the jury is sitting there going, so she's telling her friend that she's having marital problems? Okay. Because the hullabaloo that the defense is causing is going to highlight this more than if the testimony just came out. For those of you asking, isn't what Anna said hearsay? Yes, but it goes to her state of mind. So, this is why they did the voir dire on this topic before he testified. And I think the jury's got to be sitting there going, I mean, okay, strike the answer. The defense is trying to, the problem is for the defense, for me, in front of the jury, is that they didn't limit their cross so that this wouldn't come up in redirect. they are trying to leave a perception with their cross-examination that everything's like happy, happy, joy, joy. But that's not everything this witness knows. So when they are aggressively trying to cut off this witness from fully explaining his answer, it can leave the jury with the impression that things are being hidden from them intentionally. And oftentimes, people will fill in the gaps with something that is worse. So I think the defense has to be mindful. And some jurors will say, oh, the defense is doing their job. And some jurors will say, oh, so you don't want us to hear about the marital problems. You don't want to talk about that. You don't want to mention, let's not mention the husbands. That's where we're at, counsel? Okay. Sure.
Try that question again.
So, sir,
And the prosecutor is trying to be mindful. But the witness can say, in our conversation, she was talking about problems with Brian. And the prosecutor can ask, she was telling you about problems with Brian. What was she telling you about problems with Brian?
and I know it's been 3 years.
Give him his report.
To the best of your recollection, what I'm asking you is on that December 29th conversation.
She didn't strike the answer, by the
Best of
way.
Your recollection. What did Anna Walsh say to you?
So the cracks in the
What did
relationship
you say that people are complex?
is in evidence.
The complexity I'm referring to is the fact that on the 29th,
Okay.
she gave me information. I cannot recall the exact words. She gave me information that she was having problems in her marriage with Brian.
Can Your Honor move to strike?
That's fine.
To the best of your recollection, what
He does not have to remember the exact words. He doesn't. She was telling me that there were problems in the marriage. That's fine. It's fine. And the court's now going to ask, and I don't know why, because that's fine, but the defense is, I think, overly highlighting this area, possibly to their detriment, because the more they make the prosecution re-ask the same question, the more the jury hears this witness struggling to explain his deceased friend telling him that she was struggling. Which also might be why the prosecutor did not refresh his recollection and is letting him characterize it, because the defense is now highlighting this again and again and again.
did she say?
Well, again, it's been 3 years, Your Honor.
If you have a recollection, you do, and if you don't, sir, that's fine too.
I remember what was discussed at the conversation. I just don't remember the exact words. I did give my testimony when it was very fresh.
And I know we're
Yeah,
all
I understand. Sure.
jumping in the middle.
Sure.
And sir, it's just because we want to make sure we get it right.
No, you shouldn't move on. All of you can do this better.
Mention it all. Mention it all.
The constraints that they are putting on this witness's testimony are incredibly frustrating. He is allowed to tell you what the conversation was, and he has. He has also said, I've said this before. Can I refresh my recollection? I don't know why the prosecutor hasn't just done this at this point. It's incredibly frustrating that they haven't just said, sir, does this refresh your recollection? I don't know why the prosecutor's moving away from this. I don't think they should allow the defense to characterize that everything was, champagne and sparkles. And I think the court is trying to protect the record for appeal and really trying to say, what did she tell you? And he's saying, she told me that they were having problems. That is a permissible answer, and the court's not striking these answers. The horses are out of the barn. The shit has hit the fan, and the jury has heard this 17 times now because the jury has taken away that he said there were cracks in the marriage, there were marital problems. And he seems incredibly frustrated, and I feel for him because this is an unnatural way to retell something 3 years later.
Okay.
So you had the conversation with Anna on the 29th.
That's correct.
Do you remember what she said? If you don't, you don't. It's okay. Do you remember what she said that makes you think that people are complex?
He keeps telling you that.
Well, it's not what she said that night that makes me think that people are complex. I know people are
Move to
complex.
strike. Maybe
All right, I'll
we should
strike
say
the
that.
end, redirect the witness to the time frame.
All right. So just on December 29th,
Yeah.
what did she say to you as far as your concerns about her being?
I don't recall the exact words.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing.
He gave up. He gave up. Mr. Prosecutor, have you forgot all the tools in your belt? What are you doing? Tools is a bad phrase, Emily. Have you... Sir, what are you doing? You have a police report. You have a grand jury transcript. He has said numerous times, I have said this. The court knows that he does not have to recall these specific words. He does not have to say, Anna said, hello. Today, Brian and I had an argument about this. He doesn't have to recall it in that level of detail. And I think if there is ever a time for the prosecutor to go 10 toes down and fight for this witness being allowed to explain themselves, for me, and maybe I'm stuck on the detail, but for me, it's about letting this witness explain. This witness tried to explain on cross again and again and again. That's what redirect is for. Let this witness explain what he meant by asking better questions. And if you need to refresh his recollection, let him refresh his recollection. And to just give up because the defense objected like 3 times, this witness has come in here and told you about something that he is clearly struggling with because of everything that happened afterwards. He was with his friend till 1:30 in the morning, and sometime between 1:30 in the morning and 4 a.m., she was gone. He deserves the opportunity to say what he knows. And you can't just let the defense shut you down with 4 objections. Fight for your witness. This witness is worth it. You don't have to fight on everything. Fight for this witness. The jury's heard what they heard. Some of it was stricken, some of it wasn't. But I'm tremendously frustrated for this witness because he is trying to explain the sum of the conversation, and he is allowed to do it. And you can refresh his recollection with his transcript, but the jury has heard what they've heard. And I'm sure the jury's as frustrated as we are, because I'm frustrated. It matters, counsel. Give up. There are times to fight. There are times not to fight. This is a time to fight. There has been very few fights over evidence in this case. This is a fight that you keep fighting.
If you don't, you don't. It's okay. Do you remember what she said that makes you think that people are complex?
He does.
Well, it's not what she said that night that makes me think that people are complex. I know people are
Move
complex.
to strike. Maybe
All right,
we
I'll
should
strike
say
the
that.
end, redirect the witness to
It's
the
what
time
she
frame.
said the 29th.
So just on December 29th,
Yeah.
what did she say to you as far as your concerns about her being?
I don't recall the exact words.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Mutlu.
Thank you.
No
Thank you very much.
recross. I'm not surprised. I don't know why they're not allowing him to go to the grand jury transcript. I didn't watch all the motions in limine. I don't know. I don't know why they're not allowing him to go to refresh his recollection from it. I don't know. But I am frustrated. And when we're watching it, like the jury doesn't have any answers for this shit show either. It's frustrating. I am frustrating for this witness. I am frustrated for this witness. I am frustrated with the Commonwealth for not fighting for this witness more. I am not surprised he is incredibly frustrated walking out of court. Because of course he is. I'm sure Brian Walsh is happy with his defense attorney.
The Commonwealth.
But I think that will probably backfire on the defense. The defense might have shut down some of those answers. Not all of them were stricken, but it highlighted how contentious what Anna was telling her friend in the days leading up to her death was. So.
Would call Marlenny Ramdehal.
It might not be. Levin said because it's not in the transcript. He said, I testified earlier. So it's frustrating. Real frustrating.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Just follow me, please. Take your time, just watch your step. Please.
All right, next witness.
Your Honor, could you please state
Probation
your name
officer.
for the record?
Good afternoon, Marlenny Ramdehal.
I'm
And
so
can you
mad.
please spell your name for the record?
Yes, Marlenny, Marlenny.
Hello,
Last name
Marlenny.
Ramdehal.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a senior U.S. probation officer,
God, I'm
And what is your
frustrated.
jurisdiction?
the District of Massachusetts,
Where is your office located?
in time,
And how long have you been a federal probation officer?
approximately 12 years.
Are you familiar with Brian Walsh?
I am.
And how long have you known Mr. Walsh?
Since November of 2021?
And that's when you first met him?
Yes,
And how often did you see him?
approximately once every 60 days
And how did you see him?
at his residence or at my office.
And can you please identify him for the record?
Mr. Walsh in the black sweater.
Thank you. Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
In January of 2023 and December of 2022, was Mr. Walsh, the defendant, subject to conditions set by a federal district court?
He was.
And what were those conditions?
He was subject to a number of conditions, to include home confinement, which limited his movement in the community.
Not very much.
When was the defendant authorized to leave his home?
He was authorized to leave his residence with a pre-scheduled pass, so he would have to ask permission before leaving his home.
Did he have set windows that he was allowed to leave?
He did.
And what was he required to do before leaving his home?
Prior to leaving his residence, he would have to have an approved schedule.
And who would approve that schedule?
I would.
Where was he allowed to go?
A client on the home confinement program is only allowed to leave the residence
Where was
for
Brian allowed to
essential
go?
necessities. So things such as employment, education, religion, treatment, attorney visits, court-appointed activities. He was also allowed to do things such as grocery shop, banking, grooming,
Kids.
things of that nature. He also had permission to do things with his children and his mother.
So what did he need to do as far as specifying where he would go?
So on Thursdays, he was to submit schedules to me with what essential necessities would be required for the following week.
And
Did he suddenly need to go to Home Depot or Lowe's?
and how would he do that?
He would send me an email.
And what email did he use?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
Was he What permission did he have to leave the state?
He did not have permission to leave the state.
None. Big old negative ghostwriter.
You said that he was allowed to
Go to his mom's.
go for necessities. Is a restaurant considered a necessity?
No, it is not.
What did he have to do if he wanted to deviate from the schedule that he had submitted on?
Apparently just fucking leave because he was just all over the place. But I imagine they're going to get to the point that this does not have GPS.
On Thursdays, I believe you said?
Correct. Yeah, if there was a change to the schedule, he would be required to submit a new schedule request,
Did he do
And how
that?
would he do that?
again via email.
And who would he do that to?
Myself.
Who would he send that to, counsel? But that's all right. I'm frustrated with the prosecution, counsel. I'm sorry. You're going to catch some of that smoke too. I'm real mad about that last witness.
So I want to ask you about Friday, January 6th of 2023. Did you see the defendant that day in person?
I did.
Okay. And what contact did you receive from him requesting permission for his window for the following week?
On January 6th, Mr. Walsh submitted a schedule for Wednesday, the 11th. He requested a haircut appointment from 1:30 to 3:15. He also requested a pass for the 12th to meet with his probate attorney from 10:30 to 3:15.
His what now? What did you just say? His probate attorney? His wife was missing. Why does he need to go see his probate attorney? Also, ma'am, did you know how often he was going to the liquor store? That's real specific. I bet they have those emails. I had to back up. Tell me more about the probate attorney, ma'am.
Him requesting
backed
permission
it up.
for his window for the following week.
On January 6th, Mr. Walsh submitted a schedule for Wednesday, the 11th. He requested a haircut appointment from 1:30 to 3:15. He also requested a pass for the 12th to meet with his probate attorney from 10:30 to 3:15.
What contact did you have from the defendant?
He wanted to go see his probate attorney from 10:30 to 3:15. Somebody tell me how many billable hours that is. From 10:30 to 3:15? His probate attorney? What do you need to probate when your spouse is missing?
Defendant on January 5th of 2023.
On January 5th, Mr. Walsh contacted me to inform me of law enforcement contact, which is required by his conditions of release. He also notified me that his wife Anna was missing.
What was his window of release on Thursday, January 5th?
On January 5th, he had a reoccurring schedule to drop off his children between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. He then had a
Well, there's our answer. They allowed him a schedule from, what did you say? 8:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. to drop off his kids. Well, now we know why he was at Home Goods at 9:30. Because I bet he was using the window where he was dropping off his kids to go do other stuff, right? That's what we suspected when we watched the Home Goods videos. That's a large window of time to drop off the kids at daycare. Did she say 8 or 8:30? I backed it up.
January 5th.
On January 5th, he had a reoccurring schedule to drop off his children between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. He then had a pass to assist his mother with some errands from 10:15 to 1:30. And then he had a reoccurring schedule to pick up.
Ma'am, this is the whole fucking day. When's the home confinement? From 8 a.m. to 1:30, he's out and about, dropping off the kids, and then helping his mom with errands. And then what? And then what else? When's he going home on Thursday?
His children from 3:45
This is the whole day.
to assist his mother with some errands from 10:15 to 1:30. And then he had a reoccurring schedule to pick up his children from 3:45 to 6:15.
What?
And the
So you're telling me on Thursdays, he had passes to be out of his house from 8 to 10:30 to drop off his 2 kids at preschool. And then, or his 3 kids. Well, I guess one had to go to preschool and one had to go to kinder, so maybe 2 schools. So he had from 8 to 10:30, and then from 10:15 to 1:30 to be with his mother, and then pick up. So he had to go home between 1:30 and 3:45. What, take a nappy nap, use the restroom. And then he had from 3:45 to 6:15 to pick up his kids. Okay.
morning schedule and the afternoon schedule, was that a set recurring schedule?
Correct, Monday through Friday.
And was the middle the time that he was?
That was his schedule Monday through Friday. When's the confinement part? Why is he even on an ankle monitor? And when people wonder why DAs fight to keep people in custody, everyone gets mad. But there are times when DAs are like, cause this, cause of that, cause of this.
He passed to assist his mother with some errands from 10:15 to 1:30. And then he had a reoccurring schedule to pick up his children from 3:45 to 6:15.
And the morning schedule and the afternoon schedule, was that a set recurring schedule?
Correct, Monday through Friday.
And was the middle, the time that he was with his mother, was that also a recurring time, or was that something he had just requested?
He had just requested it the week prior.
Okay, so he had a curfew, but he was out. The recurring schedule, just to be clear and fair, the recurring schedule was dropping off the kids from 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., which is a window, and then to pick up the kids from 3:45 to 6:15. So those were the recurring daily. So on days he didn't ask to go see his mom, he had to be home between 10:30 and 3:45. This is why people fight for home confinement. I mean, he has to pick up the kids, but that is a big window.
And
Okay.
what was the window of release for Wednesday, January 4th?
The 4th would have been drop off children from 8 to 10:30. Then he had a reoccurring groceries schedule from 11 to 1:30, and again, pickup of the children from 3:15 to.
So now we're on the 4th, and he had a reoccurring schedule on the 4th to get groceries.
From 8 to 10:30. Then he had a reoccurring groceries schedule from 11 to 1:30, and again, pickup of the children from 3:15 to 6:45.
So that was all prearranged.
That was recurring.
Correct, yes.
And what was the window of release on Tuesday, January 3rd?
Tuesday, drop off children, 8 to 10:30, pick up children, 3:15 to 6:45. And he had a reoccurring schedule as well to get his trash out. And that was from 7:50 to 8:20, I believe.
In the evening?
In the evening, sorry.
Okay. And why did he need that for the trash?
To walk it
Because
down
it
the
wasn't on
driveway.
his property.
Okay. And what was the window of release for Monday, January 2nd of 2023?
On Monday, the 2nd, he only had pickup and drop off of the children. So 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. and then pickup from 3:15 to 6:45.
But did you receive some information about an unauthorized leave for that day?
I did.
And when was that?
Approximately 3:53 p.m.
And did you speak to him?
I did.
And what contact did you have with him?
I reached out to him to ask him about the unauthorized leave, and he indicated that he was picking up his children per usual.
Okay. And in fact,
He wasn't.
the 3:15 to 6:45, was that authorized for Monday, January 2nd, 2023 being a holiday?
It was, because there was no notification that school was not in session.
Well, we already heard from the school.
And what was the window of release on Sunday, January 1st of 2023?
On the 1st, he had submitted a request to return his mother home from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And what do you mean return his mother home?
He indicated that his mother was staying with him post-surgery and he was taking her back to her residence.
And when was that window established?
That would have been the week.
The week prior, you say? Because his mom wasn't staying with him. His mom wasn't there. The week prior, you say? So on January 1st, he had a window of how long? You think the prosecution's going to argue that that's premeditation? Because I think that they probably will.
He had submitted a request to return his mother home from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And what do you mean return his mother home?
He indicated that his mother was staying with him post-surgery and he was taking her back to her residence.
And when was that window established?
That would have been the week prior, so I want to say December 22nd.
And
You don't say.
and where did he indicate that he would be returning his mother?
To her residence.
And where was that, if you know?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. And at that point, did he ask permission to go to a restaurant
He did not.
for January 1st of 2023?
He did not.
And was the defendant allowed to go places if he had not cleared it with you first?
He
No.
was not allowed to do any unapproved stops.
I might have one moment.
You may.
How would you know if he did unapproved stops, though? I want to know how you would know.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
He was not permitted to do any unapproved stops. And how would you know if he did? I'm surprised they didn't ask about GPS. I really am.
Yes, thank you. Well, good afternoon.
He didn't have GPS. The monitor didn't have GPS. The ankle monitor he had detects when he leaves the house and returns to the house. There was no GPS. So there's no GPS for them to know where he's stopping, which is why I wanted to ask, how do you know if it's an unapproved stop?
Good afternoon.
So did I hear you right that said the, Mr. Walsh asked to be able to go?
Rhonda Cross.
3 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday, January 1st. He asked that the prior week of December 27th.
That is correct.
And there were, to go out to a restaurant, that would have been correct.
It would need court approval. Probation does not have the authority to approve non-essential necessities.
So you'd have to go through a court process that take.
If they're non-essential, they're just self-defining. The court would have to approve a dinner date. Right. He could get groceries. That's about it.
quite a while to go through the federal court process,
It's a motion to the court, so it's just a documentation that needs to be submitted.
but it has to be filed, it has to be decided, it has to be returned.
That is correct.
So, and there's always the chance that it wouldn't be allowed.
Correct.
So if somebody like Mr. Walsh wanted to take his wife out to a restaurant for New Year's Day, there's a chance that he wouldn't be permitted and get permission to take his wife to a New Year's Day dinner, even if he had filed a request.
There is that chance, correct.
Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Huh. There are a few questions I really wish the prosecution would have asked. The cross-examination of the probation officer was simply, I mean, if he wanted to go out to dinner, it would have to go through a court approval. We can approve necessities, which include grooming, hence the haircut. He was given express permission to help take care of his mother by the court when he was put on the home confinement. He was allowed to go grocery shopping because he was taking care of his children, and he was allowed to drop his kids off. But how would they know if in that substantial window of time for dropping off the kids, he stopped at Home Goods? They wouldn't. So law nerds, I'm going to put a poll up in the chat before we get to the next witness. I'm going to let this roll, but I'm going to put a poll up in the chat.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth will call Anthony Macrena.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're going to get into this next witness. I'm putting a poll up in the chat.
Do me a favor, just keep your voice up.
And here's what I asked of all of you in the chat, all the, 20,000 of you that are in here. Does the request for taking his mom home change how you see this case? Let me know.
Sure. Yep.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Tony Macrena, Macrina.
Where do you work, sir?
Home Depot.
And what do you do for Home Depot?
I am a district asset protection manager.
And what are your responsibilities as a
Did he also go to Home Depot? Had I forgotten? Maybe he did also go to Home Depot.
district asset protection manager?
I help increase profitability by mitigating losses and creating a safe work environment for the associates and customers.
How long have you been with Home Depot?
Currently 4.5 years.
This is witness number
And
45.
In that time, you've always been a district asset protection manager?
Yes.
And what is your district?
It's considered southeastern Mass. So it's approximately 10 stores in that area.
All right. Does that include Rockland?
Yes.
Sir, have you had the opportunity to help produce a receipt and videos to law enforcement in January 2023 concerning this matter?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review both of those prior to today?
I did.
Sir, as far as the videos that are maintained at Home Depot, are they done in the normal course of business?
Yes, they are.
Are they done in good faith?
Yes,
And the videos, I take it they're recorded digitally?
correct.
So when they're recorded as it's happening to a server, correct?
Yes.
What access do you have to the server?
I remote in, but using a laptop or a computer.
Okay. Can anyone have access to
The
it?
receipts.
Just anybody who works within the asset protection department.
And sir, the videos that you had a chance to review, did you look at a thumb drive and then sign the back of it?
Yes.
Petty Mama Bear.
You
Pretty
may.
Mama Bear, sorry. I'm ascribing my own vibe today. Pretty Mama Bear in the chat said, "Excuse me, sir, as a former head cashier, it is the Home Depot. So like the Ohio State then? It is the Home Depot. I was a cashier. I loved working as a cashier, but I was a cashier not at the Home Depot, at Sports Chalet. Take you to the limit. R.I.P. Sports Chalet. All right. I'm interested to see what he was buying at Home Depot and when. I'm sorry, at the Home Depot and when.
Sure, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you see it?
Yes,
And do you see your initials in the back?
I do.
Were these the videos you had a chance to review prior to today to confirm that they were the videos you had turned over from the store depot on January 2nd?
Yes, they were.
Commonwealth, so you can have
All right, those are going to be entered into evidence.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
I object, counsel.
The,
I'm still
Home
mad at you.
Depot, Thumb drive, now in evidence is 260.
Even though counsel does look a little bit under the weather, I'm still pissed. I'm not
Your Honor,
happy.
with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish some of the videos from the Home Depot thumb drive.
Yes?
Ms. Gilman, could we have the video Home Depot entering? If we could press pause. Mr. Macrena, can you see the video on the screen?
Yes.
I'm going to press pause. The video at the very, 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 very bottom of the screen, which is just going off screen. This is January 2nd, 2023 at 4:35 p.m.
Where is this in the Home Depot? In Home Depot?
This is a shot of the doorway where
The entrance?
most customers after purchasing would walk out. So the main exit, we
So
call
the main
this.
exit, not
The main
entrance.
exit. Now, at the bottom of the screen, there's a date and time. Are the dates and times accurate on the Home Depot videos?
Yes, they are.
And to be clear, this is Rockland, right?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Oh, that sure looks like the defendant. I bet we'll see more video of him. He has the black face mask on again. I couldn't tell about the gloves.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have pro exit purchasing?
Romeo Mass said I was a cashier at a place called Dappy, and I would have to say, have a dappy day
Ms. Gilman,
to every
if you could
single
go
customer.
to 107 on this.
We're now at 4:56 p.m. 4:57 p.m.
Sir, where is
I'm putting my cursor on the screen that's not yours at the defendant. You were at Home Depot for a minute, sir. You didn't spend nearly as much time at Home Goods. 4:57:08 p.m.
this location in Home Depot in Rockland?
This is on one side of the store. We call it the pro exit. So generally, this is where the lumber is purchased, and it's usually a bigger space so that you can get those bigger carts through the doorway.
Ms.
You know, where
Gilman,
the
if you
pros
press
go.
play.
All right, we see the defendant with the cart. I wonder if they're checking his purchase. Don't tell me this man tried to get all this through a self-checkout. He has gloves on in this one, now that we can see, and I'm sure we'll see the receipt. Something large and orange at the bottom of the cart. Oh no, he's checking out a big old box. And the defendant is standing there wandering while he is being checked out at it looks like a fold-up table near the register at the pro exit. Did you think there were less cameras there, sir? Just a question. Because there's not. Chad, I can't tell yet if those are buckets in the cart, but they're in the exact same place where the Lowe's buckets were. Remember, the Lowe's buckets weren't used. I didn't see a single orange bucket in any of the things we saw. It was all the blue buckets. Chat definitely thinks they're buckets. I mean, it's in the exact same place. 3 maybe? What the heck is that? Is that another mop? Or is that a broom? Broom. What the fuck did you just knock over? I think what he knocked over might be a mop. My. Oh, definitely buckets. The cashier turned them around and is scanning the buckets and scanning the other things he's handing her. So. None of these buckets were in the home from what we saw, and none of the buckets were recovered. What the jury doesn't know that we know from watching Brian Walsh's plea and the factual basis is that in the factual basis, as we're watching the rest of this Home Depot video together, in the factual basis, the prosecution stated as part of what they would prove with regard to the, those buckets have lids, with regard to the misleading law enforcement or obstructing, that the prosecution would prove, he's now separating the buckets. Are you going to put the rest of the things you're purchasing in the buckets? Yes, you are. Okay. That the prosecution would prove that his misleading law enforcement led to a number of the dumpsters being taken and incinerated. So the jury hasn't had that yet. It was part of their factual basis. I don't know if we'll have somebody from a waste management, not like the waste management, but from a waste management come in and talk about the dumpsters being incinerated. But the prosecution said that in their statement of facts that he had to plead to. He did not, his attorney caveated that because of him lying to law enforcement, the dumpsters were incinerated. They were probably always going to be incinerated. He has no control over that. But I wonder if we will see a witness talk about it. It looked like he had taken a glove off for a second and putting what may be a broom or two things long and tall, like a broom, into his cart. He put some of the other purchases into the buckets. So the jury doesn't know that yet. I think this is probably the baking soda down at the bottom there. I think that's a mop that he had knocked over earlier. I'm so glad the cashier didn't pick that shit up for him. Oh, that could be a very large broom though, like a push broom. Good for you. He knocked that shit over. Make him pick it up. So we will, is that a...
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Hold on, Miss Gilman. The big box could be a shop vac, could be a mop bucket. I guess we'll see. But it might be it looks like it might be a wet vac or a mop bucket. I'm not sure. We'll see the receipt. So for those of you asking about Anna being recovered, that's what we know from the plea. The jury does not have any answers about those dumpsters yet.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we'll see the receipt.
Mr. Macrena, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that the receipt that corresponds to the video?
That's going to be all that
yes.
baking soda,
How are you
right?
able to find a receipt to corresponds to the video?
I was given an item number from the state police,
And so then you look up the item number?
looked up the item number, and it brings me right to this transaction. The two are tied together.
And so,
Yeah, state police was like, that's our guy. And then he went, oh, okay, well, that's this register at this time. Here's the transaction.
the receipts are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes,
In good faith?
yes.
And you turn this over to the police in
That's
January
the
2023?
Business
Yes.
Record
How about
Foundation.
receipt to have the receipt from Home Depot for January 2nd as the next.
The receipts.
Any objection?
Objection.
Receipt that corresponds to 260 is now in evidence as 261.
I'm curious if he paid cash. Loss prevention does a really
The Commonwealth published
good
261.
job.
You may.
Thank you. Looking at the top of it, sir, what is the address of the store?
1140.
A lot of you in the chat are saying he was handing over cash. I did not notice. I'm glad you guys clocked it because chat is Bay. So I'm going to look at the beginning of the receipt because I don't know if they'll read it all in and the jury will have it to review in the jury room. We will not. It's another Tyvek suit, chat. All right, we've got Scotch heavy duty 54 yards, 2 of those, single pack, 738. A 10 by 25 clear plastic sheet, Tyvek with hood boot, heavy duty canopy tarp, 10 by 20.
39 Hingham Street, Rockland, Massachusetts.
And what is the significance of Register 3?
Register 3 is the register number that was shown in the video where those purchases were made.
And Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to the bottom?
The jury did see him. Jolene loves cats in the chat. Hasn't the jury seen him going to the dumpsters? Yes, the jury saw him going to numerous dumpsters. They do not know what happened to the dumpsters afterwards. I'm going to replay this so I can pause and read it. They're zooming to the bottom of the receipt. Again, the jury will have the receipt. We will not, well, unless we screenshot it. So
And
when
Ms.
Ms.
Gilman,
Gilman
could we
starts
scroll down
scrolling,
the
I'm going to
bottom?
start pausing and reading. All right. Tyvek suit with hood boot. We read that earlier. 10 by 20 heavy duty canopy tarp. I mean, these receipts are clean and easy to read. 9 by 12, 10 ounce canvas drop cloth. It's fucking grim. Fat Maxx 16 auto lock tape measure. A Quickie 24-inch multi-surface. And I can't read what the rest of that is. A Quickie bulldozer super stiff angle. That's probably that broom. Extra large precision angle broom. Seal something Homer leak proof lid. That's probably the bucket. I'm going to continue on and pause again. So we've got a plastic sheeting, a tarp, and a drop cloth. 5-gallon, thanks chat. 5-gallon Homer leak proof lid. So those are the buckets. I paused again. Let's see. 5-gallon Homer leak proof lid. 1, 2, 3 of those lids. 5-gallon Homer bucket. Okay, that answers the question. 3 of those. It looks like it says Anvil soft grip utility knife with blade. Red nitrile drip cut 3. Indoor, something carbon paint, indoor non-valve. Resistant gloves. Heavy duty dustpan. Husky large. Nitrile tarp. Dripped. Fiskars. 14-inch hatchet. A&H baking soda, 12 pounds. A&H baking soda, 12 pounds. RCP wave break mop bucket, 35-gallon, $74.
Actually, stay right there, Ms. Gilman.
The total is $455, 27 items sold. He paid in cash with $455. The total was $453.54.
Sir, on A&H baking soda, what is that?
That is a
Baking
12-pound
soda.
bag of baking soda. It was the one that was on the bottom of the cart.
Home Depot sells 12 pounds of baking soda?
Yes.
Sometimes you need a lot of baking soda. Northwest in the chat said a $75 bucket. It was a mop, like a big old 35 quart mop bucket.
And then what is the date and the time of the transaction?
Leak-proof buckets, nonetheless.
The date is 1/2 of 2023 at 5:01 and 47 seconds PM.
What was the amount for the transaction?
The amount was $453.54.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
I imagine there is no cross. I'm just taking a few notes. Some really big push brooms there, sir.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. Commonwealth would call Kaliroi, Palaiologos.
All right, no cross, next witness. Yeah, we haven't seen, a lot of you are asking if we have seen a,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony?
if we have seen a trip to the ATM. We haven't, which makes me wonder how much cash they were keeping in the house. Where did he get all the cash? I'm not sure. But we haven't seen a trip to the ATM. I don't know if we will, but it's a substantial amount of money. I have not totaled it all up, but we got to be getting close to, if not over $1,000 in cash, not including the home goods trip.
Given the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You can be seated.
Take your time, just watch your step, okay?
Stephen, good to see you. Stephen said the mop bucket was in the photo of the basement next to the Lowe's bucket and stain. That's how they figured out he went to Home Depot.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you bring that microphone a little bit closer to you? It will help keep things loud.
Is that better?
Much better. Could you state your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Kaliroi Palaiologos, Kaliroi, last name Palaiologos.
Where do you work, ma'am?
Thank you, ma'am, for the pronunciation of your name because I couldn't understand what counsel had said. So thank you.
I work at Beacon Communities, more specifically Chatham West and the Pines.
And what is Chatham West?
Oh, video.
It's a housing residential apartment complex.
Where
Video
is Chatham West located?
from another dumpster.
Brockton, Massachusetts.
And what do you do there?
I'm a property manager.
And as the property manager, do you have access to their surveillance videos?
Yes, sir, I do.
And as far as the surveillance videos, how many cameras do they have on the exterior of their building?
Approximately 25 back in 23.
And in January of 2023, how many
You know, I am just going to say we have seen a ton of surveillance video in this case, and none of it has been inverted. None of it has been grainy as fuck. All of it has been really easy to see. It's refreshing.
units were at Chatham West?
507.
507?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really large
Yes, sir.
complex. What does Chatham West have for dumpsters in January 2023?
About 21 dumpsters.
Wow.
And what access does the general
lot
public
of
have to
dumpsters.
the dumpsters in January 2023?
They're open to the public.
Okay. Now, in January 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce surveillance videos to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review them prior to today?
Yes.
Have they been edited in any fashion?
No, sir.
And Chatham West, when they maintain their surveillance videos, done the normal course of business?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. Do you maintain your surveillance videos in the normal course of business
Yes, I do.
and in good faith?
Yes.
And again, you turn these over to law enforcement in January 2023.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May?
All right. So I imagine more surveillance
Yeah,
video.
I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
Yes, it does.
Does this have the video that you reviewed?
This is
that
all
you
foundation
previously turned over to
and
law enforcement?
Yes, it
authentication.
does.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the video from Chatham West on the thumb drive marked as the next exhibit.
No objection. It will be marked and admitted into evidence now as 262.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish the video from Chatham West?
You may.
Thank you. Pause. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Thanks, Miss Gilman. I hope that we are able to see this a little bit better, but it looks like we're at around 5:11 p.m. on, I think that says January 3rd. The green's a little hard to
top
see.
left-hand corner, what does it say as far as a date and time?
Oh, thank you, pool camera. That's yellow, not green. As they are focusing onto the screen in court, 5:11:49 on January 3rd, 2023.
January 3rd, 2023,
And the time?
5:11 at night.
Okay. Now, with your surveillance videos, is the time accurate or can be off?
It's accurate. Could be off by a minute or two, but it's accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
And when she pushed play on the video, it looked like, was that pulling in? It looks like a Volvo pulls into the screen near a fairly large dumpster.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
The noise was in court. It was not me. I don't know. But it looks like a Volvo pulling in to the spot near the dumpster, somebody getting out. This one is a little more like stop motion than some of the others we've seen. Somebody is going to the trunk. And then leaving. You can see on the time that it captures every few seconds. It's not as smooth as some of the others. I'm going to back up real quick because it goes very quickly. So they're at 1:12:23 as what looks like a Volvo is pulling into the parking space. We're at 5:13. Back to the car, trunk shut. 5:14:11. The car is pulling out and leaving. It's just a little bit choppier.
Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's not continuous. Is that all of your videos or how is that? Can you explain that process?
It depends on the camera. Sometimes there's a little bit of a lag where it becomes choppy like that.
So that's not abnormal. It can happen with your surveillance sometimes.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
No cross.
The witness may step down. Thank you, ma'am.
That is a more choppy video. However, we've already seen the phone pinging in these locations. So this witness is complete.
Would now be a good time to break for the lunch.
Well, Your Honor, I think the Commonwealth's always made its opinion on lunch.
All right. Jurors, we'll take our lunch break.
Counsel, I am not in the mood to be humored. The court said, I think now's a good time to break on lunch. And I think he said, I think we've always made our position clear on lunch, or our stance clear on lunch. It's always a good time for lunch. Dude, go find your evidence code. I'm sure that the prosecutor has a strategy. I am frustrated. Today has pissed me off. So things that were humorous yesterday are not humorous to me any further. I'll get over it.
Now we'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Jurors, everything all rise. Jurors leave input only once.
I want to see if they put anything on the record. But Attorney Connor, sir, you had room to do more. Though I will say that the prosecutors have more information about this case than we do. And so I am sure there was thought to it, hopefully. And I think the defense's objections were almost as telling as the testimony from Mr. Mutlu. And I know, just from my experience, jurors pay quite a lot of attention to what the lawyers are doing. And in some cases, where there's just a ton of objections all the time, it just kind of becomes neutral. But when there aren't a lot of objections throughout the trial, and there haven't been here, when there aren't a lot of objections in the trial, and then there are, it becomes very, very noticeable. Nurse of interest, touche, said, EDB, do you prefer Lally then? I mean, no. No, I would rather be frustrated once in a trial than consistently and constantly. So yeah, it's a fair point.
Seated. Does anyone need to discuss anything?
Nothing from the Commonwealth, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Look at lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The judge is like, peace.
It was a recess.
All right. They are going to lunch. Since I refilled my coffee, I'm good. Are we good if we just roll? Maybe we'll take a break if they take a break a little bit later, but I say we just kind of roll and see where we're at. So let's do a lunch break summary, and then let's just zoom because we will see. We will see. All of you are like, we're good. Let's roll. Perfect. We have Lippy. We're ready. So at the lunch break, we finished the testimony to my displeasure with Mr. Mutlu. The prosecution, after a flurry of objections during the redirect, just kind of let it go. But it was clear that the witness was frustrated. It's clear that I'm frustrated. Chat's frustrated. We're all frustrated because the witness was trying to explain the sum and substance of his conversation with Anna Walshe. And they kept trying to restrict him to, you need to give a verbatim recitation, which is not true. And in fact, the court had said earlier to the witness during the voir dire, you don't have to tell us exactly the words that were said. You can tell us what the conversation was, but not your impression from the conversation. And those things are hard to parse. And so I don't know if there was a reason that the prosecution could not refresh his recollection. The defense had shown him his police report. The prosecution did not show him any prior testimony, did not show him his police report. And he said a couple times, tried to say, but I said earlier, and everyone cut him off. So no conversation about the grand jury. It seems that he testified at grand jury and he was not refreshed from that. I don't know if that was strategy. I don't know if that was motion in limine. Neither does the jury. So unfortunately, sometimes when we are sitting here as the jury, we are left with questions and vibes of annoyance. I really wished the prosecution had allowed or fought a little bit harder for those questions to come in. But alas, it's where we are, and I just have to wonder if how vociferous those objections were from the defense rings louder than the things that Mr. Mutlu did or didn't say, because the objections were probably the most forceful and numerous that we've seen the entire trial. And that also is going to stand out for the jury. And then the next witness was Mr. Walsh's probation officer. Remember, he was on house arrest-ish for his federal case. And he had standing appointments to drop off his kids between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. and standing appointments to pick up his kids from, I think she said 3:15 or 3:30 or 3 to like 6:30. The windows of time he had to do things were substantial. And he was also allowed to help his mother every Thursday from like 10:15 to 1:30. He had, might have been 3:45. He had substantial swaths of time to do things. They didn't ask if the house arrest was GPS based, which I thought that they would. But that really wasn't the point of that testimony, because what the probation officer said was that the week before New Year's, Brian Walshe had asked for a substantial amount of time in the evening of January 1st to take his mother home because he was caregiving for her at his house. Y'all, on New Year's Eve, Brian Walsh's mother was not at their home. Brian Walsh's mother wasn't there staying with him. So I'm going to go back to my notes real quick, chat. For all of you that are just coming in, you're like, wait, what was the time? I'm going to have to go back and look because so much has happened. Let's see. On notes. On January 1st, he had requested during the week of December 22nd, he had requested from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. to take his mom home. So a week before, he requested 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. to take his mom home on January 1st. She wasn't there on New Year's Eve. Interestingly, the probation officer also said, because Brian Walsh had to request windows of time to go do things that he was allowed to do the week before, on January 6th, Brian Walsh emailed his probation officer and asked for a haircut on the 11th from 1:30 to 3:15 and asked for, 10:30 a.m. to 3:15 p.m. on January 12th to meet with his probate attorney. What estate were you probating while your wife was missing? Now, of course, he got arrested on this case before that could happen. But I imagine that the prosecution is going to argue that him requesting that window to take his mom home when his mom was not there, that it's premeditated. I imagine that's one of the things that they are going to argue. So we will see what happens. Some of you are asking, where did his mom live? She lived near enough to them in Massachusetts that the hacksaw and hatchet and Anna Walsh's wallet and watch and jacket and boots and DNA were all found in her dumpster. So that request came in on December 22nd to have that window of time on January 1st. Interesting, isn't it? And then we saw video from the Home Depot where Brian Walsh had purchased numerous buckets that we did not see in any of the photos, orange spill-proof buckets with lids, and some brooms, a large mop bucket, like the spinny kind, and 24 pounds of baking soda. So let's see what happens after lunch, shall we? Let's zoom together. Law nerds, let's zoom. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, at Home Depot, he got another Tyvek suit. So there were two. Tell me, chat, and if you were watching Replay Crew, love you, leave it in the comments. Were you curious that the Tyvek suit that they tested only had a few spots of blood on it? Were you wondering why the Tyvek suit wasn't more used? Let me know. Yes, he also purchased the hatchet, and he also purchased, there were other things. Yes. But I was wondering if you saw the Tyvek suit photos and were curious. All right. They are just coming back from lunch not that long ago, so we are catching up more in real time. And let's see. We have we've clocked it. So he could have been wearing two suits at the same time. It's totally possible. He could have absolutely doubled up. One of them could have been in a different dumpster. They could have been worn at different times, for sure. So yes. All right. Let's get to our next witness coming in. Jury is back. look, cases aren't over till they're over. Hey, T. Where is George following right on your heels? My oldest is home from school. You don't have to call him in. He is your constant shadow. How are you? Good. You're tired from leg day? I mean, you know what Lego Batman says, never skip leg day. But I think the chat is now just waiting for the Travis George Love Fest every day because this case is really gruesome and sad. So Travis George Love Fest is much more fun. So I'm glad it's cool. I always look the wrong way because camera. I have no spatial awareness. So. What? Because you're on mic. I know, it's a lot. The applying for colleges, it's a lot.
No, it's because the Army one is all legs. It's like, what's your deadlift? Okay, do like 100-yard dash, and then do 100-yard farmer carry, and then do 100-yard push.
Physical fitness is a whole thing.
It's all legs.
I know, all legs. All right, love. Good to see you. All of you are asking, what is George going to do when Travis is in college? He's going to be really pissed. It was weeks when Travis got back from DCI. It was weeks before George forgave him. George would walk up to Travis and turn his back to him and sit down. George voiced his displeasure. However, George did not pee all over all of Travis's things. And I appreciate that from George. So George is going to be mad. George is going to be mad. All right. Yes, darling. Can you let me roll tape and then tell me. Let me get trial back because we just came back from lunch and much is happening today. I don't think we'll hear the guitar down here. If you crank up your amp, it's going to be a problem.
Please be seated. Court's now in session. Turn off your cell phones, please.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank
Travis
you,
is like,
Commonwealth would call Christopher Bernasconi.
do I need headphones for guitar practice?
Just call me, please.
Travis has decided he has more room in his schedule for jazz band this semester. So,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Northwest shared that Brian was in a probate fight about his dad's estate. I appreciate the heads up. It's not in evidence yet. I'm sure the defense is going to bring it into evidence. Because what's left hanging now is that he needed a very long time for a probate attorney with no explanation. So there might well be an explanation when we get to the defense case. I just don't know when we're going to get to that. So there may be a reasonable explanation, but the jury doesn't have it yet. So I think we'll see it at some point.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Christopher Bernasconi, and the last name is Bernasconi.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for TJ Maxx.
What do you do for TJ Maxx?
I'm a district loss
Hi, sir. More TJ Maxx? I was not expecting more TJ Maxx.
prevention manager for District 1102, which is Metro Boston.
And how long have you been with TJ Maxx?
30 years.
And within Metro Boston, does that include the Norwell store?
It does not.
It does not.
No, we met.
Have you had the opportunity to review videos from the Norwell store, though?
Yes.
And have you been designated as the keeper of records for TJ Maxx for those videos?
Yes.
And have you helped produce those videos prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Did you review them and make sure that they were that they had not been altered in any way?
Yes.
One of the videos, though, there's a person that's blurred. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Is that done because the person wasn't 18?
That is correct.
Now, the videos that
Sad.
you turned over, that you helped produce from TJ Maxx, that was done in January of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And TJ Maxx, they maintain their videos in the normal course of business,
Correct.
and they are done in good faith?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
That is for the Business Records Foundation. They're going to ask it every time. It's statutory.
Sir, is this the drive that you were looking at?
I've got to gain them back down. I
TJ
gained it up
Maxx
for the
on?
judge, and now
It
it's just
is for January 4th of 2023. correct?
peaking.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth proceeds to have the drive of the January 4th, 2023 TJ Maxx video of Commonwealth.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Sina said it's so
And the,
confusing in
TJ
Germany.
Maxx
It's
thumb drive
TK Maxx.
of 1/4/23 is now in evidence as Exhibit 263.
All right.
The Commonwealth published Exhibit 263.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video entrance?
That's the court feed, not your YouTube. I mean, to be fair, it might not be the court feed. It might be YouTube in general. Some of you are having YouTube issues. I've been having some YouTube issues off and on. So,
and Ms. Gilman, if you could press pause.
It's just a little choppy. Hopefully we'll see the video okay.
Sir, where is this in the Norwell store?
This is
So the Norwell TJ Maxx, I don't see a date and time yet.
referred to as the entry public view monitor, capturing
Where you
the
can see
entrance
yourself.
of the TJ Maxx in Norwell.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 1 minute and 28 seconds on the video player? And Mr. Bernasconi, at the top of the
Is this the one that's next
video is a
door
label.
to the Home Goods?
That is, do you see that? 2003-0104? The title of the video? You see that?
I do.
Okay. And the time on the video, is it fair to say that's 9:44 and 24 seconds as far as the start time?
That's correct.
Sir, are there any issues with
I'm going to back that up to hear the start time real quick.
the title of the video?
Yes,
You see that?
I do.
Okay. And the time on the video, is it fair to say that's 9:44 and 24 seconds as far as the start time?
That's correct.
Sir, are there any issues with the TJ Maxx videos as far as the accuracy of their time?
They're very accurate.
If you could press play.
It's like they're very accurate. I didn't hear him say the date either. Is there a shopping list this time? It looks like there's a shopping list. The defendant has a piece of paper in his hands as he's now walking into the public view monitor and taking a look at it as he's walking into the TJ Maxx.
Ms. Gilman, could we have
In
the
Norwell.
second video cue?
I think not the letter, like the line.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 8 minutes and 12?
Oh, fantastic. This is from January 4th. So this must be the one right next door to Home Goods. This is from January 4th, 2023. The video is now at 9:44:26. So we are going to the view of the line at the TJ Maxx
12 seconds on the video player.
because it's a
Media player.
standalone, separate location from the Home Goods. Ours is combined, or the one
Thank you,
nearest
Ms.
to me
Gilman.
is combined.
And if you could press play. Sir, where is this in the store?
This is the public view monitor in the queue line, which is essentially the checkout area.
Oh, he doesn't have a cart. Looks like he's just hand carrying something. What is that, a suitcase? I guess we'll see. I couldn't quite tell. No. Clothing? Clothing. Slung over his arms. What clothing?
And Ms. Gilman, can we go to the final video for register 4? Sir, where is this in the store?
This is above the cash register.
It looks like he placed pants and a belt down.
Register 4, I believe.
And so I don't know if there's something under the pants. There may be, but the cashier is taking the belt, taking off all of the doodly boops, hanger, security, whatever. And then a pair of pants. Cashier is taking care of the pair of pants. It looks like the cashier's face is blurred. I know that a lot of us were probably like, oh, did he take his kid with him on this trip? But it's the cashier's face that is blurred, which also I think is fair, even if they're not a minor. I mean, the cashier has nothing to do with it, and it is a very public trial. So if they had blurred all the cashiers, it wouldn't have bothered me because all the transactions can be dealt with between the video and the registers. So. And then I don't know what the third thing that's being purchased is. Pants, belt, something blue. I guess we'll see the receipt. He has gift cards in his hands. That are being punched in. I'm also looking to see, Chad, if he has a Band-Aid on his thumb. I can't tell. We saw the picture from law enforcement when he was arrested, but I can't tell in these videos if he does have a Band-Aid on his thumb. I can't tell. He was handed back a gift card. It looks to me like he's asking the cashier about the gift card. I bet I can take a real close guess at what you're saying. And I bet it's something along the line of, how much is left on this one? He put the other gift card, or it looks like he has another gift card in his hand. If not his ID, it could be. I doubt it. All right, cashier bagged everything up. And off he goes.
May I approach one last time?
You may.
So this video, some of you that are just popping in are asking, this is from January
Bernasconi,
4th,
do you recognize this
2023.
document?
I do.
Is this a receipt for the transaction that you just showed us videos of?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from TJ Maxx for January 4th from Norwell as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Objection.
The receipt that corresponds to Exhibit 263 is now in evidence as 264.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth
Publish it, yes?
publish it? I just want to make sure I talk to the court reporter.
Yes. You may.
Thank you.
All right, they're going to show that receipt.
Mr. Bernasconi, what is the
That was the feed, not your YouTube. So this is the address in Queen Anne Plaza. And remember, days and days and days ago, we saw the defendant at all these locations via cell phone and where the cell phones were or where the cell phone pings were. And now we are seeing location, I guess is more accurate. And now we are seeing where we're at. Some of you are asking why the cashier's name is redacted. They indicated that the cashier was a minor. So I think that's appropriate.
address for this
Also,
store?
it wouldn't bother
It's
me.
10 Washington.
Again, these are all tied together in the system by number and date. It wouldn't bother me if they redacted all the cashiers.
Street, Norwell, Massachusetts.
And does this share a parking lot with another TJX store?
Yes, the home goods division.
And could we go all the way down to the bottom?
Ah. I want to read the. I want to read the receipt. I don't want to go to the
Can
bottom.
we go all the way down to the bottom?
No. Haha. All right. I'm not sure what all these things are, but I'm going to read them anyway. DH Black PVS from code number 21, so whatever area of the store that is. Alec STR Denim, Tan Amigo Tan, Stripe 3-pack men's dress socks, London Icons 3-pack men's dress socks, Eggplant LS4 or LS14 or 14 zip in box. What the fuck is an Eggplant 14 zip in box? Emily, now is not the time. Now is not the time. It's $69, whatever the eggplant in a box is. The total is $133.94. And it was a SVC gift card. All of you are saying long sleeve, quarter zip. Thank you. I was distracted by eggplant. All of you are like, quarter zips are very in right now. It's a quarter zip, Emily. It's a quarter zip. Why are we buying a $69 eggplant quarter zip?
Right there. Sir, how was this transaction conducted? Was it cash or charge?
It was a store value card used to make payment in this particular transaction.
And how much was the transaction for?
$133.94.
And going all the way down to the bottom, if we may, what was the date and time of the transaction?
January
about
4th,
the SVC
2023
card.
at 9:59 a.m.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
And no further questions.
No cross. Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So some new clothes? All right, the feed is a little bit choppy. I'm going to try to refresh just real quick and see if that helps on my end in case it is a YouTube. It is a YouTube and not a court feed issue, but we will see. So give me one moment as I get back in time to our place for the day with the next witness. I have gone too far. Hold on. Why have I gone too far? No, that was lunch. So thank you for letting me zip around to the next witness. There we go. That was, knock on wood, quicker than usual. If you guys are also having issues on YouTube, I would try refreshing. Hopefully it helps. The last couple days have been bumpy on YouTube for me. I don't know if it's been the same for you. So the feed's just a little bit choppy. All right, next witness. This is on my end, not your end. So if the feed looks choppy to you, it's on your end, not my end. The audio's been okay, so.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
You just follow me, please, okay? Take your time, just watch your step.
That looks a bit better. The bailiffs have been very much watch your step and then lifting the chair up. It really does look like the witness stand has a step down and the bailiffs have to pull the chair off the witness stand to allow people on and then put the chair back up on the witness stand. I imagine this is because at this witness stand, when this courthouse was built, witnesses would literally stand at the witness stand, not sit. And so I think it was built for people to walk up to the bar at the witness stand and stand there and give their testimony. So it is an older courthouse, but I think that's why the chair is why there's a step up and then why it's not necessarily built for modern life. It also explains why the top of the witness stand is literally at people's mid-chest. It makes much more sense. This witness stand makes much more sense when someone is literally standing. But it is a historic courthouse.
Okay,
You may proceed.
thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your name?
Yes, Alissa Kirby, Alissa
Oh.
Kirby as in boy, Y.
Oh.
And where were you living in December of 2022?
I was living in Chevy Chase, Washington, D.C.
This
And
is
were
one of
you
Anna's
familiar
closest friends,
with
right?
Anna and Brian Walsh.
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Walshes?
We were friends. I was introduced through my brother and sister-in-law.
And what's your brother's name?
Peter Kirby.
And so how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
Yeah.
Anna and I quickly became really close friends. And yeah, we were new best friends, we called it. And we spent a lot of time together. We just kind of clicked like sisters.
And when did you become so close?
Shortly after she moved to Washington, D.C. and lived nearby.
So you said
This explains why this witness already looks like she is a bit upset and sad. So, witness number 48 for the Commonwealth, Alissa Kirby, the victim's best friend. Miguelina, will you let the app know? I wonder if this is going to be one of the Commonwealth's last witnesses. Will you let the app know that Alissa took the stand? I know we heard about her a little bit in the early days of trial. So, continuing on.
said she lived nearby.
Yes.
Can you tell us how far she lived from you?
About 5 minutes around the corner, 5-minute walk.
And how often would you see her when you, once she moved to Washington, D.C.?
I would say we planned to try to see each other about once a week. It wasn't always that, but about that.
And how often would you communicate with her?
Similarly, about once a week, or when she would come back to DC, we'd talk about when we could meet up and hang out.
And did you know Will Fastow?
I knew of him, yes.
And how did you know of Will Fastow?
Shortly after I started spending more time with Anna, she would talk to me about him as the man who sold her house, but then her interest in him and just hearing a lot about him as a person.
And what did she tell you about him?
Oh boy.
She told me of that she was interested in him, that she had a crush on him, but it was a lot more talk about their connection and, like, I guess what she wanted to.
And what did she tell you about telling Brian Walshe about this crush on Will Fastow?
She told me that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will and that he knew.
Oh. Oh. Oh my. Okay, well, we're gonna run that back again. All of you are saying that YouTube froze. I'm gonna give this a minute to let you guys refresh. For those of you that are not worrying about refreshing, you're good. It seems like YouTube just got real glitchy on your end. So go ahead and refresh. I'm sorry to hear it, but we are going to back up to what Anna told her bestie. All of you are like, even YouTube buffered in real time. That's new information for us. Okay. Let's resume.
I guess just her interest.
And what did she tell you about telling Brian Walshe about this crush on Will Fastow?
She told me that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will and that he knew.
Oh boy.
Christmas of 2022, did you have communication with Brian Walshe on that day?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Brian called me that day, and because he rarely or almost never called me, I answered, and he was looking for Anna because he said he hadn't heard from her. And so because she lived around the corner, I offered to go over there and check on her.
And what happened? Did you go over and check on her?
As I was getting ready to go, he had messaged me back that he had gotten in touch with her.
So when you say that you had talked to him first and offered to check on her,
Did you do that in text, on the phone, or something else?
I believe that first time was a phone call, and then later it was a text message.
And do you remember what time of day that phone call was?
Not exactly, but maybe I feel like it was noon or early afternoon.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you spoke to him on the phone?
That day, I think he was worried or a little bit nervous.
And approximately how long was it after you had spoken to him that he texted you?
I think it was within like 10 minutes because I was getting ready to go and it was fast enough that I hadn't left yet.
And did you speak with Anna Walsh that day on Christmas Day?
Yes.
And when did you speak with Anna Walsh that day?
It was late, much later that day in the afternoon. I was already with family for the holiday, and she called me as she was driving up to Massachusetts.
And what was her demeanor when she called you?
She was very upset.
And when you say very upset, can you describe that?
Yeah, she was angry, and she was upset that Brian would have called me that day because, she said that she'd only not spoken to him for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, that it really hadn't been that long. And, there was already some strife, and then she had...
Sustained, non-responsive. So I'll strike the line.
Oh, I think that's responsive. There was already some strife is what the court wants to strike and what the defense is objecting to. I'm going to back this up a little bit to go through her full statement up to when the defense objected. I know a lot of you are having some issues on YouTube. Refreshing should help. I think it's perfectly responsive. What the defense means is objection, Your Honor. I don't want her to say that. I don't want her to say that. So we're going to back that up just a little bit. I know some of you are having stream issues, but this answer seems to be quite important because Brian Walsh was calling her to check on where Anna was.
Check on her. Did you do that in...
So we're going to back up this whole section. Thank you for everyone who's listened to it and is going to listen to it again.
Brian Walsh about this crush on Will Fastow.
Oh, I backed up too much. Apologies.
She told me that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will and that he knew.
I backed up a lot. So if you're like, did we just hear this? Yes, we did. I backed up a bit more than I intended to, but I wanted to hear that answer
Christmas
again about
2022.
Christmas.
Did you have communication with Brian Walsh on that day?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Brian called me that day, and because he rarely or almost never called me, I answered, and he was looking for Anna because he said he hadn't heard from her. And so, because she lived around the corner, I offered to go over there and check on her.
And what happened? Did you go?
I'm just going to pause that real quick to make one note. Chat, do you remember where Anna spent Christmas Eve? Right. She spent the night at Will Fastow's on Christmas Eve. And then on Christmas Day, Brian is calling her friend to go check on Anna, who I would presume at this point is not at her home.
Over and check on her?
As I was getting ready to go, he had messaged me back that he had gotten in touch with her.
So when you say that you had talked to him first and offered to check on her, did you do that in text, on the phone, or something else?
I believe that first time was a phone call, and then later it was a text message.
And do you remember what time of day that phone call was?
Not exactly, but maybe I feel like it was noon or early afternoon.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you spoke to him on the phone?
That day, I think he was worried or a little bit nervous.
And approximately how long was it after you had spoken to him that he texted you?
I think it was within like 10 minutes because I was getting ready to go and it was fast enough that I hadn't left yet.
And did you speak with Anna Walsh that day on Christmas Day?
Yes.
And when did you speak with Anna Walsh that day?
Oh boy.
It was late, much later that day in the afternoon. I was already with family for the holiday, and she called me as she was driving up to Massachusetts.
And what was her demeanor when she called you?
She was very upset.
And when you say very upset, can you describe that?
Yeah, she was angry, and she was upset that Brian would have called me that day because, she said that she'd only not spoken to him for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, that it really hadn't been that long. And, there was already some strife, and then she had...
Sustained, non-responsive. So I'll strike the last part. Ask the next question.
Certainly.
And that catches us up to that defense objection on already some strife. The prosecution asked to explain Anna's demeanor. She was further explaining Anna's demeanor. They are moving on to more about this question, but that's been stricken because she already described that Anna's demeanor was angry and upset that Brian had called. So, new question. Fair is fair. But again, you can't unring the bell.
So how long did you speak with her for that day?
Maybe like 20 minutes.
And did you arrange to see her again?
Yes.
And when did you plan to see Anna Walsh?
I can't remember exactly when we planned it, but I know we had planned a day to get together right before New Year's to kind of see each other, hang out, catch up, and like celebrate like a New Year's together.
And did you see her to have that celebration?
Yes.
And what day was that you saw her to have that celebration?
I believe it was the 29th.
This witness is
And that was
so sad.
The 29th of what month?
Oh, December.
Of
2022.
Correct.
Like all of the grief, all of the discomfort, all of it.
And where did you go?
We went a few places. We started at the bar that was across from where we lived, that we'd been to a few times. And then we later went out to a karaoke dancing bar.
And how long did you stay out that night?
Like 6 hours.
So what was her demeanor that night?
So that night, because of what happened after Christmas, she was really upset. She was kind of breaking down because everything had been really hard, which Anna was always a very strong person, so that was very unusual for her. And she was just really upset about so much. She had really hit a breaking point. And we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
Ms. Kirby.
Maybe the reason the prosecution did not continue to fight it out on the last witness is because this witness has so much more to say about the 29th. I always say that the prosecution and the defense knows more than we do, but in light of what this witness is sharing, it makes a little bit more sense why the prosecutor might have been like, you know what? This is not the fight to fight. I still wanted him to fight because I wanted Jem, the friend of Anna, to have a chance to honor his friend. But it might make more sense why the prosecution said this is not the time, knowing that this is the testimony that's coming in the afternoon. because they spent 6 hours together on the 29th and is describing the victim as hitting a breaking point because of how hard things had been. So that is a different, that gives a bit more characterization to the conversation she and Jem had also on the 29th. The jury is allowed to put together these pieces because now, given what Alyssa's testifying to, you can understand what the conversation with Jem would have been, right? All right. I'm going to just back that up a little bit so that we can hear her smoothly in her answer and her next answer.
So, what was her demeanor that night?
So that night, because of what happened after Christmas, she was really upset. She was kind of breaking down because everything had been really hard, which Anna was always a very strong person, so that was very unusual for her. And she was just really upset about so much. She had really hit a breaking point. And yeah, we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
It makes sense that Jem said you don't have to stay
Kirby,
strong
can you tell me
on
what
that day.
she was upset about?
Oh, ma'am.
She was primarily upset about
You're doing great.
her and Brian's relationship, about being so far away from the kids, and feeling like she was upset having found out that the federal case was delayed, or she thought the federal case was delayed by Brian, and that she just really wanted to be with her kids. Their marriage had been really strained for a long time, and she was...
That's new.
She told me how like upset she was and how frustrating that was, and how she was really at a breaking point.
In that answer to me, Anna felt that Brian was delaying the federal case is some new information.
Jurors, I'm going to remind you that the statements that are being offered with regard to Anna Walsh's state of mind.
I think it's fair for the court to give the witness a moment to breathe.
Motive to kill. To the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing the defendant's federal case, honest statements are admitted only to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit.
The court's admonition here is important, and because the court is just a little bit harder to hear, I'm going to back that up. You don't have to. Pause, Leonard, pause. You don't have to back it up. I've got you. I'm going to gain up the audio. I'm going to back it up. So we're going to hear the court together. The court is giving the jury an admonition about what this testimony can be used for their evaluation, and she is giving more of an instruction than she gave earlier. If it was the exact same instruction she gave earlier, I would have just let it ride. But this is more than the court said earlier.
Jurors, I'm going to remind you.
Hopefully you can hear that better.
Statements that are being offered with regard to Anna Walsh's state of mind are admissible. Again, limited to establishing her state of mind, as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill. To the extent that such state of mind.
So the court said that it goes to Anna's state of mind, but also to the defendant's motive.
Limited to establishing her state of mind, as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill.
Anna Walsh's state of mind and as to the defendant's motive to kill.
To the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing the defendant's federal case, honest statements are admitted only to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any criminal offense.
The court also gave a character limiting instruction that the conversation about Brian Walsh's federal case does not go to his character, it goes to motive. And that's what the jury is allowed to consider. Anna Walsh's state of mind, Brian Walsh's potential motive.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
I'm going to try to gain that back down a
Had
little.
you seen her like this before?
No. Anna was usually someone very, very happy, very joyful, very strong.
Okay, no characterizations, just your observations.
Those were her observations.
Next question.
When talking,
Change of behavior is relevant. And I think Anna was normally very kind of happy and together. Is a observation. I disagree with the court on that ruling. And I think the court's being a little overly cautious in that ruling.
did she use specific words about what she had said to the defendant, which she had said to Brian Walsh, about the legal case?
What she told me about that was that she was upset because she wanted him to take responsibility. She wanted their family together. She wanted that whole process to be over, and she wanted him to be responsible, be accountable, and do whatever he had to do to keep their family together.
And what did she mean? What did she tell you that she meant by the word responsibility?
Yeah, at that point in time, responsibility was potentially just taking jail time and admitting wrongdoing and just owning a mistake, and so that their family, that she would be waiting for them and that their family could be together.
Did she give you specifics of what she had told you about the amount of time?
I think it was all an estimate, but at the time she thought maybe a year.
What did she tell you about the physical separation and her family staying together?
Wow.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask that well. What did she tell you about being in different states and what that physical separation might mean?
Yeah, that it was really difficult for the family, but that also, because of how difficult things were, she was contemplating what that could mean legally being able to take her children to Washington, D.C., and also the physical separation from a husband was very difficult for her.
What, if anything, did she tell you about having established a separate household?
That she had told me that everything was set up in her name, the house in Washington, D.C., and the bills where everything was in her name. So she was trying to figure out a way that she could have the kids with her in D.C.
Remember, we heard earlier in this case that a large part of the reason that Brian Walsh was granted home confinement versus staying in custody pending his case was because he was caregiving for the kids. So if Anna Walsh was really pushing to bring the kids up to DC, Brian Walsh was in a very real possibility that he would have to stay in custody pending his case resolving. But if the kids were with him, it was, I think the words they used in this trial were substantial factor or determining factor in his being on home confinement, which truly doesn't seem very confining to me. He had a curfew. It's more like he had to ask he just had to say, I need to go get my haircut next Thursday. We cool? But that came up early last week in trial.
What, if anything, did she tell you about her intimate relationship with Brian Walshe?
Oh boy.
She told me that, aside from everything being really difficult, that they had not been intimate in a really long time, like maybe over a year, I think she had said.
And what did she tell you as to why?
She said it was because that Brian had been really depressed and that the strain of the case had really just taken a toll on his mental health and their marriage.
That makes sense.
And that she felt also that that her energy was being really drained. Yeah.
He also said that in his interview with law enforcement.
What she meant by her energy being drained.
Yeah, at that time, she was saying that Brian was calling her several times a day, that she felt physically and emotionally exhausted traveling back and forth from DC to Massachusetts. It was just a lot on her body, mind, soul, and spirit. And that, that also just like emotionally feeling like she had to be the strong one was very draining for her.
Yeah, she was holding it all together. I'm sure she felt like she was holding it all together. Of course she felt like she was holding it all together. He was pending this federal case with potentially $500,000 in restitution, like $500,000 in restitution. She's the one working. He's on home confinement. And I would imagine that she took the higher paying job because of the federal case. Remember, she took the higher paying job away from a boss that she seemed to really care for, a best boss, away from a best boss to DC to take the higher paying job in 2021. He got popped on the federal case in 2018 and end of 2018, like May 2018. And then she was commuting multiple states with kids that were 2, 4, and 6. Yeah, I imagine that was a tremendous amount of strain. And her mother was sick in Serbia. That's a lot. Being an adult in your 40s with kids and aging parents is a lot. And then I imagine from what Bestie is saying, she wanted the case to resolve so they can move on. And if she's telling her bestie she feels like Brian's delaying it, I can only imagine the level of frustration. Yeah. That's a lot. So I'm not surprised that she felt and was saying she was emotionally drained. And that's what Brian was saying in his police interview too. That tracks. That he was saying he was worried about her. He was worried about her health. He was worried about how drained she was. Now, I think he has some of an ulterior motive to say some of that. But he talked about this in his police interview too.
Did she tell you about Brian and his mother?
Oh boy. I guess we're talking about the mother.
She had always said that.
Your Honor, objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Your Honor?
Mention it all. Mention it all. Mention it all. Mention it all.
Your Honor? Your Honor? The Lawnards respectfully overrule whatever we're about to talk about. The court may want the prosecutor, legal Emily now speaking, the court may want the prosecutor to narrow this down in time and scope. It was a fairly broad question. Like, tell me about the mother is a little bit too broad. they might want to narrow this down. I'm wondering if anything comes up about a private investigator. This might be too vague. And that's fair. I kind of narrow it down. So back
Ms.
from
Kirby,
sidebar.
in this conversation on December 29th,
Right, Vegas to time. Vegas to time is legally fair, but also tell us.
what did she tell you about Brian and his mother and a psychic?
What?
She told me
If TikTok was involved, I can't throw my glasses. I need them. What did your YouTube didn't buffer? I did. What did Anna Walsh tell you on December 29th about Brian Walsh, his mother, and a psychic?
On December 29th, what did she tell you about Brian and his mother and a psychic?
she told me that Brian had told her that his mom went to a psychic and that the psychic had said that she was having an affair.
What now? Brian's mother went to a psychic. The psychic told, is the psychic also a PI? The psychic told Brian's mother, who then told Brian, who then told Anna that Anna was having an affair? I did not see that coming at all. Are you sure that's not just a PI? Are you sure she just wasn't being followed by a PI? Because Brian calling them while they're at a Brian calling Will's phone while Will and Anna are at a restaurant together is giving she's being followed for me. But also, if this is true, this witness has now said in two different ways that Brian was told that Anna was having an affair. I did not see that going this direction.
She told me
I backed
that
up.
Brian had told her that his mom went to a psychic and that the psychic had said that she was having an affair. And that night she told me how ridiculous that was and how like she was very upset by that. And she'd.
I mean, but girl, she was in fact also having an affair though. I mean, but she was though having an affair though. So, I mean,
had said that she was having an affair. And that night she told me how ridiculous that was and how like she was very upset by that. And she'd always felt that Brian's mom didn't like her and that it was scary.
Why was it scary?
Did she say why?
Why was it scary?
Why that was scary?
Yeah, I think because she always.
Reaction as to, I think.
Yes, sustained.
Did she say?
Did she tell you why it was scary?
Why? Not your opinion, just did she say why in that conversation?
Yes.
That was
what
the
she
prosecutor's
said
question was awkward.
as to why was that she felt like his mom never really liked her and never like wanted her in the picture, basically.
I mean, the evidence kind of spoke to that a little bit. So okay.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to publish from one picture from Exhibit 145 on page 39.
It's already enough.
Alissa, girl, I am so sorry. This has got to be so incredibly difficult. I think all of us kind of saw that Brian Walsh's mom probably didn't like Anna Walsh. I did not see the psychic coming.
evidence?
It is already in evidence,
You may
just the picture.
You may publish it.
Thank you.
Is this going to be the picture of Anna on the rug in her home? Or is this a picture of Anna with her jewelry on? I'm not sure which picture it is, but it's going to be real hard for this witness. And you already see it on her face. Real hard for her to look at a photo if it's a photo of Anna. It's going to be really hard. Yep.
Ms.
That's
Kirby, do you?
based on the witness's reaction. That has to be a photo of the victim. Also, I am backing up just a little bit. We have seen a lot of witnesses have very inauthentic, not in this trial, but inauthentic, exaggerated, forced responses. Sometimes I just want to highlight when you see witnesses have authentic, emotional responses. It is different. Seeing authentic reactions in court highlights when reactions are inauthentic, which is why for all of you that enjoy watching cases, I am going to back up at times and point that out, but it is a very genuine reaction. Also, if you are in a place where you can't cry and you are a sympathetic crier, now's not the time for you. So I have given you a fair warning that now would be the time to nope out. Now is the time. Now is the time to nope out. So I'm sure they're showing her a picture of the victim so she can identify the victim. Is that your friend, Anna Walshe?
Ms. Kirby, do you recognize that picture? Yes. Can you tell me who's that a picture of?
Picture of me and Anna.
And when was that picture taken?
That night we went out on the 29th.
And they are panning to that photo in court.
I'm sorry, did you say that was the night from the 29th? That was...
Yeah.
And that's a photo of the witness and the victim that's on screen from the 29th.
During that night of December 29th. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you see Anna Walshe after the evening of December 29th into December 30th, because you said you were out late, of 2022?
No.
And when did, if you know, when did she leave for Massachusetts?
She left that next day on the 30th.
And when did you expect her to return to Washington, D.C.?
I think she had said like the third or fourth. It was a few days after New Year's. She was planning to come back.
Of January?
Correct.
Okay. And when was the last time that you communicated with Anna Walshe?
Right after midnight on New Year's Day.
And after that exchange with Anna Walshe on New Year's Day, right after midnight, did you get texts from Brian Walshe?
Yes, on the 2nd.
Your Honor, I'd ask to get an exhibit and then approach.
I think it gives the witness a moment. So that is a photo. Oh, sorry. Sue B. I was answering this question in my head, and then I didn't bring the rest of the Lawnards into me answering Sue's question. Sue said Anna isn't blurred. No, because it's for identification purposes. The reason the jury needs to know is just connecting back to the person in this photo with you is Anna Walshe, the person that we're talking about in court. So even though we keep saying the same name, it is also saying, yes, this name goes with this individual that we have seen in these other photos. So it's for the purposes of identification. And that is part of why it wasn't blurred in this one. They're going to look at text messages between her and Anna. And we will continue on. But what I will say that I've noticed with this witness too is that even though she is trying, and I think she is doing a very good job trying to compose herself, you can also tell that her eyes are red, her nose is getting red. You can tell that she is still holding in tears and emotion and doing her best to try to give linear testimony through emotion, which is something we don't see every time people, I'm looking at you, Alec Murdaugh, people have emotional responses in court. Yeah, Donna too.
164?
Yes.
Thank you.
And yes, this witness has given quite a lot more
Just look at that for a moment.
context that Jem was not allowed to give, which might be why the prosecutor let it go. I'm still not going to let it go, but I did mention that
you
they know more than we
recognize
do.
Yes.
And you can look through it all.
Okay.
Yeah, give her a moment. She did bring Kleenex with her. There is Kleenex at the bench. She's looking through a printout of text messages on the stand. That was not me sighing this time. That was her sighing. Melinda asked, do I hear emotion in the prosecutor's voice? A little bit, but also the prosecutor is trying to maintain that as well. It's really hard to ask someone questions about the worst thing that's ever happened to them.
And what are those?
When they are also emotional, it is hard not to be empathetic. And there are times it will definitely catch.
Just between me and Brian.
Your Honor, may we publish Exhibit 164 for the jury?
You may.
Thank you.
So these are texts between her and Brian. I hope we get to see them on screen. It's so much easier to follow.
So I'd specifically like to ask about on January 3rd, if we could go down.
So January 3rd text.
Can you read on page 2, can you read that in green?
Yes. It says, hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And how did you respond to that?
I said, hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. I was sleeping. I have the flu and I'm super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And we've heard these in court
Send
before.
that?
It looks like on January 3rd at 12:51 p.m.
And then did Mr. Walsh
January 3rd, 12:51 p.m. We did hear these in court, God, a week plus ago. It has a little bit of a different impact coming from the person who was part of the text messages. So.
respond to you?
He said, you're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And then what was,
The video in court froze a
did
little.
you
That's not you.
contact him later?
After that, I said, thank you. Yeah. And then the next morning, I was sick, so I slept the whole day. And the next morning, when I realized I hadn't heard back, I texted him, did you ever hear back?
And then what happened?
And then he said, no, they're looking for her at work now. And that's when I got really scared that something was wrong.
So what did you do after hearing that?
After that, I called my brother and I asked if he had heard from her and was explaining the situation.
Well, we can stop the.
It is so difficult to tell a linear chain of events, leaving out. It's like, no, you've got to skip over what you told your brother. You called your brother. You spoke to your brother. Can you just say you spoke to your brother and moved on? I don't think it's hearsay. It's not offered for the truth. The defense will argue that it's not relevant, but you spoke to your brother and then what happened?
Publication, I'm sorry.
Sustained.
So just
You
tell
spoke
me
to your
what
brother
you
and
did.
then what?
What did you do?
Oh, after the text message, I called my brother and
That's fine. That's
Okay.
all. And then
counsel. You can just ask her, you spoke to your brother, and then what did you do? It's okay.
What did you do after calling your brother? Did you speak with Brian Walsh at some point on the phone?
I did, but I don't remember if it was later that day or the next day on the phone.
And who was on the phone with Brian Walsh?
There were some calls that was just me and Brian, and there was one call with Brian and his mother.
Oh.
And what was the call with Brian and his mother like?
Oh.
Well,
oh.
His mother was.
Oh. Chat. For those of you listening in the background, I know you are doing important things. You are crafting, you are making holiday gifts, you are doing laundry, you are working, you are at the dentist. I know. But you need to come back and look at her face. You need to come back and look at the way that she physically responded to the question about the conversation with Brian and his mother. Immediately now. Come on back and take a look.
Who was on the phone with Brian Walsh?
There were some calls that was just me and Brian, and there was one call with Brian and his mother.
And what was the call with Brian and his mother like?
Well, his mother was pretty combative. I think she sounded.
You approach sidebar?
Yes.
Damn it. Damn it, there's more. They're at sidebar. The relevance is, I'm sure, one of the things they're talking about. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter, but it is going to be argued that this is not relevant, that it is hearsay. They pan to the defendant sitting at counsel table with his hand over his mouth while they are all at sidebar or side of the bench. But the witness's face definitely told us that phone call was difficult. It was don't we all know that face? Okay, I'm going to try to zoom past this sidebar because it seems like it is maybe a little bit of a longer sidebar. And we are getting back from that sidebar. The prosecutor has a Post-it or a note of some kind when she came back to the podium.
Going back for just a moment, on the 29th, did Anna ever tell you how Brian reacted to his mother saying?
So the prosecutor's backing up a little bit, I think for the purposes of foundation and to lay some foundation for why this is relevant. So we're back to the 29th just a bit.
The psychic saying that she was having an affair?
Yeah, she told me that he thought it was equally as crazy, or that was what he said to her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to swap out one and give you another.
And the
Yes.
prosecutor handed her.
Just stay on the microphone so we can hear you.
Sorry.
The witness sat up. It's like, no, ma'am, it's not you. It's the prosecutor who's talking as she's walking back to the podium, which makes it very hard to hear her because she's talking as she's walking back to the podium. But the prosecutor took the text messages and then handed the witness something else. Looks like a photo.
Can you tell me how you recognize that jacket?
As Anna's jacket, one that she wore.
Oh, she's
Your Honor,
moved
I'd ask
on.
that this be the next exhibit.
All right. Any objection to that?
None, thank you.
Jurors, that'll be marked into an evidence as Exhibit 264, photo of Anna. The jurors, the face of Anna Walsh is blurred out for that photo, but there's no dispute that that is a photo of her in the jacket.
Then why blur her face? Why is this the ruling that we're making? It is a photo of Anna wearing her jacket, but they have blurred out the face of the victim and then told the jury, but there is no contention that this is her jacket. Just
In a jacket.
okay. I wonder if they
Thank
will
you.
circle back to the
65?
mother
Oh, yes.
being combative.
Thank
I
you.
don't know if they will.
65.
265, yes.
I imagine the photo of Anna wearing the jacket is only relevant because it's the same jacket that was in the dumpster with the boots. So,
And I'd ask that this be published to the jury.
You may.
and they are publishing this photo to the jury, so we'll get to see it too. And this is a photo from Anna's Instagram because we've talked about this photo. And the jacket that she's wearing, not only is her face blurred out, her ring is blurred out because in this photo it's pretty prominent from my memory just from Instagram. But they blurred out her face. A lot of you are asking in the chat, and I understand, and I cannot put myself in the mind of the judge with some of these rulings, but why would they blur Anna's face in this picture if they are all agreeing it's Anna and her jacket and not in the photo with her and her bestie? They used the photo with her and her bestie for identification of Anna Walshe, and that's who they were talking about. They are using this photo for identification of the jacket. I imagine that the defense has asked that some of the photos of the victim be blurred so that the jury is not swayed by undue sympathy. I yelled about that a different day. I'm not going to yell about it again today. So, why the court allowed it is up for the court. I do not know all the appellate law in Massachusetts. I do not know if this has become a problem in other cases where excessive photos of the victim could lead to a jury being swayed, and the appellate law indicates that this is what is needed. So I can't give you more of a breakdown on where the court draws that line, but it would have had to been requested. The prosecution's not going to request it. So that's where we're at. So they are trying to mitigate the sympathies because the jury is not allowed to decide a case based on sympathy.
Thank you very much.
Cross?
Thank you.
Emily in the chat said, but Brian's face is live and in court. Well, he's live and in court because he's the one on trial.
Ms. Kirby. Good afternoon.
We are moving on to cross-examination. They did not loop back for the mother on the phone call being combative, but I wish we had gotten to what did Brian say to you on that phone call that his mother was on and what was his behavior like. We didn't. And now we're into cross-examination.
It sounds like you and Anna got very close very fast.
Yes.
When she was down there, you guys would try to see each other about once a week?
Yeah.
Okay. And while she was down there, she was working for Tishman Speyer?
Yes.
And obviously you would text or talk on the phone sometimes during the week?
Yes.
And sometimes go for coffee walks around the neighborhoods?
Not coffee, but often walks or we would meet up. Yeah.
I'm imposing my own desire in that. Okay. And her work
Okay.
schedule was pretty demanding while she was down in DC.
Yes.
And it wasn't uncommon that she would work until 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that was what she would tell me. Yes.
Okay. And then on top of that, she was flying back and forth to Boston on Thursdays or Fridays and returning on Sunday nights or Mondays.
Yeah, often Mondays and then returning Thursday or Friday.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about that Christmas Day phone call from Mr. Walshe.
Okay.
You had mentioned that it was not common or out of the ordinary for him to have called you.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described him on that call as nervous and worried, right?
Yes.
And this was Christmas Day?
Yes.
And I think you told us it was about noon or a little bit past noon when he had reached out to you.
Mhm.
And what he said is that he and the boys,
I thought her testimony had been, and maybe I'm mishearing counsel's question, that it was somewhat uncommon for Brian to call her, like he had, but it wasn't usual. So because it was a bit out of the ordinary, that's why she picked up the phone on Christmas Day. But I don't know if counsel said this was unusual or this was usual. I couldn't hear, but that's how I remember the testimony from earlier.
were expecting her home for Christmas and he hadn't heard from her.
What I recall he said was just asking me if I had heard from her because he hadn't heard from her.
Okay. And because of that nervousness or worry in his voice, you actually offered to go swing by her house to see if she was there.
Yeah, I thought that she was already back home for Christmas. And so that worried me. So I offered to go over.
Okay. And I think you said within 10 or 15 minutes, he actually reached out to be like, we're good. She reached out to me. She's okay.
He said he had heard from her.
Okay. You had told us that you had also spoken to Anna on the 25th on the telephone.
Yes.
And you were telling us that she was angry and upset that Mr. Walshe had called you.
Yes, she was angry that, he had bothered me that day with that because she felt it had not been that long.
Yeah, Anna was mad that he was checking up on her with her friend. Mm-hmm. But in Brian's police interviews, he said that Anna got upset with him for embarrassing her at work. This is not the same.
Since they had spoken.
Okay. So it was Christmas Day and she was upset that he bothered you on a holiday
Mm-hmm.
and that he worried you.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to have to say yes.
You had mentioned that Anna had a friend named William Fastow.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told us that
yes, Chad, is the appropriate time to say, but you say he's just a friend. It's the appropriate time. It's the tension. Just sing it along in your head. Oh, baby, you.
she shared with you that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And she told you that she told her husband that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And that Anna, when she was talking about sharing that with her husband, that they always had an open, honest relationship.
Yes, that's what she said.
Okay. And in that conversation, when she was telling you about how she had told her husband about having a crush on Will, that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
When she told me that, I was surprised, and she said that was their relationship. They were open, and that he wasn't jealous.
And
there are two definitions of the word open. And I am trying to figure out if we mean open, non-monogamous, or open, transparent. I'm wondering if she actually does mean open, non-monogamous, because the way that the witness phrased it, and maybe it's just me, but the way that the witness phrased it was, she said they're open. Not she said they are open with each other. So the way that she conjugated open, maybe I'm thinking too much about it, but the way that she stated open sounded like a declaration that they were perhaps consensually non-monogamous. So I'm going to just roll that back so you can listen. I don't know if they're going to follow up on it. So we'll see.
when she was telling you about how she had told her husband about having a crush on Will, that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
When she told me that, I was surprised, and she said that was their relationship. They were open, and that he wasn't jealous.
And
she
not
said
only
they
was he
were
not
open.
jealous, that she kind of wished he was a little more jealous.
I think in the way that a wife would want a husband to be protective. Yes.
Okay. And during the time you were
Okay. So she said they were open and he wasn't the jealous type. Okay.
We're friends in DC with Anna, and during these conversations, she never told you that she was having a romantic relationship with Will Fastow.
Not specifically, no. We talked a lot about Will, but not that anything had ever actually happened.
Okay. So you believe that they had a connection and she had a crush, but she never told you that they had been romantic or intimate.
Correct.
I think you had said that during this conversation on the 29th, Anna had said that lately she was just feeling drained of energy, right?
Drained of
more than
energy
that.
due to everything going on. Yeah.
Okay. And she had also told you that she was someone that would stay up late and get up early in the morning, right?
I think she kept a busy schedule, not that she specifically always stayed up late and got up early, but that, she was doing a lot and she just was a very energetic, passionate person.
And towards the end of December, there was a shift. There was a change in that.
Yes.
And she told you that she was falling asleep earlier and getting up later, and that was unusual for her.
Yeah, that she was really just starting to be sad and everything was taking a toll on her. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you see where the defense is going, though? The witness is saying she was sad and all of this was taking a toll on her. I think the defense is going more towards the lines of she wasn't feeling well. She was having some health troubles. Because, as they said in opening, they're going to try to say that her health was declining. Vis-a-vis, she was weary with everything she had going on.
And it was when she was reporting this to you, she was talking about how even sleep, that she was falling asleep earlier, falling asleep earlier in the night. She was sleeping later in the morning than she usually would.
I don't recall that exactly, just that she said that she felt so tired and burnt out.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had plans to get together on 12/29, but you also had plans to go out on December 20th. The week before.
I don't think I remember that exactly.
Okay.
But we often would try to make plans and then things would shuffle. So,
okay. The plans I'm talking about on the 20th, she had canceled because she wasn't feeling well.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, my croissant is very crumbly. I did not finish it this morning. I'm trying not to.
You shared with us during that long night out with Anna that the two of you were talking a lot about how it was difficult that she was away from her family. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I apologize. And she told you that she said to Brian, you need to resolve this. Even if you go to jail, we'll be here for you when you get out.
She didn't specifically say like this, then this. It was more like a conversation about taking responsibility, accountability, what that would mean, that could mean just owning it and taking the jail time if that was because the sentencing hadn't happened. So we didn't know exactly what it would be, but that was something she wanted for him to take care of their family in that way and just take responsibility, have it be done.
Ma'am, are you aware that the defendant said he pled guilty with integrity? Probably not. You're going to be big mad when you find that out. He said it in his police interview. Mm-hmm.
And I think you told us earlier on direct that she said to him, we'll be there even if that happens, meaning her and the boys.
And I don't think
That's
she
not
said
what she
that
said.
directly. It was more like communicating to me that she wanted their family to be together, even if that meant jail time. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they were still figuring out like what to do. They'd been living apart and she wasn't sure what would happen.
Counsel's recharacterizing what this witness has said a little bit. And the witness is like, no. She was telling me, not that she was telling Brian. The defense tried to say that Anna was telling Brian, just take the jail time, we'll be here for you. The witness is saying, no, she didn't tell me that she was telling Brian that. She was telling me, I wish he would just, because then we will be there and then we can be together. Counsel's trying to shift this to what Anna's telling Brian, and that's not the case. And the witness is like, no, that's not what I said.
And so what you're telling us is that she wanted her family together and that she wanted him to do whatever it took so that her and Brian and the boys could be together.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
I didn't think that was going to be the end of cross. And here we are.
Ms. Kirby, did she want her family together?
Objection, Your Honor.
Calls for speculation. It sure does. Rephrase
She
that.
stated it. She can answer it. So rephrase.
You got to rephrase it. Does Anna want her family to be together? Calls for speculation as to Anna's state of mind. Did Anna tell you she wanted her family to be together? Calls for Anna's statement. I don't know why the defense is objecting to that, though, because that's what she was just eliciting. And I think for the defense, the fact that Anna was saying she wanted her family to be together actually helps the defense a bit.
The question.
On December 29th, did she tell you, did she want her family together?
I think.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, listen to the question, answer the question if you can.
Allow this witness to say, I think what she said to me was, but every time somebody says, I think, the court just hears speculation. So.
On December 29th, what did she tell you
It's frustrating.
about if she wanted her family together?
She said that she wanted her family together. She also was exhausted and not really sure what to do, but I think she wanted her.
As to, I think. All right. Sustained.
On December 29th, what?
It would be fairer if the judge said, ma'am, you can tell us what Anna said. But the defense asked for a lot of characterizations in their cross. It's fair because I think what this witness is trying to express, that she wanted her family together, but she didn't know what that meant in her relationship because she wanted her kids to be with her and that it was complex. But the second the witness says, I think, the defense is like, that's speculative. So we're going to ask it again.
Did she tell you about if she loved the defendant, Brian Walshe?
She told me that he would often not tell her he loved her and would always ask her how much she was in love with him, and that she told me that this time she answered not as much because of everything that had happened. And
oh boy. Well, that's an answer that didn't come in earlier. Sometimes when you keep pushing, you end up in an area that you didn't think you were going to get, defense. And that's where we landed. The defense is like, no. The victim, you say, was exhausted because he kept saying, how much do you love me? How much do you love me? How much do you love me? And she was telling her friend. And this time I said, you know what? I don't really know anymore. Holy shit. That's new information. And you know what? If the defense hadn't objected, this wouldn't have come in. All right, let's roll that back. Emily, we've got instant replay in court. Yes, we do.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she loved the defendant, Brian Walshe?
she told me that he would often not tell her he loved her and would always ask her how much she was in love with him, and that she told me that this time she answered not as much because of everything that had happened. And that she was falling out of love, and also that she wanted, I think she saw.
Objection, Your Honor. As to
Again,
anything she saw.
I know it's a long time ago, but it has to be the statement she made to you, not what you think or what you understood from it. It's statements that she made to you.
Okay, sorry. And on.
I think she's doing a great job. The defense is getting feisty. And it just highlights for the jury what's happening. And I imagine the jury is probably as frustrated as you all are, because all of you are in the chat saying, just let her answer. So the witness just told the jury that the victim felt that the defendant didn't often say that he loved her, but was constantly asking her how much she loves him. And she had told him not as much because of everything that had happened and the pressure, and that she was falling out of love with him. This is on December 29th.
December 29th of 2022. How did she physically appear to you?
Tired.
And on December 29th of 2022, did you go out to karaoke?
Yes.
And did she go dancing?
Yeah, it was karaoke dancing.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
No shit, the defense said no thank you on the recross. Wow. Ma'am, court's hard.
I'll just look beside of the bench.
Ma'am, court's hard, testifying's hard. You did a great job. That's really difficult to do. It is really hard to try to linearly explain things that happened when you have these very unnatural restraints in the way that you would retell something that was happening. And in the way we talk to people, we say, well, she said this and I was thinking this. And you can't do that in court, even though at times I thought the witness was trying to say, well, she said this and then she said this. And I think the witness would have said, I think she said this. But the second the word I think came out, the defense is like, shut it down. Because what the defense, I'm sure, is afraid of, probably with good reason, is any of these witnesses that are friends of Anna coming in and saying, and I think he fucking killed her. I don't think any of the witnesses would do that, and it would cause a mistrial. But they don't want the witnesses to give characterizations of the relationship. The jury has to find that from what was being said. And the constraints of testifying are difficult. I'm going to speculate that this is the last witness for the prosecution. The defendant is doing a lot with his hands there.
Read another.
All right, they are coming back from the sidebar.
Jurors, I'm going to read another stipulation to you now. And this is a stipulation.
All right, one more stipulation. I'm going to try to gain this up. If we still can't hear, I'll try to gain it more. So one more stipulation from the court. I'm going to gain that up even more. I wonder if this is the consciousness of guilt stipulation, because we haven't heard that instruction given to the jury, and the court had said if it was needed that they would. So I guess we'll see. I gained this up a lot, so hopefully it's not too loud.
Again, an agreement of the parties, simply an agreement of the parties. Stipulation regarding the federal prosecution, Brian Walsh.
So stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of Brian Walsh.
Brian Walsh was arraigned in the United States District Court.
The court read this a week ago, I think.
The District of Massachusetts in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11th, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictment for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme.
On April 1st, 2021, Brian pled guilty So, I'm just making a note. So they are reading this again.
Fraud and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction on October 6, 2021. An initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months, restitution in the amount of approximately $475,000.
The court said that the initial sentencing was set for October 6th, 2021. And then they talked about what the government was looking for, which was custody time, and what the defense was looking for, which was probation, and that the anticipated restitution would be, I think she's going to say, about $400,000.
January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented. The defendant has the option to present evidence.
Oh, the feed just completely jumped. Well, it looks like everybody's having YouTube problems.
Brian Walsh was represented. The defendant has the option to present evidence.
I imagine that the prosecution rested then, or the court told them that the prosecution rested, because she is saying the defense has the option to present witnesses.
If he wishes to. I'm going to suspend the hearings for today, and we'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, ready to begin again. Thank you very much. And before we leave,
Yeah, YouTube is not limbo at all this week.
don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you receive the evidence in this trial. Have a good night, Joe.
Continue to have open minds, jurors. As difficult as that may be, I'm going to see if I can find just an alternate feed of this. The defendant is talking to his counsel. I'm going to see if I can find that. It might jump on all the feeds. I just want to double check because I can't help myself. I want to see if the court says anything to the attorneys after the jury is out. So I'm going to try to grab this from another feed real quick.
Be seated.
All right, give me one moment. I'm going to switch real quick and see if we, for completeness, I would like to see if we can do that without it skipping. So we're going to back up. Thank you for indulging me just a moment, chat. Pass the court's admonition and or reading in of the stipulation as we, I'm pretty sure the prosecution rested. I would like to hear that on the record, and then we'll see if they put anything else on the record and see if it's just, we can smooth it out just a little bit, but that means we lose closed captioning. So it is what it is. It is what it is. We try to balance the closed captioning and the not closed captioning, but I want to see if the court tells the jury that the prosecution rested.
Jurors, I'm going to read another stipulation.
All right, this is the stipulation regarding the federal case.
The District of Massachusetts in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11th, 20.
So we're going to hear a little of this again and see if we can
April 1st,
smooth out that skip.
2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction on October 6, 2021. An initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months, restitution in the amount of approximately $475,000. January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer in all stages of this federal case. Commonwealth may call the next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth RESTS.
All right, thank you.
All right, and there it is. we're going to see if anything is put on the record. And it seems that this, the court TV feed is gained up a little. So I'm going to gain down a little because you can hear that they have gained it up on their end. So with that, we heard it. We're going to hear it again. But with that, the Commonwealth rests.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
All right, thank you. So with that, jurors, I told you that this case proceeds in chapters. That chapter of this case is closed. That is, the Commonwealth has presented all the evidence that it wishes to present in this case. As I've told you from the beginning, there is no obligation, no burden on the defendant to do anything. And so I remind you of that. The burden does not rest with the defendant. All the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth, and it stays always on the Commonwealth. The defendant has the option to present evidence if he wishes to. I'm going to suspend the hearings for today, and we'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, ready to begin the day. Thank you very much. And before we leave, I remind
All right. She's going to give them those same reminders. The background noise on this one is killing me. Emily, you're the Goldilocks of court feeds. Yes. This one's too skippy. This one's too background noisy.
Have a good night, jurors.
I'm going to grab one more. I want to see what they put on the record. We'll find one that's just right. We'll find one that's just right, chat. Don't you worry. I want to see what they put on the record after court, if anything. So let me take a look real quick and see if there is one other feed that is not horribly distracting with stuff at the bottom. So let me pull one more up. We always try to make sure that we have a feed with closed captioning. And I want to see if we can get past some of the jumps as we get to the end of the day, which means we are going to lose closed captioning a little bit for the end of the day. But hopefully the NBC 10 feed does not have their gain set to 1 million, because then it's all just background noise. Let's see what they put on the record, if anything. That's a fair what, if anything.
Doesn't apply. Well,
As the jury leaves. All right. We have wandered into Tipton arguing. And I wonder if they're just going to do their motions to dismiss right now, because at the end of the Commonwealth's evidence, you will generally get a motion to dismiss. And we might see that now. So yeah, I think we will see the judgment of acquittal motion to dismiss now that evidence has closed. So let's get to that. If we need to gain it up, we will. So the jury is out, and we are going to go to, well, their motion to dismiss or judgment of acquittal. All right. So the Commonwealth rests. The jury is out for the day, which means we're almost done here for the day. And
Be seated.
let's see what they put on the record. That was a good last witness to end on for the Commonwealth. I think we'll get a preview of the defense's closing. This is a circumstantial case. So we are going to hear, I imagine, arguments
We
about
need to discuss.
motive, intent, and I'm going to gain this up just a little bit. I think we are going to hear argument about, they're going to argue what? The prosecution hasn't proved a murder, and they sure haven't proved intent, and they sure haven't proved premeditation. That's what they're going to argue. Remember, when they do a judgment of acquittal or motion to dismiss, the light is viewed with all inferences most favorable to the non-moving party. That means the prosecution.
Move for required finding of not guilty.
Go right ahead.
So I move for a finding of not guilty. Motion to dismiss, judgment of acquittal. Same.
And she can share.
Give me a second to read your pleading.
So the defense handed their pleading for the court for their motion for a judgment of not guilty. So not a judgment of acquittal, but a judgment of not guilty. The court's taking a look. They would have had this planned in advance. They know what their arguments are going to be. This is not a surprise to them. This happens at the end of every prosecutor's case, that they make these motions, unless somebody is self-represented and doesn't know that they should make these motions. That's the only time you don't see it. So I'm going to just let this be as the court is reading that.
All right, I'll hear from you.
For the most part, Judge, I'm just going to rely on that pleading, but what's important in this case, for purposes of arguing the Lattimore standard and the required findings, that in the facts and circumstances of this case, even if you consider all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, that the circumstantial evidence and the inferences have not been proven on the elements of premeditation and intent. And it's important to distinguish the fact that where inferences can be reasonable when they have to do with other factual issues that do not constitute the specific elements of the crime charged, here, the inference must be beyond a reasonable doubt because it must support the element of premeditated murder, and it must support the specific intent to kill. And whereas the Commonwealth has based their whole prosecution on what we characterize as a
Closing
three-pronged
preview.
approach, that motive evidence that they theorize supports an inference of intent and premeditation, they have failed to present the type of quantity and quality of evidence that would then result in an inference beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walsh ever premeditated a murder or ever manifested the specific intent to kill. The three-prong approach that the Commonwealth took in this case was that Mr. Walsh was motivated by financial interest, which has not been established, by any inference sufficient to carry the day, even on the Lattimore standard. The second prong is that somehow Mr. Walsh was using his children and his role as primary care provider
To stay out of
avoid
jail.
going to prison, and that has not been
We clocked that pretty hard today, didn't we, Chad? Mm-hmm.
established by any sufficient evidence. And then there's the third prong, and it has to do with the affair. And where it seems clear that the Commonwealth has established that Anna Walsh did, in fact, engage in an intimate affair with William Fastow, they have failed to establish sufficiently to withstand a Lattimore standard that he even knew about the affair. In fact, if you consider the evidence in the light most favorable
Challenge
to the Commonwealth from their own witnesses, there is no evidence presented to this jury that he knew about the affair, that he reacted to any knowledge of the affair. And in fact, the reaction that he had fell far short of someone that was even jealous of the fact that Miss Walsh reported to him specifically that she had a crush on Mr. Fastow. And I understand, we understand that whereas motive is not an element, that's not what we're arguing. And I say in our motion that if the government stands up and says since motive is not an element, that the argument that we just made doesn't apply. Well, that misses the point because that is the whole foundation of their prosecution in this case.
There are some circumstances
respectfully,
that are not contained within the
unusual
motive
circumstances and the complex
bucket.
circumstances presented in this case,
I agree with that.
I would ask that a required finding be entered on indictment 00.
That's not going to happen.
Thank you.
I agree that it's
Thank you, Your
complex.
Honor.
Viewed in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence is sufficient for a jury to find the defendant guilty of the premeditated murder of Anna Walshe.
Including?
Your Honor, as to evidence that the defendant killed Anna Walshe, the defendant was the only adult in the house on January 1st after Mr. Mutlu left. There's evidence before the court.
The rug in their living room was cut up into a dumpster soaked in her blood. So, there's that.
That Anna was a fit and active 39-year-old, and in fact that she participated in a vigorous exercise class at Bar Method on the 31st of December, where she demonstrated that she was in good physical condition. Evidence of the bloody slippers, bloody bath towels, bloody carpet, on his broken Gucci necklace, combined with the defendant's internet searches about cleaning blood from wood floors,
ding, ding.
His purchase of large quantities of cleaning products are sufficient for the jury to find that Anna met a violent death in the living quarters of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. I'd also point out there was a cut on the defendant's thumb, and there was evidence that he did purchase Band-Aids and some antibiotic cream on January 1st. As to deliberate premeditations, there's evidence that the defendant was aware of Anna's relationship with another man. He told police that he monitored the Chase credit card statement. That is an evidence before the court.
That
statement includes a purchase of a plane ticket to Dublin and over the Thanksgiving holiday in 2022. The defendant was aware of Anna's itinerary. He told police that he had suggested that she go out during a layover in Frankfurt, which she did have a layover in Frankfurt at one point of that travel. And again, looking at that travel, it's clear that looking at the Chase statement that it was indicated a trip to Dublin. And the defendant told police that she had only gone to Serbia to see her mother. And I suggest the evidence is more than sufficient to find that he was aware of that trip to Dublin.
There's more than that.
He also searched Will Fastow's name on December 25th. He also researched emergencies in buildings that Anna managed in D.C.
And
I'd also point out that the defendant's phone, which he said was mislaid from December 31st to January 2nd, he told Mr. Mutlu that when Mr. Mutlu came for the New Year's Eve dinner. That phone was repeatedly unlocked and connected to a power source while it was supposedly missing.
And
the evidence indicates that the defendant used that phone to create an alibi for himself. It explains why he was not contacting Anna. And then when he did say he recovered the phone, he started sending text messages to Anna, and he later showed those messages to police. It suggests he was using the missing phone as a way to create an alibi for himself.
And
to explain why there was he didn't have the phone with him when he went to Vin and Liquors and threw something into the dumpster, or when he was in Lowe's buying cleaning supplies and cutting tools on January 1st.
And
Your Honor, there's also ample evidence of motive. There's evidence that the jury can find that if Anna took the children to D.C., the possibility of the defendant avoiding jail time on the federal charges would lessen.
And
we heard testimony today about the impact of that on Anna and what she intended to do. Anna also had life insurance policies and financial accounts, which the defendant was the named beneficiary, and he stood to inherit substantial funds if Anna Walshe were deceased.
And was Googling about
also,
it.
Your Honor, the defendant's elaborate web of lies regarding Anna allegedly leaving for a work emergency in D.C. He lied to friends, family, and the police about that. I suggest that that also is sufficient evidence to give this case to the jury and would ask that you deny that motion for required finding of not guilty.
If they don't make arguments about that knife in closing, I am going to yell with all of you. I'm not surprised they're leaving it out now. You don't want to tip your whole hand because these motions get denied. This motion's going to get denied. Very occasionally, these motions are granted. A lot of you have asked, Emily, are these motions necessary? I actually think it would be ineffective assistance of counsel to not make this motion at the end of the prosecution's case. I think that would be a pretty quick and easy IAC. You have to make this motion at the end of the prosecutor's case. And I think the defense has a nuanced legal argument about what is and is not state of mind, premeditation, and mens rea to commit a murder. Jurors do not take such a black and white legal approach to these things when they get to deliberate. So we will see what the court has to say. I imagine this will just get denied as it does, but I'm interested to see what record the court makes about their findings.
All right. The Latimer standard dictates that I take.
Yep, I've seen these motions be granted. It's not as common because if generally something has gone sideways in trial, if that motion gets granted. But yes, I have seen those motions granted at trial. The prosecution has to prove the elements, and if there are things missing that they did not prove, or a witness goes missing in the middle of trial, you might end up at the end of trial with gaps that does not go to the jury. It's rare, but yes, it does happen.
Every inference, all the evidence and all the reasonable inferences from that evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth.
That's the standard?
Adopting that standard, I'm not convinced by the defendant's motion. I'm not going to repeat the evidence that the Commonwealth has just, in brief, summarized for the court. That evidence that this jury has heard.
So the court listed what the Latimer standard was about how everything is taken in the light most favorable. That's the standard. And now the court is going to list out the evidence that has informed her decision.
Seen is adequate to allow the jury to deliberate the case, in that, again, drawing all the inferences, reasonable inferences from the evidence that's before this jury, there is sufficient evidence for this case to go to the jury for them to determine the three elements that are before them. But it gets over the Latimer standard. So the defendant's motion is denied.
We would just object to the record.
I understand.
Yes. The feed did not
You
freeze.
indicated to me at the side of the
The court
bench
paused.
there were some evidentiary issues you wanted to address with me.
There are. Can we go to the sidebar for these, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
So when we are talking about the judgment of acquittal, motion to dismiss, judgment of not guilty, we are talking about, did the prosecution miss a fundamental element such that the jury cannot be allowed to deliberate the case? The court did not find that here. It can happen, but that jeopardy has attached and the case is just done. You are not guilty, acquitted, what have you. Different than like if they ran out of jurors and you ended up with like 10 in a jurisdiction where you need 12, that would be a mistrial. It could be retried. But if you get to this point and the court grants the motion at this point, it's done. It can't be rebrought. If a juror goes missing or something else happens that causes a mistrial, then you are allowed to retry the case. So hopefully that clears that up. Let's see if they put anything else on the record before we go to some questions. And then we get into the defense case tomorrow, which is going to mean we are on essentially, what witnesses are you going to call if not the defendant? Who are you going to call if not the defendant? So, a lot of you are asking why says camera, and they still want to be mindful of news headlines. There's also media in court. All of you that said Ghostbusters, I see you, and touche. Yes, that is who you're going to call. We'll see. Good Lord, with the extreme close-up, I don't need to know when the defendant last shaved. Can we just, like Jordan the Stallion says, can we just back it up? Like, not that close. All right, let's keep going. I don't know if they're going to put anything else on the record. They very well may not. It looks like they probably don't, but we're riding through to the end of the day either way.
All right. So I think that we all have our tasks for the evening, and I'll see you back tomorrow. Anybody need anything? All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Your Honor, I do. I need to know if you ruled. Excuse me. Your Honor, did you rule about, I don't think you did because it's not on the record, about his guilty pleas. I think you're going to deny it, but I guess you can wait till the end of the defense's case to do that. Oh boy, the defense might not have turned in their motion yet. I need to look. So where are we? Well, at the end of day 8 of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, the prosecution has rested. They did, I think, save or keep their more emotionally impactful witnesses until the very end of their case. And a lot of new information was learned from those witnesses. So what does that mean from here? Well, the defense ran their motion for a verdict of not guilty, sometimes called a judgment of acquittal, sometimes called a motion to dismiss, and that was denied by the court. The defense argued, as we thought they might, that there is no evidence that the jury can glean for state of mind, the intent to kill, and premeditation. And the prosecution said that there is plenty of evidence, and they lined that out, plenty of evidence from which the jury can determine that there was premeditation here and an intent to kill. The court denied that motion. We will begin the defense case in chief tomorrow. That'll be Thursday, December 11th in court. But what did we learn today? Well, I was very frustrated with the prosecution that they did not dig in a little bit more to letting Jem Mutlu talk about the things that they talked about on the 29th. And once we got to one of Anna Walsh's closest friends testifying, Alissa Kirby, I can see where their strategy was. Still frustrated about it, but I can see where their strategy was. The attorneys in the case always know more than we do, and that is not shocking to anyone. They have a reason for the things they do, what they do, even if to us, it can be like, no, do it. Ask the questions. But the testimony of Alissa Kirby was illuminating, sad, emotional, and new things were definitely learned. From Alissa, we hear that Anna Walshe was at a breaking point on December 29th. And then the prosecution asked a question in redirect that might have changed things in the mind of the jury. The defense, like they did with Mutlu, was pushing and pushing and pushing on objections as an emotional and grief laden and sad friend was trying to explain what Anna had told her and trying to parse out the things that Anna told her from the things she knows now to give truthful, honest, linear testimony. And the defense pushed and pushed and pushed, leading the prosecution into a question that elicited an answer that I was not expecting. And there were more than one. But what Alissa told the jury and all of us is that Anna Walshe on the 29th was frustrated because in the relationship with Brian, he did not frequently tell her that she was loved or that he loved her. And he was constantly asking her how much she loves him and pressing her to tell him how much she loves him. And Alissa said that Anna told her that the last time he asked, she said, not as much. Not as much anymore. And told Alissa that she told Brian Walshe that she was falling out of love. That is the first time we heard that. In addition to this witness sharing that Anna Walshe told Brian Walshe that she had a crush on William Fastow, who she was in an intimate relationship with. The witness, Alissa, said that she did not know that Anna was in an intimate relationship with William Fastow, but knew how much she was enamored, I would say, with him, talked about him a lot, talked about what it might be like, talked about having her kids in DC, wanting to have her kids in DC, Alissa also told us that Anna said that she was frustrated that Brian Walshe, she thought, Anna, was delaying the federal case, was delaying the resolution of the federal case and wanted him to take responsibility for the federal case, wanted him to take responsibility, even if it meant him going to jail so that the family could be together again, and wanted him seemingly to just close this chapter. And that Anna told her friend she thought that Brian was the one delaying the federal case. And Anna was frustrated because she wanted the federal case to be done. Remember, we heard that one of the primary reasons Brian Walshe was on home confinement, we've talked about that a lot today, but one of the reasons he was on home confinement is because he was the primary caregiver for the kids. He couldn't move to DC. He was not allowed to leave the state. But because the kids were with him, he was granted home confinement to take them to school and to take care of them while Anna was working in DC. And Anna was frustrated and wanted the kids to be in DC with her. And I don't think we would have had that answer that Anna Walshe told Brian Walshe that she was falling out of love with him and that she didn't love him as much and that she was frustrated with the whole thing if the defense hadn't pushed and pushed and pushed. And it makes it seem maybe more clear that the reason Anna was inviting Jem Mutlu over to celebrate New Year's Eve is because having a third party there made New Year's Eve smoother. Anna also told Alissa how angry she was, how frustrated she was that Brian Walshe was essentially checking up on her and calling Alissa on Christmas Day asking where Anna was. Anna spent the night at William Fastow's home on December 24th. And on Christmas Day, Brian Walshe is calling up Alissa saying, I haven't heard from Anna. And Alissa said, oh, I'll go over to her home and see if she's there. Did Brian Walshe know that Anna Walshe wasn't at home? And then, apparently, Anna told Alissa that Brian told Anna, Emily, this is all hearsay. Yes, it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but holy what? Apparently, Brian told Anna that his mother had gone to a psychic, and the psychic told Brian's mother, who then told Brian, that Anna was having an affair. I just have to wonder if the mother was using psychic and PI synonymously, because Brian said in his police interview that his mother had a PI, and then at one point he switched it to she was going to get people up in DC. So if the prosecution doesn't argue that Brian Walshe knew that Anna Walshe was having an affair after all of the testimony we've seen today, I will be surprised. And when we get to closing arguments, it's going to be very interesting to see how perception of this case changes. But Alissa shared with the jury that she had told Brian about her crush on William, which gives a little bit new context to the fact that he was looking for her on Christmas Day. He was mad about Christmas, and that he had called William's phone while William and Anna were out to dinner and then said, oh, no, but my kid did it. The kid called the phone. And the prosecution in their argument today pointed out something that I had completely forgotten about, because there's a lot of evidence here, but that during the time Brian Walshe's phone was missing, that phone was locked and unlocked, plugged into power and unplugged from power. And then Brian Walshe was asking to take his mother back to her house on New Year's Day with a very long window of time, from like 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. But when Jem was over at the house, the only parties at the house on New Year's Eve were Brian, Anna, and the children. The mom wasn't there. So is the prosecution going to argue that he needed that window of time? Or is the prosecution going to argue that the premeditation was when he chose to get that destroyed knife out of the kitchen and then Why would he be Googling if DNA is destroyed on a knife in a dishwasher, if DNA is destroyed with bleach, and how to get blood off of a floor if that knife wasn't used for that? And if it wasn't, why wasn't the knife with the hatchet, the hacksaw, the hammer, and the rest of it? Why was the knife different? And is it because he was worried his DNA was on that knife too, because he cut his finger with it? If they don't argue it, I will probably start yelling. Because choosing to go to the kitchen and get a knife could be enough of a choice for the prosecution to argue premeditation. So we will see what the prosecution argues. And the parsing of what is and is not premeditation, how long that takes, because it can be a momentary decision. The parsing and the legal parsing of that may not matter if Brian Walshe testifies, because if he testifies, this whole case comes down to how he testifies. If he doesn't testify, the defense has a legal argument to say, have they proved this to you beyond a reasonable doubt? Where did they show you he intended to kill Anna Walshe? Where did he tell you? Where did the prosecution prove to you that he intended to kill her? They had a lovely night together. The defense asked Mr. Mutlu multiple times, wasn't it a joyful night, a joyous night, a hopeful night? And he kept trying to say, well, there's more to that. And the defense kept objecting. So we didn't get to that. But the nuanced legal argument might not work as well after what we heard today. It might not work as well if the defendant testifies, because if he testifies, everything will hinge on what he says. And if he testifies that, like they said in opening, he was nudging his spouse in the bed. And then remember in opening, the defense said he nudged her so hard she fell onto the floor. Is that the defense's preemption to explain why the varnish is missing on the floor in the bedroom? Literally, she fell out of the bed and hit her head, and that's why he was Googling how to clean blood off of the floor? Is that where the argument's going? Because that's what they said in opening. But in opening, they told the jury that they were going to hear all of that, and the only way they can hear that is from Brian Walshe himself. So when is Brian Walshe going to testify, and what is he going to say? Law Nerds, you need to get the Law Nerd app. We made the Law Nerd app for you, free on iOS and Android. We send you alerts when shit happens in court, and we sent a bunch of them today because shit is going to continue to pop off in court. A lot of you are asking in the chat, EDB, do you think he's going to testify? I do. I do think he's going to testify. I think he's going to testify. He could be on the stand tomorrow. He could be the defense's only witness. They also have former Trooper Proctor on their witness list. So what are they going to do? Are they going to bring in a doctor that says happy people just don't kill their spouses? No, that would not be allowed as an expert opinion. It goes to an ultimate issue of fact. Are they going to bring in an expert to say that young, healthy individuals don't just die? Are they going to bring in somebody to... I mean, it seems their defense is the Google searches are unfortunate, but it's because he freaked out. The only way he freaked out after she died defense comes in is if he testifies. So what they promised in opening, the only way the jury hears it is if he testifies. I think he has to. And I do think that, like Alec Murdaugh, he will think that he can get the jury on his side, that they will be charmed, that he'll be able to explain himself. And I don't know how that's going to go for him, especially with all those videos and the Google searches and asking for that amount of time on the first and the dumpsters and that knife that sure looks to me like it took a very long bath in bleach. So it's going to be interesting. So you don't want to miss it, Law Nerds. I don't want to miss it. I am sat down. It's only Wednesday. But the court said they were going to get the case next week. How many days is the defense going to go? I don't know. Kylie asked, did they test it for bleach? They did not tell us anything about that. They did not. And I am so mad. Emily, what are you most mad about today? I don't know. I might just be hangry. We zoomed through lunch, but I'm real frustrated that we didn't hear about any other knives in the kitchen. Why the fuck didn't we look for other knives in the kitchen? When you found that knife sitting above the refrigerator, where are the other knives in the house and what do they look like? That knife looked destroyed sitting above the refrigerator. Why aren't you looking for the other knives? And where are they? They're allowed to search for evidence of a murder. You can open drawers. Look for the knives, people. What are you doing? I mean, we can't go back in time, but that knife is a mess. So, a lot of you are asking about the knife. Hold on. Emily, do you have a screenshot of it on your computer? Yeah, I do. Because I immediately, look, jurors come into jury duty with their own life experience. So, would a juror look at that and have all of the thoughts? Maybe, maybe not. But I took a screenshot of this and called Dr. B into the office and said, hey, Dr. B, I need to show you something. And he said, yeah. And I said, yeah, I need to show you something. Tell me what you think happened to this. Because I wanted Dr. B's thoughts. He hasn't watched this trial with me. There are days that I'm just like, this is horribly sad. He's like, it's horribly sad. But this is the knife. This is a screenshot of the knife that they found above the refrigerator. So when I showed this knife to Dr. B, I said, Dr. B, you know nothing about anything that was said or not said. What do you think of this? He's like, well, shit, that looks like it's been bleached. I didn't ask him about the Google searches that insinuate that they were trying to find, that Brian Walshe was Googling about a knife, Googling about getting DNA off of a knife, because I think he cut his finger with the knife. For those of you that hadn't seen the knife before, that knife has been through it. Either that or it's from like the prehistoric period, which doesn't track. But Dr. B's like, oh no, I made that mistake once doing something in dentistry, trying to clean a tool. I was like, oh, I'll just clean it with bleach. And he goes, and that's exactly what the fuck happens. So I don't remember a ton of testimony about this knife. I don't think they did much testing on it. I think that that's a oversight. The knife also looks like the blade has been chipped. I don't think they brought this knife into court. They might have, and they just didn't hold it up. But I think that they should be arguing the reason this knife is different than the others, and the reason it was above the refrigerator and not with the hacksaw and the hatchet, is because the defendant was afraid that his DNA was on it too. And that's why the Google searches are about the knife. Because that knife is trashed. And it looks bleached. And they can argue that in closing. And I think they will. I think there's a reason they didn't mention it today. I think that if I am a strategic prosecutor, which I am, I think I want to say nothing about this until closing. And even then, maybe only say a bit about it in rebuttal, or a bit about it in closing, and then more about it. Oh, Massachusetts doesn't do rebuttal. That's right. Well, they're going to have to mention it all. That's right. The defense closes first, and then the prosecution. Which actually, in this case, might be better, because then the prosecution just gets to argue the knife later. So we'll see what happens with the knife. The knife stands out a lot for me. I always forget that Massachusetts does, you get a close and you get a close, but the knife stands out for me. Anna Walshe telling her friend that she told Brian Walshe she was falling out of love. We had multiple things that indicated that he knew about her relationship with William. So that is what that is. Ebby, I hope I answered your question earlier when I said that when we talked about the motion to dismiss, it is a critical and crucial part of the process. I think not doing it would probably lead to ineffective assistance of counsel. Long Island Hillbilly 4780 said, thanks, Emily, for the learned experience that enhanced and filled in a lot of the legal things that I would have missed. I am here to help. And sometimes just to comfort, and sometimes just to scream out loud with all of you when we're like, no, God, no, what are we doing? What? A little bit of all of it. Emily, this is a great question. Emily in the chat asked, why was Jim allowed his notes during cross, but not during direct to refresh his memory? That was a choice of the prosecutor. It's not that it wasn't allowed. That was a choice of the prosecutor. Why that was a choice? I don't know. I don't know why it was a choice. It was frustrating. The Cozy Treehouse, EDB, heading to Nashville this weekend, must go to restaurant. I love Adele's. There is also a supper club. It is numbers 1230 Club, I think. It's the upstairs supper club, not the downstairs is a little bit louder. I enjoy the supper club very much. It can get quite busy. It's right across from Bridgestone, but if you're already downtown, it's right across from Bridgestone. Frothy Monkey is a 10 out of 10. Biscuit Love, also a 10 out of 10, depending on where you are. If you're in Franklin more so than downtown, it just depends. Love Mojo's Tacos at the Factory in Franklin. The Factory in Franklin's really fun. There's a lot of stuff in the Factory. It's also going to be cold AF this weekend. Like cold AF this weekend. So pack warm. And then chat, if you want to put suggestions in the chat, put them in. Love it. And if you've never been to Steak and Shake, go there too. So it's going, just pack warm. It's going to be very, very cold this weekend. Very cold. So speaking of which, if I need to shift around time in the morning, my kiddo's car windshield cracked due to cold. So we have to take his car in before it gets colder. I know the Canadians are laughing. They're like laughs in Canadian, but we have to take his car. We've had lots of things with the car. We have to take his car. So if I'm going to set the time for tomorrow at 10 a.m., if we are done sooner, I will bump the time forward. Fingers crossed, because that is my hope. I would like to also stream sooner. I will have our team bump the time forward in the time at the bottom of the stream, and I'll also message you in the app. So we knew there would be some clunky. He did not. To be fair, Travis did not put hot water on the car. He did not put hot water in the car. He came out in the morning and it was cracked. So it cracked overnight. I think the gaskets around the windshield weren't great. But no, he did not put hot water on the car or lukewarm water. He put no water on the car. It cracked overnight, which is a bummer. So he probably did have a chip in the windshield. Very, very likely, given that we live here. So, Isla Pie said, I just looked at the weather. It's cold here. It's going to be cold for Nashville. It's going to be about 30 degrees lower than it normally is what I saw on Ryan Hall, y'all. And I trust what Ryan Hall, y'all has to say about the weather. So, yeah, T definitely scrapes his car and pre-warms the engine and the rest of it. But it's an older car. So we are going to do that in the morning. I'm going to set the stream for 10 Central. If I can stream earlier, I will, because I'll be on Carson and Kennedy in the morning. If you live locally, I'll be on Mix in the morning in the 8 o'clock hour for those of you in Massachusetts. So we'll be there. So that is part of it. Big fan of justice said in the chat, Anna leaving and taking the kids equals federal prison for Brian. I think it could have resulted in a change of status. And I think the prosecution is going to argue that he was concerned it could have resulted in a change of status where he goes into custody, or it would be more likely he would end up in jail. And I think the prosecution might argue that Brian Walshe was going to do what he needed to do to protect Brian Walshe. I wouldn't be surprised if that is one of the arguments that they make, because it would be interesting. Imagine my surprise? Migraine? No, there's not an R in that. Sorry, my brain is now filling in words. Platonic. Word of the day. Plutonic, not platonic. Plutonic word of the day, relating to or denoting indigenous rock formed by solidification at considerable depth beneath the Earth's surface, relating to the underworld or the god Pluto. There we go. I'm going with it. Katie Cat in the chat said, pulls the bus over to find the way back from Mama Made Me Do It. I was so bummed we didn't get. I understand legally why, but I was so bummed after watching witness Alyssa's face with the conversation that Alissa had with Brian and his mother. The whole face. And then, well, she was combative. Oh my God. I hope if Alissa chooses to do any interviews that we will get to hear more from her. Alissa, if you or any of your friends are fond of us here at the Law Nerd Chat, we'd be happy to chat with you if you want to share what was behind that. Well, because we felt that in our collective souls, not the band, but literally all chat. Did you not feel that? Her whole face, and well, all of us felt that collectively. All of us. So we are always here, and we are always here. Not until a verdict comes back, but we are here after a verdict comes back. Because wow, that you felt all of that, and it was wild. All right, Law Nerds. Oh, Tyla C or TYLAC 25 said, EDB, I have to say my baby daughter ran up to the TV and tried to give you a kiss. Kisses to Law Baby. Thank you to all of you whose paw nerds enjoy the wobbly earrings. You're welcome. Law Nerds, you are the best. I will see you here tomorrow. A huge thank you to our stream sponsor who helps keeps our sponsors very light in ads and accommodates for an algorithm that doesn't always super love saying the words that need to be said in a case like this, because I'm going to say all the words. And so I appreciate June's Journey for sponsoring today's stream. Don't forget to go check it out, because if you need something to take your mind off of this, it's perfect. You can just seek and find. It's fantastic, and it will keep you busy and your brain occupied. With all of that, Law Nerds, I'm going to go mods, Team Baker, and to our amazing editing crew. If you guys have not checked out the Emily Show channel, that is where the podcast goes out on Monday. It's where the case briefs are. Go leave a little love for Team Baker, because while I am streaming, they are working on putting the case briefs together for you so that those are out in the morning before court begins. So a lot of you have been catching up from the summaries of the day before, and a huge thank you to Team Baker. It's busy when we're in trial. It is the holiday season, and I appreciate it, and I know how much you appreciate it because I see it in the comments. So if you've not checked out that channel yet, I think we're over 200,000 subscribers over on that channel. Honestly, if you get the Law Nerd app, we just push it to you. Subscribe, don't subscribe. I would love it. I can tease Griffin that I'm a real YouTuber, but if you have the app, you'll get notified about videos on this channel and that channel. So you'll be all good. If you want to subscribe, I'm not going to tell you not to. With that, Law Nerds, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. Buckle up. The defense case starts in the morning. And when will Brian Walshe testify? I can't wait to see it. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court. And of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Law Nerd.